in. The winds will be much lighter than what we've seen of late. Variable amounts of cloud, but also some sunny spells, and that will allow temperatures to climb to more spring-like conditions.
If we haven't got honour among salesmen, what have we got?
Incredible levels of self-delusion?
What Windows has been stealing our leads?
Well, if you're the finest cachet has to offer, it's no wonder I'm cleaning up round town.
This company's finished.
I'm going to throw you through the window of this competitively priced conservatory.
If they want a war, they better be prepared for it to go nuclear.
White Gold. Box set available now on BBC iPlayer. Continues Wednesdays on BBC Two.
Get set for a brand new game show where you could win the jackpot just by answering questions and catching balls. Like this lot. The world's tallest building is located in which city? How hard can it be? So make sure you catch us
on brand new Catch Point. Starts Saturday the 23rd of March on BBC One.
Whoa, whoa!
Well, it's a very good evening to you from all of us here on BBC One. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 6 with breakfast. Until then, it's BBC News to take you through the night.
I hope that the mix together is the right decision, not just for the producers, but also for consumers. I should remind the House that for those in the bottom 10 percentage points of income in this country, food is a very real cost every single day. Some 20% of their incomes are spent on food weekly. If we allowed inflation to roar away on products of this sort, people would find, at that end of the income scale, would find it very hard to feed themselves.
Labour's front bench turned to a possible future trade deal with the United States.
In the United States, pork is produced using ractopamine, which causes heart disease, and it's not treated for trichinosis, which can lead to stomach upset. The United States National Pork Producers Council wants its standards included in the US-UK trade deal, and they have the support of their government in this demand. This threat to food safety is completely unacceptable. So will the Minister rule out any reduction in food standards in international trade agreements?
The Minister repeated assurances that food standards should be maintained.
As to the requirements that the United States has laid out in its provisional negotiating strategy for its agreement with the United Kingdom, if the Honourable Gentleman looks carefully at previous such agreements and previous such outline mandates for the United States, he will find that they are almost exactly the same in every respect. That does not mean to say that they are delivered in that form.
In the Lords, Labour wanted to know what steps the government would take to amend the date of Brexit in law in the light of the Commons' vote to reject a no-deal Brexit.
This has been an extraordinary parliamentary week. On Tuesday, the Prime Minister was again defeated on her unchanged agreement with the EU. Last night, MPs rejected leaving the EU without a deal, and the Prime Minister has to now accept that she does not have the full support of her government or even her cabinet for her position. This House also emphatically rejected no deal. Yet, my Lords, in an extraordinary intransigent speech following the defeat in the Commons, Mrs May appears to want to ignore Parliament. My Lords, we're spending a great deal of time, energy and money, millions if not billions, on preparing for a no-deal failure. Our parliamentary recess is already cancelled and serious talk of longer, later and more sit-ins, including, I understand, on Saturdays. My Lords, there are even reports that the Prime Minister intends to further run down the clock to try and get her twice-defeated deal rejected, or by the House twice now, get that through. She's acting like the cruel parent who, when the child won't eat its dinner, serves up the same plate of cold food day after day until they're forced to accept the unwanted, the unpalatable and the dangerous.
Will the government now withdraw from the order paper all statutory instruments which would implement no-deal provisions on the basis that that is a complete waste of parliamentary time?
No, we won't. And the reason for that, and I'm even getting bored hearing myself repeat it, because the law of the land as it's currently constituted, says that we leave the EU on the 29th of March. Article 50 says that in European law, which the Liberals want us to continue experiencing, and British domestic legislation says the same.
Is my noble friend aware that I have heard, and has he heard, that certain members of the ERG are communicating with individual governments within the European Union, seeking to persuade them to apply a veto if we do indeed request an extension?
Isn't it clear to him and to the Leader of the House and to the Chief Whip and to everyone concerned that there is absolutely no way that we are going to exit the European Union at the end of this month? We can't get the legislation through. Irrespective of what happens in the other place, there's no way the legislation can get through. Will the Minister at last admit that, accept reality, and also accept the financial penalty that he's going to incur?
In the light of the events of last night, what importance does Her Majesty's Government now attach to the doctrine of cabinet responsibility?
The doctrine of cabinet responsibility is, of course, extremely important. Those ministers who voted against the government last night have resigned. I think it's personally disappointing that some of the ministers did not support the government last night.
Lord Callanan. A former British soldier faces murder charges over the killing of 2 people on Bloody Sunday in Londonderry in 1972. 13 people were shot dead at a civil rights march on the 30th of January 1972. The Public Prosecution Service said there was enough evidence to prosecute Soldier F for the murders of James Ray and William McKinney. A DUP MP said he was there at the time and in the days leading up to the march when 2 police officers were killed.
I seek your guidance, Mr. Speaker, in what a parliamentarian like myself can do to draw attention to, for example, Peter Gilgun, the police officer who was murdered, David Montgomery, the other police officer who was murdered on the night, to draw attention to the imbalance, the massive imbalance in legacy investigations to our troubled past in Northern Ireland, where many innocent civilians, police and soldiers have not had their investigations carried out and no prosecutions have occurred, and we have the announcement that we are having today.
I have a constituent who served in Northern Ireland at the height of the Troubles, and he's extremely scared that although he's done nothing wrong, he's going to be dragged through a process to rake over the coals of events of decades ago. When can we have a debate on the imbalance in the treatment of the people who served this country bravely in Northern Ireland and the terrorists who dragged this Northern Ireland through the Troubles for decades? And when can we have a debate about how we can bring closure and fairness for all those who served this country bravely?
Leader of the House.
Yes, my honourable friend raises an incredibly important issue. The government recognises the terrible loss suffered by all those who lost loved ones during the Troubles. But we've said that the system needs to change to provide better outcomes for victims and survivors of the Troubles and to treat everyone fairly, including those who served in the armed forces and the police.
Andrea Leadsom. The government has been pressed to do more to boost the take-up of shared parental leave, which was introduced in 2015. It follows concern that only a small proportion of new fathers are taking up the option.
In the future, I think we will look back at the inequality of parental leave between fathers and mothers and wonder how on earth we thought it was okay to be like that. Does my honourable friend agree that we need to rebalance parental leave between men and women, mothers and fathers, so that parents get equal opportunities to spend time with their children and pursue their careers?
Absolutely, I agree with my right honourable friend that it's important that both parents are able to spend quality time with their children, particularly in their first year. But I would like to highlight to the honourable lady that in the 2017-18 take-up, there was HMRC reported by 9,200 employees that took up the scheme, and 80% of which were men.
Mr. Philip Holloway.
Does she think that that 80% figure is where we want to end up?
No. We want to encourage further take-up. We know that currently the take-up is between 2% and 8%, which is in line with our prediction. 80% is a good start, but I want to see more mothers and more fathers taking advantage of this shared parental leave policy.
With shared parental leave take-up at 2%, it's clear that it's not working for families across the UK. Now, if we're serious about closing the gender pay gap and tackling maternity discrimination, the government must increase the statutory paid leave for new fathers.
Yep.
Can the Minister confirm that as part of her ongoing review that she will consider extending this to 4 weeks to incentivise fathers to take that leave?
Here.
I would. I thank the honourable lady for her question, but the reality of it is we are looking here for a wider culture change. And if you look at other countries that have already implemented this scheme decades ago, they are still working to increase take-up. We're committed to looking at what the barriers are and why people aren't taking up the scheme, and then we will be, when we have an evidence base, we will then tweak our policies to make sure that more people are able to take up those schemes. And that's what I'm committed to do, Mr. Speaker.
Kelly Tolhurst. Now, after this week, nothing about Westminster should really surprise us anymore. And it's true that the Speaker did relax dress rules some time ago, so male MPs no longer need to wear a tie. Now, an SNP MP has reminded us that other forms of neckwear are available.
The Honourable Gentleman is an authentic representative of the Scottish Scouting movement, I believe. Mr David Linden.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. On Friday night I visited 5th Clyde Broomhouse Scouts Group in my constituency, and they gave me very kindly this necktie. But can we have a statement from the government encouraging people to join the local scout group? And when the Minister comes to the dispatch box, will she give a very firm thank you to the volunteers who go out on a Friday night to invest in these young lives?
Well, I think the Honourable Gentleman looks very fetching in his scout tie. That's fantastic to see. And I absolutely join with him in congratulating all those who volunteer their time to take part in scouting groups, which do so much for young people in our United Kingdom. I would encourage him to perhaps seek an adjournment debate or a Westminster Hall debate so that all honourable members can pay tribute to their own local scouting groups.
But why wasn't he wearing a woggle? We do indeed live in unusual times. Thank you for watching. I'll be back on BBC Parliament on Friday night at 11 o'clock with the Week in Parliament. And what a week it's turned out to be. Dib, dib, dib.
Hello again. A quick look at what's happening in East Africa's Mozambique, first of all, because here Cyclone Idai is making landfall near Mozambique's 4th biggest city. Now, prior to landfall, the winds were gusting at 140 miles an hour, so damaging gusts of wind working into this part of Mozambique. We're highly likely to see some severe flooding, so the weather just looks really nasty over the next few days in Mozambique. We may all hear some stories about that over coming days. Here in the UK, well, our windy, blustery spell of weather is set to continue, but obviously nothing on that kind of scale. And if you're heading outside over the next few hours, there is the chance of some rain around. Low pressure is in charge of our weather. And still, we've got those reasonably tightly packed isobars over the UK today. So it is going to be another blustery kind of day. Outbreaks of rain across England and Wales tending to trickle southwards. Never really getting away from southwest England, where it could end up being quite a damp day. Similar picture too for southern parts of Wales. Further northwards, well, at least you get some sunshine, but here again there will be a number of blustery showers, Northern Ireland, Northern England and Scotland, and it will feel quite cool in the wind with those temperatures, well, 5 to 7 degrees across northern areas. And the showers continue to feed in overnight, but at the same time, Friday night sees a pulse of heavier rain working back northwards into Northern Ireland and across England and Wales. Now, we could see a bit of snow for a time over the high ground, and there is potential for multiple hazards around, really, as we start off the weekend, thanks to this developing quite nasty area of low pressure. What might catch your eye is the snow. Well, we're going to see some of that over the high ground of Northern Ireland, Northern England and Scotland. Could see around 10 to 20 centimetres above 350 metres elevation, but some snow could get down to lower levels for a time. It's going to be very wet across the hills of Northern England and Wales. Over the high ground of Wales, we could see 100 millimetres of rain, bringing a risk of some localised flooding. And then there's the winds. The winds could gust up to around 50 or 60 miles an hour for southern Wales, southern England, perhaps 70 miles an hour in the most exposed locations. So all of these weather elements add up to the risk of some disruptive weather as we go on through the first part of the weekend. Now, that system actually strengthens as it leaves the UK, so across eastern Scotland could have some very strong winds for a time here. And on Sunday, northwesterly winds flowing in across the UK, bringing plenty of showers across northern and western areas. A few of those blowing in across more inland parts through central and eastern England, central and eastern parts of Scotland as well. The showers quite intense, could still have a wintry flavour to them over the high ground, and it will feel cool in the wind with temperatures reaching a high at best of around 10. That's your weather.
I'm Kasia Madeira in London. Our headlines.
The ayes to the right, 412. The noes to the left, 202.
British MPs back a Brexit delay amid deadlock as the deadline approaches. Republicans revolt. Members of President Trump's own party join Democratic lawmakers in rejecting his border emergency.
I'm Sharon Jutlail in Singapore, also on the programme. At least 5 people are killed and dozens injured after a footbridge collapses near Mumbai's main train station. And class action. Students in 70 countries to miss school, calling for the world to work harder to tackle global warming.
Live from our studios in London and Singapore. This is BBC World News. It's Newsday.
Hello and a very warm welcome to the programme. It is 9 o'clock in the morning in Singapore. It is 1 o'clock in the morning here in London, where British MPs have voted overwhelmingly to ask the European Union for Brexit to be delayed. Britain is currently scheduled to leave the bloc on the 29th of March. The government is seeking to extend the process until the 30th of June, but only if MPs approve Prime Minister May's twice rejected deal by next week. The government could also request a longer delay if they don't. Our political editor, Laura Koonsberg, reports.
Speeding back to number 10, with Brexit going slow. The Prime Minister's voice that we could leave this month, isolated for weeks, now drowned out.
The ayes to the right, 412. The noes to the left, 202.
MPs voting clearly to say Brexit should be delayed.
Thank you. The ayes to the right, 412. The noes to the left, 202. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock.
Theresa May wasn't there to hear it read out loud, to face reality perhaps. Her government accepting we might not leave the EU before the end of June.
After the last few days of government chaos and some defeats, all of us now have the opportunity and the responsibility to work together to find a solution to the crisis facing this country. Mr. Speaker!
Labour has its own noisy struggles. The party says it wants another referendum, but wouldn't vote for one today.
The whole purpose ought to be to protect communities that are stressed and worried. Those people are worried about the future of their jobs and their industries. Our job is to try to meet the concerns of the people who sent us here in the first place.
Nor is the government ready to give up on the hope Brexit might happen before June.
Redouble our resolve to get this through and to deliver in what I very strongly believe is the national interest. And people do have strong views, of course they do. And in fact, you want your politicians to have strong views. I've got a very strong view. My very strong view is that the Prime Minister's deal is the best way to deliver on the referendum result.
An extension is a step in the right direction because the government haven't brought this together after all this time. We still need to find a way through this.
There was a rare, if maybe short-lived, sigh of relief for number 10.
The ayes to the right, 312. The noes to the left, 314.
They saw off by only 2 votes, an attempt by MPs to take charge of Brexit altogether.
I'm disappointed that my amendment lost by 2, but we have gained something this evening. A deal has been defeated again by a large margin. No deal under any circumstances has been defeated by Parliament, and the Prime Minister is going to have to apply for an extension.
And without Labour support, the independent group's push for another referendum was smashed. But while Brexit is now unlikely to happen on time,
we demand a people's vote!
And although the Prime Minister's deal has been chucked out twice, that doesn't mean she's giving up on getting it through Parliament. And might that be the sound of one of her allies, who says no right now, tiptoeing to yes?
When you come to the end of a negotiation, that's when you really start to see the whites of people's eyes, if you like, and you get down to the point where you make a deal. And we want to see a deal because we want a deal that's good for the whole of the United Kingdom, and that's what we're focusing on.
Just in case the Prime Minister didn't have enough woe at home, that supposed special friend couldn't help but pitch in too.
I'm surprised at how badly it's all gone from the standpoint of a negotiation. But I gave the Prime Minister my ideas on how to negotiate it, and I think you would have been successful. She didn't listen to that, and that's fine. I mean, she's got to do what she's got to do.
To do what she has to do? If only it were so simple. Number 10 must try to govern this mess and survive. Laura Kunzberg, BBC News, Westminster.
Yes, if only it were that simple, as Laura said. We will have more analysis and also a look forward as to what we can expect next week on Brexit right here on Newsday.
Let's take a look at some of the day's other news. 5 people were killed and 36 injured when part of a pedestrian bridge collapsed during evening rush hour on Thursday in India's financial capital, Mumbai. Here's Mayuresh Konur.
This particular railway footover bridge, which you can see behind me, is exactly next to the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj railway terminus. The iconic building, the World Heritage Site, which was called the Victoria Terminus earlier. Over 1 million commuters every day come out of the station. Many of them use this particular bridge to go across the road, and where you have many government offices, the corporate offices. Remember, this is the business district of Mumbai, so every time of the day you will have a crowd here, be it vehicles, be it pedestrians. The blame game has already started. Remember, this is not the only accident which involved a railway footover bridge in recent times. 1.5 years back, you have Elphinstone railway station, where you have a stampede on a railway footover bridge which claimed 22 lives. One happened in the Andheri, which is again a suburb of Mumbai, where part of bridge collapsed and 1 person died on the spot. 2 government agencies which are involved in this kind of responsibility is Mumbai Municipal Corporation and the Railway Department. They pass blame to each other, and again the same questions are being asked this time also.
Mayuresh Konur reporting there. Now, China said that a report from the United States detailing its concerns about China's human rights record is filled with ideological bias. The US State Department said China had intensified its campaign of the mass detention of Muslim minority groups, including the Uyghurs. It estimated that possibly more than 2 million Muslims were living in internment camps. Emergency services in Nigeria have called off their search for survivors after a 4-story building collapsed on Wednesday in the city of Lagos. An estimated 11 people died in the collapse. The building, which housed a primary school, was slated for demolition 2 years ago. 50 people were rescued from the rubble. A former British soldier will be charged with the murder of 2 men on Bloody Sunday in Northern Ireland in 1972. The men were among 13 people shot dead at a civil rights march in what was one of the darkest days of the Northern Ireland Troubles. Families of the victims say they're heartbroken that more troops have not been brought to justice.
Let's return to our top story. Events here in the UK. British MPs have voted overwhelmingly to ask the European Union for Brexit to be delayed. Earlier, I spoke to Anand Menon, who is the director of UK in a Changing EU, which is an independent think tank which focuses very much on Brexit.
As of now, legally, nothing at all has changed. So in EU law and in UK law, we are leaving on the 29th of March. But what Theresa May has done, finally, because it's been clear for a while she'd have to do this, is admit that she needs to ask Brussels to give us an extension because we're not going to be finished with Brexit before the 29th of March. And it's interesting, we have to ask permission to extend Article 50. If we decided to change our mind and cancel it, we could do it by ourselves. But to extend, we need the unanimous agreement of all 27 member states.
Is that likely to happen?
Revocation? No. Because, I mean, for two reasons. One, because there just isn't the appetite to do it in Parliament, and most parliamentarians still think we should do Brexit. But secondly, because even if that were to change, I think most parliamentarians recognise that the way to overturn a referendum is with another referendum, not simply through parliamentary fiat.
But do you think the EU would agree, given that 27 countries need to agree on an extension, full stop? Will they agree, do you think?
Well, I think that depends partly on the sort of extension we ask for. If we want a short extension that takes us up to the European Parliament elections or just beyond, I think they'll say yes. And they'll say yes for the very simple reason that it's not in their interests for us to crash out with no deal before those elections. Because bear in mind, there are parts of northern France, there are parts of the Netherlands, there are parts of Belgium that will be economically very, very badly affected by no deal. And that might actually help populist parties in those countries. So EU governments don't want that to happen before the elections. But if Theresa May goes back and says, can I have 2 years? Then I think they'll start to ask questions and they'll say, what for? You can have 2 years if you have a plan, you're having a referendum, you're having an election, that's fine. But 2 years to watch your parliament bicker, that might not be something we're interested in.
I don't think anybody's interested in that, quite frankly. But when it comes to, so she needs to show something. She needs to get her deal through, but she's tried twice before. She's going to try potentially on Tuesday for a third time. Is that going to happen?
Well, it's just worth emphasising how weird our situation is in our politics at the moment, because, you know, when the deal came back for a second time, it lost by 149 votes. That's the third biggest defeat ever suffered by a British Prime Minister. And yet this wasn't seen as a complete failure by Number 10. It was seen as progress, because the first time round it lost by 230. And the logic is, if there is now a real threat that there's going to be a long delay, which will scare Brexiters because they see this as the path to overturning Brexit, it might well be that third time enough of those people think, actually, if my choice is between a deal I don't like and the danger of losing Brexit, I'll go for the deal.
Well, you talk...
Anna Mellon there speaking to Kasia earlier. Now, the US Senate has voted to overturn President Donald Trump's national emergency order aimed at earmarking funds for his border wall with Mexico. 12 Republican senators went against their party, passing the motion by 59 votes to 41. The resolution had already been passed overwhelmingly by the House of Representatives. And Gary O'Donoghue reports from Washington.
Building a border wall between the US and Mexico is President Trump's top priority, promising during the election campaign that Mexico would pay for it too. But Mexico is not paying for the wall, and Congress has been reluctant to grant the president the billions of dollars he wants to complete the project. It was this impasse over money that led to the longest ever shutdown in US government history, as 800,000 federal workers went without pay for 5 weeks. Eventually, the president backed down, but said he would use national emergency powers to take money from other areas. Speaking before today's vote, he remained defiant.
We have very, very bad laws that are archaic, that were put in by Democrats, and the Republicans didn't fight hard enough at the time. That was a long time before me, but we have catch and release, and we have chain migration, and we have all sorts of things that are horrible. And the world is laughing at the laws that were passed with respect to us. And we are going to have a very strong border very soon. We're building a lot of wall. There's a lot of wall going up.
But Democrats and a number of Republicans have argued that the national emergency powers were not designed to get around Congress's constitutional rights to raise and spend money. After the Democratic-controlled House voted to overturn the emergency order, the Senate has now followed suit, with 12 Republicans going against the president.
Today's votes cap a week of something the American people haven't seen enough of in the past 2 years. Both parties in the United States Congress standing up to Donald Trump. In 2 days, Congress has delivered three major rebukes to the president and stood up for transparency, accountability, and the constitutional powers of our branch of government.
The vote brought a blunt tweet from the president, just one word: veto. As things stand, there aren't the votes in Congress to prevent that veto. Nevertheless, this is a significant blow to the president's authority, though he will see advantages in picking a fight over his signature policy. Gary O'Donoghue, BBC News, Washington.
Well, you're watching Newsday on the BBC. Still to come on the programme. Students from Australia and dozens of other countries are to mount a fresh wave of protests against the lack of action over climate change.
Also coming up on the programme, I get to meet the Formula One racing driver who never thought he'd be behind the wheel after a devastating crash.
Today we have closed the book on apartheid and that chapter.
More than 3,000 subway passengers were affected. Nausea, bleeding, headaches and a dimming of vision. All of this caused by an apparently organised attack.
The trophy itself was on the pedestal in the middle of the cabinet here. Now, this was an international trophy, and we understand now that the search for it has become an international search.
Above all, this was a triumph for the Christian Democrats of the West, offering reunification as quickly as possible, and that's what the voters wanted.
Welcome back. You're watching Newsday on the BBC. I'm Sharon Jutlale in Singapore.
And I'm Kasia Madeira in London. Our top stories. MPs in Britain have voted to request a delay to Brexit as the Prime Minister prepares for a third attempt next week to pass her deal.
At least 5 people have been killed and dozens injured after a footbridge collapsed near Mumbai's main train station. Let's take a look now at some of the front pages from around the world. We can start with the Japan Times, which is focusing on, well, what we all are focused on, which is the drama over Brexit in the UK. And it points to the contingency British trade policy, which it says favours global giants such as China over EU countries. And the Straits Times reports that authorities had not detected any problems in the Republic's air and water quality following the dumping of toxic chemicals in a river in Pasir Gudang in Malaysia. Now, the paper reports that nearly 3,000 people have fallen sick after inhaling noxious fumes from the spill in southeast Johor. And the South China Morning Post reports on the finishing touches to the Hong Kong Flower Show. Let's take a look at this. There's some 420,000 flowers on display in the event. It's called When Dreams Blossom. I'm sure you'll agree. And that brings you up to date with some of the papers. Kasia, what are some stories sparking discussions online?
Sharonjit, I can't believe I'm going to say this, but people are getting very excited about Piccasso. There she is. She's a pig who paints. Piccasso, see? Get it? Yeah. There's a serious element to this story, I have to say. Piccasso was rescued from an abattoir. She was brought to this animal sanctuary in the south of France, where her hidden talent, in South Africa even actually, where her hidden talent was unveiled. Her paintings have been shown as far afield as France, Germany and the Netherlands, and they do sell for around $4,000 each. The happy ending is that Picasso's paintings, the money goes to animal welfare. That is doing very well online.
What a talented pig. Now, in other news, students from around 70 countries are expected to miss class on Friday and protest against the lack of action over climate change. In Australia, demonstrations are expected in about 55 different locations. Last November, more than 15,000 school students went on strike, defying orders from the Prime Minister, Scott Morrison. Well, the BBC's Howell Griffith is in Sydney, where protests have just begun. Howell.
Yeah, somewhat noisier and busier than when you joined us earlier on. If you take a look across Sydney Town Hall Square, there's probably a few thousand students, school students, university students and some parents, I have to say, who've come to join today's protest. They've travelled from right across Sydney. We're seeing similar scenes in Melbourne, earlier on in Auckland, in New Zealand as well. All here to make a point. Well, what is their point? Well, let's speak to two of the students, Daisy and Manjot. Daisy, first of all, why is it so important for you to be here today rather than in school?
Well, we don't have a vote. This is our future. We're fighting for it. And this is why we're here today, to make our voice heard, make sure that the government and the rest of the politicians in Parliament are taking actions in our best interests.
But Manjot, some of those politicians have just been bumped by Norma's globe there. Some of those politicians say, we hear what you say, but say it at the weekend. You can have a protest at the weekend. Today you should be in school. What do you say to them?
I say that the whole point of striking is that you're giving something up, and all of the students here are sacrificing their education because we are so worried, we are so upset, and we need our government to stand up, and we're giving the ultimate sacrifice to say that.
There was a huge protest only a couple of months ago. We saw similar scenes here in Sydney, yet nothing's changed since. Why is today going to be any different? Are you convinced they're going to listen to you?
Things have already changed. We've seen the conversation be reignited in Australia. The next upcoming election has become a climate election. This is what the politicians are worried about. This is what the people care about. And in the coming months, I believe that this election, we're going to see massive amounts of policy change.
Now we're seeing similar protests around the world. Some people are suspicious as to how this is all organised. You're young people, quite a lot of adults around though, some in the same T-shirts. Who is behind these protesters?
We are. I can assure you it's the students. I'm helping run these strikes along with Manjot and a team of amazing students. Now, certainly there are adults logistically involved when it involves getting a permit for grounds, which you can't do unless you're over 18. But otherwise, this is us making the decisions. This is our initiative. This is our choice to be part of this, and we feel like we need to be part of this. To be honest, the fact that people believe that we are unable to form these ideas ourselves is insulting. So, yeah, we are running this ourselves. It's an incredible experience, and it's an incredible thing to run and to be able to see the amount of people who've shown up in support today.
It's a huge strike today, but is it a one-off or will you keep on going?
No, it is not. This is our second strike. It's a movement, and what people need to remember is that there are hundreds and hundreds of students around Australia, around the globe, working behind the scenes, meeting with their members of Parliament to make a real difference, to bring about political change. This doesn't stop with this strike. We will not stop until we get action on climate change.
Daisy, Manjot, thank you very much. Certainly young people getting their voices heard here in Sydney today. It's up to the politicians to react. There is a federal election in Australia this year. Even those who don't have a vote this time will be voters of the future.
All right, Will Griffith there with some very passionate students. Thank you.
The Formula One season starts this weekend in Australia, with the sport coming to terms with the death of Charlie Whiting, one of the most influential people in the sport. He suffered a pulmonary embolism. It is, however, also a time of hope and of great expectation. The Polish driver Robert Kubica will be lining up on the grid once again after rebuilding his career following a life-changing crash 8 years ago. Before leaving for Melbourne, I was able to catch up with him at his new team's headquarters, the Williams team in Oxfordshire.
It's my kind of second debut, so I can say I arrived into Formula 1 twice because in the end, when I was young driver, a kid, nobody would bet any euro for Polish driver achieving Formula 1. This had happened in 2006. And honestly, I think same story would be 3-4 years ago or even 2 years ago. No one would bet €1 that I will be back in Formula 1.
So how do you then technically drive? Because everything now is done through your left hand.
Most of the people think that I drive one hand. It's not true. The fact is, of course, there are situations where left hand is doing much more than the right one, but there are situations where the right hand arm actually is doing more than the left one.
You are one of these people that is a natural born driver, to coin a terrible phrase.
Yeah, I mean, the moment I actually put myself behind the wheel, after accident, I discovered that the speed is there. And this creates, at that moment, created kind of negative feelings, because from one side was very positive, but from the other side, I say, well, yeah, speed is there, but I have my limitations. So, it was kind of strange feeling, but actually I'm happy that I never give up. There were moments where probably actually mental aspect was more difficult than the physical one or pain.
And of course, you have your teammate, George Russell. You've got the years of experience. He's relatively new in this. What's your relationship like? Do you mentor him? How does it work?
No, I mean, George is a very talented driver, and I think one of the, or if not the most talented driver from a new generation. He won practically everywhere where he was racing, with Formula 2 last year before GP3. So I think, honestly speaking, he's very fast, and also from technical point of view, he's very well prepared.
The start for the Williams team hasn't been the best. How are you feeling given the delays? How are you feeling now?
If you ask me, I'm honest, we are not in the position where we were hoping to be. You know, from my point of view, it's 8 years I'm not driving, so being more prepared will give me more confidence, will give me, let's say, a state where I know what might happen, but still in Formula 1 you never know.
You certainly don't, Charanjit, but I do know that Robert's recovery, his comeback, has been absolutely extraordinary. Wishing him the best of luck as the Formula 1 season starts in Melbourne, and all the drivers, of course, in this incredible sport. You've been watching Newsday. I'm Kasia Madeira in London.
And I'm Charanjit Lail in Singapore. Stay with us, because coming up we've got Downtime Downtown. It's the latest in our Leading Cities series, looking at new ways of taking time out in Tokyo.
Oh, time out, that sounds good. Now, we had a painting Pig Casso. I don't think I'll ever forget that name. Let's end the programme with some real art this time, some real stolen art, because art thieves who stole a Flemish master's painting from a church in northern Italy, Charanjit, are in for a real disappointment. Police say they'd secretly swapped the original for a fake. The painting of the Crucifixion by Peter Bruegel the Younger, which is worth millions of dollars, was taken from this church. But indeed, the thieves are going to get a bit of a shock and lots of disappointment. Thanks for watching Newsday.
Hello again. A quick look at what's happening in East Africa's Mozambique, first of all, because here Cyclone Idai is making landfall near Mozambique's fourth biggest city. Now, prior to landfall, the winds were gusting at 140 miles an hour, so damaging gusts of wind working into this part of Mozambique. We're highly likely to see some severe flooding, so the weather just looks really nasty over the next few days in Mozambique. We may all hear some stories about that over coming days. Here in the UK, well, our windy, blustery spell of weather is set to continue, but obviously nothing on that kind of scale. And if you're heading outside over the next few hours, there is the chance of some rain around. Low pressure is in charge of our weather. And still, we've got those reasonably tightly packed isobars over the UK today. So it is going to be another blustery kind of day. Outbreaks of rain across England and Wales tending to trickle southwards. Never really getting away from southwest England, where it could end up being quite a damp day. Similar picture too for southern parts of Wales. Further northwards, well, at least you get some sunshine, but here again there will be a number of blustery showers, Northern Ireland, Northern England and Scotland, and it will feel quite cool in the wind with those temperatures, well, 5 to 7 degrees across northern areas. And the showers continue to feed in overnight, but at the same time, Friday night sees a pulse of heavier rain working back northwards into Northern Ireland and across England and Wales. Now, we could see a bit of snow for a time over the high ground, and there is potential for multiple hazards around, really, as we start off the weekend, thanks to this developing quite nasty area of low pressure. What might catch your eye is the snow. Well, we're going to see some of that over the high ground of Northern Ireland, Northern England and Scotland. Could see around 10 to 20 centimetres above 350 metres elevation, but some snow could get down to lower levels for a time. It's going to be very wet across the hills of Northern England and Wales. Over the high ground of Wales, we could see 100 millimetres of rain, bringing a risk of some localised flooding. And then there's the winds. The winds could gust up to around 50 or 60 miles an hour for southern Wales, southern England, perhaps 70 miles an hour in the most exposed locations. So all of these weather elements add up to the risk of some disruptive weather as we go on through the first part of the weekend. Now, that system actually strengthens as it leaves the UK, so across eastern Scotland could have some very strong winds for a time here. And on Sunday, northwesterly winds flowing in across the UK, bringing plenty of showers across northern and western areas. A few of those blowing in across more inland parts through central and eastern England, central and eastern parts of Scotland as well. The showers quite intense, could still have a wintry flavour to them over the high ground, and it will feel cool in the wind with temperatures reaching a high at best of around 10. That's your weather.
Botswana has the highest concentration of Africa's remaining elephants, but there's trouble in the elephant sanctuary. There's a new wave of poaching, increased conflict between humans and wildlife, and a swirl of politics surrounding hunting and conservation.
Botswana, trouble in the elephant sanctuary, tomorrow at 9:30 on the BBC News Channel.
Inside Out reports on the stories affecting our lives.
To be a new graduate and offered that sort of opportunity is very exciting.
And explores the issues that matter.
People's lives are being affected.
From a unique perspective.
If they don't like you, one flick of the tail and they're gone.
Inside Out, Saturday at 1:30 on the BBC News Channel.
Join us for a Sports Day special ahead of a huge Six Nations final weekend. We'll have all the latest news and interviews from inside the home camps. That is Sports Day tomorrow at 6:30 on the BBC News Channel.
Hello, I'm Kasia Madeira with BBC News. Our top story: British MPs have voted to ask the EU for an extension to the Brexit process. It would be until the end of June if MPs approve Theresa May's deal on the third attempt next week, but a longer delay if they don't. All other EU countries would need to approve the extension. Rebel members of President Trump's party have helped pass a vote to reject his declaration of an emergency on the US-Mexico border. But it's unlikely to become law, as Mr. Trump says that he will veto it. And this story is trending on BBC.com. The art of catching criminals. Thieves in northern Italy thought they were escaping with a Bruegel masterpiece worth millions of dollars, but instead they were foiled by a fake. Police had swapped the paintings after a tip-off. Lots more, as always, on our website from me and the team. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye. Our main story here in the UK. New figures show the number of criminals caught with knives or dangerous weapons has hit a 10-year high. I'll be back shortly, but now let's get the business news from Asia Business Report.
China has a new foreign investment law. Is it a bid to resolve trade talks with the US? Brexit delayed? Well, UK lawmakers vote in favour of the move, but a no-deal exit is still on the table. Hello and welcome to this Friday edition of Asia Business Report. I'm Sharon-Jeet Lail. Well, let's start with the trade war between the US and China, because Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin said a deal between the country's presidents will not happen at the end of March as previously discussed. Meanwhile, China's National People's Congress has just passed a new foreign investment law literally minutes ago, and Beijing says the new legislation will level the playing field for foreign firms. But some observers see it as a bid to facilitate trade talks with the US. Let's go now live to our correspondent Robin Brandt, who's outside the Great Hall of the People on Tiananmen Square. Now, Robin, we believe this law has already passed. Tell us more.
Yes, as expected, this Parliament, it's an annual meeting of essentially a rubber stamp institution. It has passed the new foreign investment law, which will come into force on January the 1st next year, 2020. It's a very significant shake-up of the regulations and laws surrounding the investment environment for foreign firms. It's been welcomed by the American business community here to an extent, but there are concerns about ambiguity within the legislation and also the way it's been rushed through. Not much consultation with foreign companies who have a long history of investing here in China. On the positive side, it changes some of the requirements of firms coming here in terms of not needing approval from the Ministry of Commerce anymore. It decreases the amount of sectors that they are banned from. There's better regulations in terms of technology transfer. One of the biggest complaints for American firms in particular is that they're forced to bring their technology here, give it to their Chinese partners. Also, better enforcement on intellectual property. That's a very contentious issue when it comes to these ongoing negotiations between the US and China. All of this is happening in the broader context of an economy here that continues to grow very healthily if you're looking on from London or Rome, but the rate of growth is slowing here. Real concerns about two key issues: unemployment and the possible consequences for social unrest that might bring, but also consumer demand. China trying to shift towards an economy driven by consumer demand, and in the 2 weeks the legislators have been meeting here, we've seen new figures on demand for automotives and demand for mobiles. Very significant indicators of how healthy consumer demand is, and on both of those the trend continues to show a fall in demand, and that's not good news for the leadership.
Robin, will this new foreign investment law, though, go far enough to placate Washington and potentially resolve some of those trade issues the two countries have?
Well, look, it certainly deals with some of the issues, particularly on intellectual property and protecting intellectual property for foreign companies coming here, but also for Chinese entrepreneurs. I think one of the reasons we're seeing progress on intellectual property and enforcement of law on protected intellectual property is because you have Chinese companies, Chinese entrepreneurs who are now losing out. So I think that's why the government is moving pretty quick on that. But like I said, the American Chamber of Commerce has real concerns about ambiguity within the way that the law is defined, and they worry that when it comes to enforcement that may be an issue, and they are really concerned as well about essentially a rush to pass a new law that nods towards the concerns the Americans have as these trade negotiations are ongoing, but when it comes to the nitty-gritty, it's not really what they want to see.
All right, Robin Brandt there at the Great Hall of the People there on Tiananmen Square, where that law has just passed. Well, another day, another vote on Brexit. UK lawmakers agreed to delay leaving the EU, but they still need to ask the European Union for permission. Well, an earlier amendment calling for a second referendum was defeated. And our business reporter Monica Miller has all the latest in our newsroom. Monica.
Yeah, well, first, let's look at the tumultuous week that the UK Parliament has just experienced. On Tuesday, Theresa May's deal to divorce the European Union was rejected by members of Parliament for a second time. The next day, MPs voted against a no-deal Brexit under any circumstances. Now, the Prime Minister is expected to ask lawmakers to endorse a delay and put her deal back to Parliament members by next Wednesday. Now, take a look at what happened to the pound versus the US dollar over the last 5 days. As you can see from this dip, the pound fell to as low as 128 in the middle of the week, but then it also soared to its strongest advance in 2019 before Wednesday settling back to more familiar levels by actually on Thursday. Now, analysts are expecting another volatile week ahead of another Brexit vote.
Thanks for that, Monica. Now, in other business news, Boeing is suspending the deliveries of its top-selling 737 MAX planes after its entire fleet was grounded following a fatal crash on Sunday. But the company says it'll continue producing the planes. A software upgrade is being tested and installed while French officials start analysing the black boxes from the crash in Ethiopia. Now, remember Facebook's global outage? Well, the firm says it was because of an internal error, denying a cyber attack. Meanwhile, 2 executives are leaving the company. It's a blow to the firm, as one of them, Chris Cox, is one of Facebook's first employees and is often referred to as Mark Zuckerberg's vice president. Now let's go to Japan, because the country's infamously long working hours have forced some people to seek out immersive experiences to try to escape the daily grind. As part of our Leading Cities series, Mariko Oi explores the cutting-edge ways to spend your leisure time in Tokyo.
Downtime in Tokyo is a precious commodity, and for people wanting escape without leaving the city, local artists are offering unique, high-tech and totally immersive experiences. This flower dome is a part of a temporary exhibition created by TeamLab.
本来星であるものが花になっていることによって儚さじゃないですけれども、すごく寿命の長いものとすごく寿命が短いものと自分が中間にいて、人によっては自分が花よりに感じてもっと自分の人生を大事にしないと。
In a country which has some of the longest working hours in the world, these immersive experiences are designed to encourage people to step out of the daily grind and interact with their environment. A mobile app allows you to change the patterns and colors in the room. In nearby Shibuya, the design firm Naked is also offering quite a different sensory experience: virtual reality dining. The firm uses 3D projection mapping, lighting and music to follow the birth of a tree to its maturity.
quite a weird way of enjoying dinner. It's quite surreal.
The full 8-course meal costs over $200, which makes it out of reach for many. The company says people usually come for special occasions. Marie Goy, BBC News, Tokyo.
And let's take a look. The Chinese car maker Aiways has begun its push into the European car market with the launch of its electric SUV at the Geneva Motor Show. Theo Leggett went to have a look.
Now, this is one of the latest offerings out of China. It's attracting a lot of attention here at the Geneva Motor Show. It's the Aiways U5, and it comes with its own charging robot, Carl, over here. Now, Aiways is an ambitious manufacturer. It's based in China, but it wants to crack the international market as well with this car, which is also electric. So let's find out more. Over here is Alex Kloss, who's in charge of international operations for the brand.
Hi.
Now, Alex, it's an electric car. It's built in China.
Yes.
The Chinese market for electric cars is huge. Why are you selling it in Europe?
Because we think we have an opportunity here, and also we think we should give something like this to a European customer. So yes, we have a market in China, but there's a bigger market in Europe as well. So we just want to attack both of them at the same time.
Who are you aiming it at?
We're aiming it for people who drive below 500 kilometers per day, because that's about the range that you have with this car, and who have a spot in the evening where they can park the car and charge the car. That's what you probably still need for the time being in Europe. So it's almost everybody in Europe.
So it's a reasonably high range. It's not one of the highest performance cars that we've seen, but it's quite reasonable. But you're selling it in a different way, aren't you? There won't be any dealerships.
There won't be any dealerships. We want to be very close to our customers. We want to sell directly to them, and we want to take away this dealership hassle that you usually have, the salesperson pressure. So we want to sell it direct. We will have retail partners so that actually you can see the car anywhere and you can test it somewhere, but we want to sell it direct. We want to make it as easy as buying anything that you can buy online these days.
Theo Leggett there having a look at that car. Now let's take a look at those markets before we go, because at the moment you can see that the Nikkei is considerably higher over there in Tokyo. That's really due to the weaker yen. That's boosting a lot of the exporters. But we are seeing a flat open in Hong Kong, a fairly flat market in Australia as well. They're pretty much taking their cues from Wall Street overnight. And that's it for this edition of Asia Business Report.
Hello, welcome. Let's bring you up to date with our top stories this hour. MPs in Britain have voted to request a delay to Brexit as the Prime Minister prepares for a third attempt next week to pass her deal. A former British soldier is charged with murder almost 50 years after Bloody Sunday, when 13 civilians were killed in Londonderry. Almost a quarter of people who were diagnosed with cancer in England at the end of last year had to wait more than 2 months for their treatment to begin. That's according to the latest figures, which showed the worst performance on record. The health service target is for treatment to begin within 62 days of an urgent GP referral. But it's been repeatedly missed for 3 years now. Here's our health editor, Hugh Pym.
Lisa's at home for a few days. Next week she'll be back in hospital for another round of chemotherapy. She has advanced bowel cancer which has spread. She experienced symptoms, but it was more than a year before she was diagnosed, and then there were delays before treatment started.
It came as a massive shock. You feel that there's no support there. You're given this huge, horrible diagnosis, and then you're almost left in limbo because you don't know what the next move is going to be.
Lisa's one of the increasing number whose treatment didn't start within 2 months of a GP referral, which is the NHS target in England. Scotland and Wales have also missed targets. Cancer charities say there aren't enough staff.
Although staff are working harder than ever before, there just simply aren't enough people to do the tests that we need. So it's great that we're trying to drive through early diagnosis, but unless we have the staff needed to keep up with that demand, we're not going to see the change we want.
Take a deep breath in.
NHS England has funded schemes like this to try to catch lung cancer early. A spokesperson said more people than ever were coming forward for cancer checks, and there was new investment in treatment.
I'm very angry. I would say anger is probably one of my most common emotions.
Lisa has worked most of her career in the NHS. Her mum had bowel cancer as well. She feels her cancer should have been picked up much earlier.
I feel like, the NHS has let me down in some ways, and that I don't want to face death and I don't want to think about that, but it may be a reality for me in the next few years. And sometimes that fires me on to help other people, to make sure that this is something that we can diagnose much earlier and treat much earlier.
Hugh Pym, BBC News.
Sport Today coming up next.
Hello there, I'm Tolson Tollett and this is Sport Today, live from the BBC Sports Centre. Coming up on this programme, five-time champions Sevilla are stunned by Slavia Prague as late extra-time winner sends the Spaniards out of the Europa League. Belinda Bencic is through to the semi-finals in Indian Wells after a 3-set win over Karolina Pliskova. And history at Cheltenham as Bryony Frost becomes the first female jockey to ever ride a Grade 1 winner at the festival. Hello there and welcome to the programme. All that and more to come. But we start with the news that five-time champions Sevilla have been knocked out of the Europa League, losing in extra time to a late Slavia Prague goal in the Czech Republic. Colm Harrison looks back on a night of late drama.
All square at 2-2 from the first leg, Slavia Prague struck first in the return through Cameroonian defender Michael Ngadeo Ngajwi. The two sides then traded penalties either side of half-time, with Wissam Ben Yedder equalising for Sevilla before the break, only for Thomas Souček to edge Slavia back in front early in the second half. That made it 2-1 on the night to the Czechs and 4-3 on aggregate. The Spaniards were heading out until Munir El Haddadi claimed a second equaliser for Sevilla. With the two sides level on the night and on aggregate and away goals, that meant extra time. Franco Vasquez scored early in the first period and Sevilla were back in front in the tie for the first time since the first half of the first leg. That left Slavia needing to score twice. Even when Mick van Buren made it 3-3 on the night, Sevilla was still ahead on away goals. But in the 119th minute, Ibrahim Traore scored the goal that completed a stunning comeback for the Czechs. 4-3 winners on the night, 6-5 on aggregate, and it's Slavia Prague who were through to the last 8. Colm Harrison, BBC News.
Elsewhere, Chelsea took a 3-0 lead into the second leg of their tie against Dynamo Kiev, where Olivier Giroud scored a hat-trick as they won the second leg 5-0. Marcus Alonso and Callum Hudson-Odoi got the other goals as Chelsea completed an 8-0 aggregate victory.
We were able to score after 5 minutes, and so for the opponents was really a very difficult situation. I think that we played a very good first half. In the second half we managed the result, but I think a wonderful performance for 90 minutes.
Arsenal are also through to the last 8 after overturning a 3-1 first-leg deficit against Rennes. Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang scored twice as the Gunners won the second leg 3-0, with Ainsley Maitland-Niles getting the other as Arsenal went through 4-3 on aggregate.
This comeback was very difficult, but I think our reaction is very good reaction, every players. And playing under pressure is good. Playing under pressure, growing up under pressure, each player like a team, and feel difficult moment to give us our best performance in this moment.
Elsewhere, 3-time winners Inter Milan went out, losing their second leg 1-0 at home to Eintracht Frankfurt. Napoli went through despite losing the second leg in Austria against Salzburg. Benfica needed extra time to see off Dinamo Zagreb, with Villarreal and Valencia meaning two Spanish teams qualify for Friday's quarter-final draw. On to tennis, where Belinda Bencic has moved through to the semi-finals at Indian Wells with a 3-set victory over 5th seed Karolina Pliskova It's a 12th successive win for the 22-year-old Swiss, who knocked out former champion Naomi Osaka in the previous round. She's still on course for a second successive tour win after her victory in Dubai last month. Bencic now plays Angelique Kerber, who's just beaten Venus Williams, winning it 7-6, 6-3. In the men's event, Canada's 13th seed Milos Raonic enjoyed a comfortable 6-3, 6-4 win over lucky loser Miomir Kekmanovic of Serbia. The world number 130 lost in the final round of qualifying, but was invited back after Wimbledon finalist Kevin Anderson pulled out injured. However, Raonic prevailed and will play either Gael Monfils or Dominic Thiem in the last four. Jockey Bryony Frost made Cheltenham Festival history on Thursday as she became the first woman to ride a top-level Grade 1 win over jumps. Frodon landed an emotional triumph for her and trainer Paul Nicholls in the Ryanair chase. Our sports correspondent Andy Swiss has more.
Well, what a memorable day we've had here at Cheltenham, and a little bit of history in one of the big races of the day, the Ryanair Chase, which was won by Bryony Frost on board her horse Frodon. Now, Frost, in the process, became the first female jockey to win a Grade 1 race over the jumps in the history of the festival. It was some ride by her, and she got a wonderful reception when she came back here afterwards.
Honestly, it was bonkers. I was like, oh my God, yeah. And then they said, well, that's the first time it's ever been done. And you think, well, hey, that's a cool thing, isn't it? And they say, like, fairy tales, they don't really come true, only on very rare occasions. Well, I guess I've flipped the coin and I've landed on a rare occasion today.
That was followed by, in the very next race, the Stayers Hurdle, another poignant victory, this time for the horse Paisley Park. Now, Paisley Park is owned by Andrew Gemmell, who has been blind since he was born. He follows the racing via the on-course commentary, via the radio, and he was able to share in all the celebrations. He later said it was like a dream come true. Still to come on the final day of the festival, of course, it's the Cheltenham Gold Cup, with Native River looking to defend the crown that he won here 12 months ago.
The Special Olympics have begun in Abu Dhabi with a plea for global tolerance. The chairman of the movement spoke of a world where everyone is on the playing field of life. The Special Olympics is the international games for competitors with intellectual disability. Some 200 nations are involved in the Abu Dhabi Games, more than ever before, as Joe Wilson reports.
This is what the opening ceremony for the biggest ever Special Olympics looks like. 200 nations involved in Abu Dhabi. It's what inclusion looks like. Why should an intellectual disability stop anyone doing sport? That's the starting point. But when you talk to some of the competitors here, more stories emerge. Sport is a route to self-esteem, to fun, well, to life.
If you didn't have the sport to do, Karen, what do you think your life would be like?
Totally different. I wouldn't be out and about. I'd be still stuck in my room doing absolutely nothing, because I met my husband through Special Olympics as well.
The one who wins is the one who thinks he can.
The Special Olympics promotes itself with some familiar sporting faces, but being in the Middle East is new.
Good luck, Special Olympians!
Recently, the UAE was both commended by the UN and urged to ensure the prohibition of discrimination for people with disabilities. The Minister for Community Development here insists the government takes disability rights seriously.
So when people think of Abu Dhabi and the UAE, you would like them to think of it as a place of tolerance and inclusivity.
Absolutely.
That's what you're trying to...
Absolutely. Tolerance and inclusion are the two major words for us, not only this year, but I mean, specific in 2019 is going to be our focus.
The Special Olympics continues to represent a different notion of sport. Everyone here wants to win, but there are no medal tables and national rivalries are discouraged. When British gymnast Shane Baxter finished his routine, he was congratulated by his coach. But in the Special Olympics, it's perfectly natural. He should be congratulated as well by Japan's coach. Joe Wilson, BBC News, Abu Dhabi.
Wonderful stuff. Now on to golf, where Tommy Fleetwood and Keegan Bradley are the joint one-shot leaders after the first round of the Players' Championship in Florida. They're on 7 under par, but the shot of the day belongs to Ryan Moore with this when he well and truly aced the famous par 3 17th, known as the Island Green, when he managed to not only get the ball in the hole, but he did it on the full. Still trying to do that, still trying. Anyway, skiing where Michaela Schifrin won the World Cup Super G Crystal Globe for the first time, adding it to the overall title and the Slalom Globe. She's already won this season. The American clinched the title in Andorra after finishing tied for 4th. She's almost certain to add the giant Slalom Globe at the same venue on Sunday, when she only needs to finish in the first 15 places. Now, if she does, she'll become the first skier, male or female, to collect World Cup titles in overall slalom, giant slalom and the Super G in a single season. Mitchelton Scott's Simon Yates won stage 5 of the Paris-Nice on Thursday, an individual time trial, as Team Sky's Mikhail Kwiatkowski finished 3rd to retain his overall race lead. Yates over 18 minutes down in the general classification, following his struggles through the crosswind stages, powered through the 25.5 kilometre time trial in an impressive 30 minutes and 26 seconds. Now, Friday's stage 6 is a hilly 176.5 kilometre trek from Peña to Brignola. And that is about all we've got time for, sadly. So for myself, Tolson Tollett, and the rest of the wonderful Sport Today team, until next time, bye-bye.
Hello again. A quick look at what's happening in East Africa's Mozambique, first of all, because here Cyclone Idai is making landfall near Mozambique's 4th biggest city. Now, prior to landfall, the winds were gusting at 140 miles an hour, so damaging gusts of wind working into this part of Mozambique. We're highly likely to see some severe flooding, so the weather just looks really nasty over the next few days in Mozambique. We may all hear some stories about that over coming days. Here in the UK, well, our windy, blustery spell of weather is set to continue, but obviously nothing on that kind of scale. And if you're heading outside over the next few hours, there is the chance of some rain around. Low pressure is in charge of our weather. And still, we've got those reasonably tightly packed isobars over the UK today. So it is going to be another blustery kind of day. Outbreaks of rain across England and Wales tending to trickle southwards. Never really getting away from southwest England, where it could end up being quite a damp day. Similar picture too for southern parts of Wales. Further northwards, well, at least you get some sunshine, but here again there will be a number of blustery showers, Northern Ireland, Northern England and Scotland, and it will feel quite cool in the wind with those temperatures, well, 5 to 7 degrees across northern areas. And the showers continue to feed in overnight, but at the same time, Friday night sees a pulse of heavier rain working back northwards into Northern Ireland and across England and Wales. Now, we could see a bit of snow for a time over the high ground, and there is potential for multiple hazards around, really, as we start off the weekend, thanks to this developing quite nasty area of low pressure. What might catch your eye is the snow. Well, we're going to see some of that over the high ground of Northern Ireland, Northern England and Scotland. Could see around 10 to 20 centimetres above 350 metres elevation, but some snow could get down to lower levels for a time. It's going to be very wet across the hills of Northern England and Wales. Over the high ground of Wales, we could see 100 millimetres of rain, bringing a risk of some localised flooding. And then there's the winds. The winds could gust up to around 50 or 60 miles an hour for southern Wales, southern England, perhaps 70 miles an hour in the most exposed locations. So all of these weather elements add up to the risk of some disruptive weather as we go on through the first part of the weekend. Now, that system actually strengthens as it leaves the UK, so across eastern Scotland could have some very strong winds for a time here. And on Sunday, northwesterly winds flowing in across the UK, bringing plenty of showers across northern and western areas. A few of those blowing in across more inland parts through central and eastern England, central and eastern parts of Scotland as well. The showers quite intense, could still have a wintry flavour to them over the high ground, and it will feel cool in the wind with temperatures reaching a high at best of around 10. That's your weather.
Stories set to shape the news agenda. Headlines, freshly written. Original perspectives on the day's unfolding narratives. See the bigger picture as it emerges. The Papers, weeknights at 10:40 and 11:30 on the BBC News Channel.
Some days of the week are just different. Get your fill of tech, travel, sport and documentaries. Weekends on the BBC News Channel.
We are Bradford! We are Bradford! We are Bradford!
And we are Bradford.
And this week the BBC is in Bradford.
So join us on the BBC News Channel as we hear what matters most in this city. We are Bradford, this week across the BBC.
Very warm welcome to BBC News, broadcasting to our viewers in North America and around the globe. My name is Mike Embley. Our top stories.
The eyes to the right, 412. The nose to the left, 202.
The British Parliament votes to request a delay on Brexit as a deadlock on the deal drags on. President Trump threatens a veto as both houses of Congress reject his border emergency with the help of rebels from his own party. Former British soldier is charged with murder almost 50 years after the Bloody Sunday killings in Northern Ireland. And a masterstroke by police. They used a fake painting to foil thieves in Italy. First, though, as we go on now, we need to bring you some breaking news just coming in. We're chasing more on this, but we are getting reports of gunshots near a mosque in Christchurch in New Zealand. Police are warning of a critical incident. I quote, Canterbury Police have issued a statement that armed officers have been deployed in central Christchurch on Friday on reports that several shots had been fired. They've asked people in the centre of the city to stay indoors, or schools in the area have been placed in lockdown. It's just after 3 in the afternoon, local time right now. Local media are saying shots have been fired near a mosque within the past couple of hours. We will get more on that as soon as we can and bring it straight to you. Now, let's move on for a moment. The British Parliament has voted overwhelmingly to ask the European Union to delay Brexit. The request still needs the unanimous approval of all 27 other EU countries. It could mean the UK may not leave the bloc until the end of June if MPs approve the Prime Minister's withdrawal agreement next week. They have already rejected it twice. If they reject it again, it could mean a longer delay. Most of Theresa May's own party voted against her motion for a delay. She had to rely on opposition parties to get it through. This from our political editor, Laura Kunzberg.
Speeding back to number 10, with Brexit going slow. The Prime Minister's voice that we could leave this month, isolated for weeks. Now drowned out.
The eyes to the right, 412. The nose to the left, 202.
MPs voting clearly to say Brexit should be delayed.
Thank you. The eyes to the right, 412. The nose to the left, 202. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock.
Theresa May wasn't there to hear it read out loud, to face reality perhaps. Our government accepting we might not leave the EU before the end of June.
After the last few days of government chaos and some defeats, all of us now have the opportunity and the responsibility to work together to find a solution to the crisis facing this country. Mr. Speaker,
Labour has its own noisy struggles. The party says it wants another referendum, but wouldn't vote for one today.
The whole purpose ought to be to protect communities that are stressed and worried. Those people are worried about the future of their jobs and their industries. Our job is to try to meet the concerns of the people who sent us here in the first place.
Nor is the government ready to give up on the hope Brexit might happen before June.
Redouble our resolve to get this through and to deliver in what I very strongly believe is the national interest. And people do have strong views, of course they do. And in fact, you want your politicians to have strong views. I've got a very strong view. My very strong view is that the Prime Minister's deal is the best way to deliver on the referendum result.
An extension is a step in the right direction because the government haven't brought this together after all this time. We still need to find a way through this.
There was a rare, if maybe short-lived, sigh of relief for number 10.
The ayes to the right, 312. The noes to the left, 314.
They saw off by only 2 votes, an attempt by MPs to take charge of Brexit altogether.
I'm disappointed that my amendment lost by 2, but we have gained something this evening. The deal has been defeated again by a large margin. No deal under any circumstances has been defeated by Parliament, and the Prime Minister is going to have to apply for an extension.
And without Labour support, the independent group's push for another referendum was smashed. But while Brexit is now unlikely to happen on time,
we demand a people's vote!
And although the Prime Minister's deal has been chucked out twice, that doesn't mean she's giving up on getting it through Parliament. And might that be the sound of one of her allies, who says no right now, tiptoeing to yes?
When you come to the end of a negotiation, that's when you really start to see the whites of people's eyes, if you like, and you get down to the point where you make a deal. And we want to see a deal because we want a deal that's good for the whole of the United Kingdom, and that's what we're focusing on.
Just in case the Prime Minister didn't have enough woe at home, that supposed special friend couldn't help but pitch in too.
I'm surprised at how badly it's all gone from the standpoint of a negotiation. But I gave the Prime Minister my ideas on how to negotiate it, and I think you would have been successful. She didn't listen to that, and that's fine. I mean, she's got to do what she's got to do.
To do what she has to do? If only it were so simple. Number 10 must try to govern this mess and survive.
Laura Kunzberg first there. The US Senate has voted to overturn President Trump's national emergency order, his latest attempt to get taxpayers' money to build a wall on the southern border. It was an election promise, although throughout the campaign he promised Mexico would pay. 12 Republican senators went against their party. The motion had already passed the House of Representatives, which is controlled by the Democrats. But it does look certain Mr. Trump will now veto it. Gary O'Donoghue reports from Washington.
Building a border wall between the US and Mexico is President Trump's top priority, promising during the election campaign that Mexico would pay for it too. But Mexico is not paying for the wall, and Congress has been reluctant to grant the president the billions of dollars he wants to complete the project. It was this impasse over money that led to the longest ever shutdown in US government history, as 800,000 federal workers went without pay for 5 weeks. Eventually, the president backed down, but said he would use national emergency powers to take money from other areas. Speaking before today's vote, he remained defiant.
We have very, very bad laws that are archaic, that were put in by Democrats, and the Republicans didn't fight hard enough at the time. That was a long time before me, but we have catch and release, and we have chain migration, and we have all sorts of things that are horrible. And the world is laughing at the laws that were passed with respect to us. And we are going to have a very strong border very soon. We're building a lot of wall. There's a lot of wall going up.
But Democrats and a number of Republicans have argued that the national emergency powers were not designed to get around Congress's constitutional rights to raise and spend money. After the Democratic-controlled House voted to overturn the emergency order, the Senate has now followed suit, with 12 Republicans going against the president.
Today's votes cap a week of something the American people haven't seen enough of in the past 2 years. Both parties in the United States Congress standing up to Donald Trump. In 2 days, Congress has delivered three major rebukes to the president and stood up for transparency, accountability, and the constitutional powers of our branch of government.
The vote brought a blunt tweet from the president, just one word: veto. As things stand, there aren't the votes in Congress to prevent that veto. Nevertheless, this is a significant blow to the president's authority, though he will see advantages in picking a fight over his signature policy. Gary O'Donoghue, BBC News, Washington.
Let's go live now to Washington DC and our correspondent Chris Buckler. Well, Chris, where do you think this goes next?
Well, I think it goes to those big letters which Donald Trump typed out on Twitter, V-E-T-O, veto. He is going to get his own way as far as he's concerned, as far as this national emergency is concerned. And in some ways, he doesn't care what Senate or Congress has to say. He is determined to push ahead with this policy of building the wall on the southern border. After all, it was something he promised back in 2016. And as he looks towards a presidential election in 2020, he again is trying to prove that he is doing what he promised he would do. But it is interesting just to see that there were Republicans who were not prepared to go along with Donald Trump. Now, there are different reasons for that. It's not because of the border or because they think he's wrong in pushing this issue of the border, but it is really about the realms and the extent of presidential authority, just what they should be able to do. Now, undoubtedly, President Trump will regard this as Congress picking a fight, but they will say back that if you take a look at the Constitution, it's supposed to be Congress that decides how money is spent. The President is trying to take over that and make that decision as far as the wall is concerned. And there are Republicans also concerned about what it could mean in the future. Could, for example, a Democratic president come in and start to make decisions about climate change and gun control, saying that was a national emergency too? It's why you have some Republican loyalists to Donald Trump voting effectively against him. For example, Rand Paul, somebody who has been very powerful in the support of Donald Trump. But ultimately, they can rebuke, they can try to stop Donald Trump from doing this. But as far as they're concerned, they know it's going to go ahead because there's not that 2/3 majority in the House to stop this from actually happening. Ultimately, he will get his national emergency and he hopes that he will get his wall.
Well, we'll keep track of that, Chris. Thank you very much. Let's quickly round up some more of the main news for you. The Israeli army is saying it started airstrikes on sites in Gaza in retaliation for 2 rockets fired from Gaza towards Tel Aviv, which caused no casualties or damage. Hamas, which controls Gaza, says its members did not fire the rockets and says it will take action against those responsible. Nigerian emergency services have called off their search for survivors in the rubble of a 4-story building in Lagos. It collapsed on Wednesday, killing its estimated 11 people. 50 were rescued. The building housed a primary school and had been scheduled for demolition 2 years ago. The highest court in Connecticut has allowed families of children killed in the Sandy Hook school shooting to sue the maker of the gun used in the massacre. 20 children and 6 staff were killed, of course, in 2012. By a gunman using a Remington AR-15 Bushmaster. The lawsuit is based on the assertion that companies knowingly marketed a military-grade weapon unsuitable for civilian use. It is widely expected to go to the Supreme Court. There have been protests in the Brazilian city of Rio de Janeiro after delays in the investigation into the death of a local politician, an LGBT activist. Former police officer and another man were arrested earlier this week in connection with the killing a year ago of Marielle Franco and her driver. It's still not known who ordered the murder. A former British soldier has been charged with murder almost half a century after Bloody Sunday, when 13 civilians were shot dead by British paratroopers on the streets of Northern Ireland. The man, identified only as Soldier F, faces 2 counts of murder, 4 of attempted murder. The decision to prosecute just one soldier has been met with very mixed feelings from the victims' families, as Emma Vardy reports.
Etched into the fabric of this city, the events that unfolded on Bloody Sunday have cast a long shadow. Today, retreading the route, families of victims marched again. In 1972, this demonstration began peacefully. But rioting broke out in the area of Derry known as the Bogside. The British Parachute Regiment had come to make arrests. But when it was over, 13 people lay dead. The Savile inquiry found none of those killed had been armed. Some were shot in the back as they took cover. Another killed as he lay on the ground. This morning, the first indication of the long-awaited news.
A decision has been taken to prosecute one former soldier, Soldier F, for the murder of James Ray and for the murder of William McKinney.
These were the men Soldier F is alleged to have killed. He was a Lance Corporal who's been given anonymity. Soldier F said he fired on nail bombers. His account was rejected. The inquiry concluded he didn't care whether or not those he fired at posed a threat.
We have walked a long journey since our fathers and brothers were brutally slaughtered on the streets of Derry on Bloody Sunday.
Families of other victims were told there was not enough evidence to charge the remaining paratroopers involved.
There cannot be one law for the military and political elite and one law for the others. Thank you.
For the brother of William McKinney, this is a day he'd thought may never come, but no celebration.
There's no joy in a situation like this anyway. This is too serious. It's a feeling of the person who murdered my brother, the person who's responsible for that, is going to be brought to book.
Is one prosecution enough?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Relatives of some victims hoped for more.
I just was absolutely gutted. I came down here today saying that's me, that's the end of the road for me now, that's it, no matter what happens. I don't feel like that now, I'm fighting on.
It's taken prosecutors 2 years, considering thousands of pieces of information, to reach this moment. And it is a decision steeped in controversy. Today, the Defence Secretary, Gavin Williamson, said the government would offer Soldier F full legal support and would make urgent reforms, saying former military personnel cannot live in fear of prosecution.
I'm not sure this is justice, and I'm not sure it is justice for the families either. I'm not sure how this guy's going to get a fair trial. I don't know how the evidence is going to stand up from 47 years ago when there's no new sort of physical ballistic evidence or something like that.
Bloody Sunday was a watershed in Northern Ireland's conflict. It added to a sense of injustice and galvanised the IRA's campaign. The repercussions are still felt today. Emma Vardy, BBC News, Derry.
Let's just take you back to that breaking news from Christchurch, New Zealand. We've just seen these pictures coming in from the local hospital there. Casualty being stretchered out of an ambulance into the hospital. We cannot confirm at the moment. We know simply that there have been reports of gunshots near a mosque in Christchurch. Police warning of a critical incident. They've issued a statement saying that armed officers have been deployed in central Christchurch on reports that several shots were fired. They've asked people in the centre of the city to stay indoors. All schools have been placed on lockdown. It's just after 3:15 in the afternoon there. Local media report shots fired near a mosque within the past couple of hours. There are reports from local media that several people were injured inside the building. As I say, police warning people to avoid the area. Armed police, we understand, clearing buildings in the vicinity. I think thousands of children too were at the time holding a rally for action on climate change in Cathedral Square. That has now been cleared, we understand. And there are reports again, which we can't confirm, of a second mosque being evacuated. This quote from the Police Commissioner Mike Bush saying a serious and evolving situation is occurring in Christchurch with an active shooter. Police are responding with its full capability to manage the situation. But as he puts it, the risk environment remains extremely high. As I say, all people are asked to stay indoors. Schools are locked down till further notice. I think we can now speak to our correspondent, Hal Griffith. Hal, what more do you have on this?
Well, as you said, it's a very fluid situation at the moment. A little bit of information coming in from everywhere. As you said, the statement from the police commissioner describing it as an active situation. So much of Christchurch in lockdown. That includes the hospital, includes schools, council buildings as well. We're expecting to hear from Jacinda Ardern, the New Zealand Prime Minister, within the next hour. We understand that she's cancelled all her engagements, has gone into an emergency meeting with cabinet ministers, clearly trying to assess the scale of urgency and potentially the scale, tragically, of the casualties. Now, we understood there were some 300 people within that mosque when a gunman, some reports suggest a gunman wearing a helmet, came in and we understand started to open fire. There are no real solid numbers at the moment in terms of injuries or potential fatalities, but tragically, we know from past incidents that now is a realistic possibility. A huge emergency operation at the moment with police and with paramedics at the scene. We also understand there were some members of the Bangladeshi cricket team who were at the mosque for Friday prayers. There are some pictures we've seen of them walking away casually from the scene, but we simply do not know at the moment the scale of the shooting inside or how many people may have been hurt.
Yes, Hal, I think what alerted quite a few people, wasn't it, was that tweet from a reporter following the Bangladesh team, obviously currently in New Zealand, saying that the team had escaped from a mosque near Hagley Park where there were active shooters, in the plural. Any indication whether there are people still on the loose?
The police, as you said yourself, is an active scene, therefore suggests that at the time that statement was issued, the shooter or shooters hadn't been apprehended, and there are, again, unverified reports of a second mosque being involved. So potentially this could be an orchestrated effort by more than one person, but we simply do not have the clear information yet to put those pieces together. I think that's actually what the police will be doing now, is trying to piece together what they know about who is where, checking against records for individuals they may have thought could potentially be a risk of some terror threat. Now, this seems to have been an attack, orchestrated attack against Muslims within New Zealand, so they'll be looking to see for anyone, any records they have of someone who is known to hold extreme views against the Muslim population within Christchurch or further afield. But obviously their priority will be tracking down and locking down anyone who's deemed to be a threat.
Do you have any sense how well set up, how well prepared New Zealand is for an incident such as this?
Like many developed nations, New Zealand has an emergency plan. It goes straight away to Gold Command, and therefore people within the police and the emergency services will know the routine. Happily, I suppose, it's not routine they've had to put into practice too many times. This isn't a country which has seen maybe the same level of terrorist incidents as other developed countries, including here in Australia. However, they will have their orders to follow, and that will include feeding messages back to Wellington, to the Prime Minister and to cabinet ministers in order to potentially to make more overarching decisions. But at the moment, it seems to be a very active and dynamic scene on the ground in Christchurch.
Hal, thank you very much for that. Obviously, we will come back to that as soon as we have more reliable information. Thank you. Let's move on just for the moment to something very different. Obviously, we will go back to that breaking news as soon as we have more. We're moving on to one of a new generation of female jockeys. 23-year-old Bryony Frost has certainly made a mark in the sport. She has become the first woman to win a Grade 1 jumps race at the Cheltenham Festival. She described her win as a dream come true. Andy Swiss was there to watch history being made.
Well, what a memorable day we've had here at Cheltenham, and a little bit of history in one of the big races of the day, the Ryanair Chase, which was won by Bryony Frost on board her horse Frodon. Now, Frost, in the process, became the first female jockey to win a Grade 1 race over the jumps in the history of the festival. It was some ride by her, and she got a wonderful reception when she came back here afterwards.
Honestly, it was bonkers. I was like, oh my God, yeah. And then they said, well, that's the first time it's ever been done. And you think, well, hey, that's a cool thing, isn't it? And they say, like, fairy tales, they don't really come true, only on very rare occasions. Well, I guess I've flipped the coin and I've landed on a rare occasion today.
That was followed by, in the very next race, the Stayers Hurdle, another poignant victory, this time for the horse Paisley Park. Now, Paisley Park is owned by Andrew Gemmell, who has been blind since he was born. He follows the racing via the on-course commentary, via the radio, and he was able to share in all the celebrations. He later said it was like a dream come true. Still to come on the final day of the festival, of course, it's the Cheltenham Gold Cup, with Native River looking to defend the crown that he won here 12 months ago.
Andy Swiss with that report. Let's just take you back to that breaking news and those pictures we had coming in just now from Christchurch, New Zealand. I think we can show you again the scene outside the hospital. Plainly a casualty being stretchered into the hospital there from an ambulance. That news as we have it so far. There were reports of gunshots in or near a mosque in Christchurch, New Zealand. Possibly 2 mosques. Police are warning of at least 1 critical incident. They have armed officers deployed in central Christchurch, just coming up to 3:30 in the afternoon there on Friday. They've asked people in the centre of the city to stay indoors. All schools in Christchurch have been placed into lockdown. Local media reported shots fired near a mosque within the past couple of hours. We can't time it any more accurately than that at the moment. We understand in the first mosque that we have information about, there were about 300 people. There are reports of a gunman wearing a helmet coming in there. There are other reports, a tweet from a reporter following the Bangladesh cricket team, which is in New Zealand at the moment, who were apparently in the mosque. Some reports from that tweet suggested active shooters in the plural. I cannot confirm that. We cannot confirm that. TVNZ is reporting from one eyewitness, multiple people shot. The Associated Press has a witness saying many dead in a mass shooting at a mosque in the New Zealand city of Christchurch. Again, we cannot confirm that. I'll present it to you for what it is worth. We know at the moment, as I say, that armed officers have been deployed in central Christchurch. We know there were reports of gunshots in or near at least 1 mosque. There is a possibility of another mosque under attack. What does seem clear is that there are still active shooters. There is still at least 1 active shooter. There may be more. There is a witness who's spoken to the broadcaster One News, speaking of seeing 3 people lying on the ground, bleeding outside the first mosque. Again, we cannot confirm that. We simply have TVNZ talking, one eyewitness to TVNZ talking of multiple people shot, and AP talking about several people shot. We will bring you more as soon as we can. I should stress that the latest report also suggests the entire Bangladesh team were safe after that shooting in Christchurch. We will bring you more on that as soon as we have it. There is more on all the news for you anytime on the BBC website. Thank you for watching.
Hello again. A quick look at what's happening in East Africa's Mozambique, first of all, because here Cyclone Idai is making landfall near Mozambique's 4th biggest city. Now, prior to landfall, the winds were gusting at 140 miles an hour, so damaging gusts of wind working into this part of Mozambique. We're highly likely to see some severe flooding, so the weather just looks really nasty over the next few days in Mozambique. We may all hear some stories about that over coming days. Here in the UK, well, our windy, blustery spell of weather is set to continue, but obviously nothing on that kind of scale. And if you're heading outside over the next few hours, there is the chance of some rain around. Low pressure is in charge of our weather. And still, we've got those reasonably tightly packed isobars over the UK today. So it is going to be another blustery kind of day. Outbreaks of rain across England and Wales tending to trickle southwards. Never really getting away from southwest England, where it could end up being quite a damp day. Similar picture too for southern parts of Wales. Further northwards, well, at least you get some sunshine, but here again there will be a number of blustery showers, Northern Ireland, Northern England and Scotland, and it will feel quite cool in the wind with those temperatures of 5 to 7 degrees across northern areas. And the showers continue to feed in overnight, but at the same time, Friday night sees a pulse of heavier rain working back northwards into Northern Ireland and across England and Wales. Now, we could see a bit of snow for a time over the high ground, and there is potential for multiple hazards around, really, as we start off the weekend, thanks to this developing quite nasty area of low pressure. What might catch your eye is the snow. Well, we're going to see some of that over the high ground of Northern Ireland, Northern England and Scotland. Could see around 10 to 20 centimetres above 350 metres elevation, but some snow could get down to lower levels for a time. It's going to be very wet across the hills of northern England and Wales. Over the high ground of Wales, we could see 100 millimetres of rain, bringing a risk of some localised flooding. And then there's the winds. Winds could gust up to around 50 or 60 miles an hour for southern Wales, southern England, perhaps 70 miles an hour in the most exposed locations. So all of these weather elements add up to the risk of some disruptive weather as we go on through the first part of the weekend. Now that system actually strengthens as it leaves the UK, so across eastern Scotland could have some very strong winds for a time here. And on Sunday, northwesterly winds flowing in across the UK, bringing plenty of showers across northern and western areas. A few of those blowing in across more inland parts through central and eastern England, central and eastern parts of Scotland as well. The showers quite intense, could still have a wintry flavour to them over the high ground, and it will feel cool in the wind with temperatures reaching a high at best of around 10. That's your weather.
Wherever you are, follow the story with BBC News. Use your smart speaker and ask for BBC News. Get headlines as they happen, with live updates. And if you're out and about, you can watch the BBC News channel live from the app. Follow the story, wherever you are, with BBC News.
والله بنحضر أبغاز كلار وما بقى نعرف وين نروح بحالنا.
Our World is a unique series of films on the BBC.
I want to be able to bring her home.
Offering personal insights into global events. Our World, stories that speak for themselves. Saturday and Sunday nights at 9:30 on the BBC News channel.
Latest headlines for you from BBC News. Police in New Zealand are saying they're responding to an active shooting situation in Christchurch. Local media say shots have been fired near a mosque and that multiple people have been injured. Much of the city is said to be on lockdown, with at least one active shooter on the loose.
Thank you.
Britain's Parliament has voted for the UK's departure from the European Union to be delayed, at least to request it, as the deadlock over a deal drags on. Officially, Brexit is due to happen in just 2 weeks, but the prospect of Britain leaving the EU looks very likely to be delayed. Rebel members of President Trump's party have helped pass a vote in the Senate to reject his declaration of an emergency on the southern border with Mexico. It means both houses of Congress have rejected the move, but President Trump says he will veto the resolution. It will be his first as president. Time now for Thursday in Parliament.
Hello again and welcome to Thursday in Parliament, as MPs back calls for a delay to Brexit.
We can expect the European Union to agree to a short technical extension to allow the necessary legislation to be carried through.
There may be strings attached.
Bringing back the deal for a third time without even the pretense that anything has changed, other than, of course, using up more time, is an act of desperation.
But slippers could be cheaper after Britain leaves the EU. Good news for rebel Tories?
Perhaps given the disorientation of certain of his ministerial colleagues last night, some might like to invest in a pair and retire early.
It was another tense night of voting here at Westminster. And at the end of it, something rather unusual happened.
The ayes to the right, 412. The noes to the left, 202.
Yes, the government, Theresa May's government, won a vote on Brexit. That means the UK may now not leave the EU on March the 29th after all. Mrs May says Brexit could be delayed by 3 months to the 30th of June if MPs back her withdrawal deal in another vote next week. But if they reject her deal again, and remember they've thrown it out twice, then she says she'll seek a longer extension. but any delay has to be agreed by the 27 other EU member states. The government also narrowly survived an attempt by backbench MPs to take control of the Brexit process.
The ayes to the right, 312. The noes to the left, 314.
A win is a win, even by 2 votes. In another vote, MPs overwhelmingly rejected calls for Brexit to be delayed to hold a second referendum. A second vote is Labour policy, but its MPs were told to abstain. More than 24 Labour MPs defied that instruction to vote for another vote. Labour argues that's an issue for another parliamentary day, and the day was about delaying Brexit. The votes followed more than 4 hours of debate, opened by the Prime Minister's deputy.
First, if the House has approved a meaningful vote by the 20th of March and agreed a timetable for the EU withdrawal agreement bill, we can expect the European Union to agree to a short technical extension to allow the necessary legislation to be carried through. If that proves, for whatever reason, not to be possible, we would be faced with the prospect of choosing only a long extension, during which the House would need to face up to the choices in front of it and the consequences of the decisions that it has taken.
And he set out those consequences with MPs offered more say.
I can confirm today that in such a scenario, the government, having consulted the usual channels at that time, would facilitate a process in the 2 weeks after the March European Council to allow the House to seek a majority on the way forward. But we should be clear about the consequences if that were to happen. If we are in the world of a longer extension for this House to come to a decision, then we will be required, as a condition, to hold European parliamentary elections in May.
But what message does my right honourable friend think it would send to those we represent if nearly 3 years after voting to leave the European Union, we held elections to the European Parliament?
I think that a great many people will feel that that was an act which had set aside the decision that they took in a democratic referendum 3 years ago.
Amid the questions on government policy, there were reminders of the parliamentary arithmetic.
He will know that a Cabinet Minister yesterday from that dispatch box basically said that more powers would be given to Dublin to be exercised over Northern Ireland. Now, the Minister will know how insulting that is to members who sit on this bench. And he will also know, the Minister will also know, that it's the members who sit on this bench that keep his party in power. Would the Minister care now to clarify that the Secretary of State misspoke from that dispatch box and that there will be no involvement in the internal affairs of Northern Ireland and its governments?
The Minister said the government still supported the Good Friday or Belfast Agreement. The SNP wanted to know what would happen if another country vetoed an extension.
But should there be a member state that doesn't agree to an extension, for example Hungary or Italy, would it not therefore be a matter of reality in politics that the revocation of Article 50 should be exactly what the government does? If that happens, will the government revoke Article 50?
Or crash out.
That would be a decision for the House to take. Well, it happened.
An answer that raised some eyebrows at the prospect of MPs being able to decide the way ahead. But Labour said the government had learned nothing from this week's defeats.
A simple motion today seeking a mandate from this House to ask for an extension of Article 50 for a length and purpose to be negotiated with the EU would pass by a hefty majority. But again, the Prime Minister risks splits, divisions and chaos by tabling a motion that wraps the question of whether there should be a third meaningful vote into what should be a simple question of extension. The idea of bringing back the deal for a third time without even the pretence that anything has changed, other than, of course, using up more time, is an act of desperation.
Labour came under renewed pressure to back another referendum.
Now it seems that his party's policy is to compromise with the government to facilitate Brexit. On that basis, could he confirm whether tonight, when the vote on Amendment H is called, will Labour be voting for a people's vote, abstaining, or voting against?
Sir Keir Starmer said Labour supported a public vote, but tonight's votes were about extending Article 50.
But I say to the right honourable member, our friend and colleague on the benches beside us, that we have that opportunity with the amendment today to express the views of people in the House of Commons that we must have a people's vote. And I implore him not to stand against the amendment today. But I'm afraid that Labour will be found out for what they are, a fraud, and they're participating in Brexit happening if they fail to back the people's vote this afternoon.
Great rhetoric, no substance.
The SNP leader was also scornful about the Prime Minister's approach.
So much for parliamentary democracy. The Prime Minister ignores what she calls the sovereignty of Parliament, and her action is underlining that this truly is a constitutional crisis.
Hear, hear.
Mr. Speaker, the only way out of the disaster is to put the decision on our EU membership back to the people. The people must take back control.
Ian Blackford. Several MPs had put forward changes to the government's proposal to extend the Brexit negotiating process. One came from the independent group of MPs, calling for a second referendum.
Nobody would seriously proceed on the basis of a consent form that was signed nearly 3 years ago. And furthermore, for young people in this country, they face being wheeled into the operating theatre for major constitutional, social and economic surgery based on a consent form that was signed by their grandparents nearly 3 years ago. And this is the point. Given the sheer weights and significance and implications for all of their futures, what is the constitutional outrage here, or the democratic outrage, about pausing to check that we have their consent?
One of the more contentious proposals was for Parliament to take control of the agenda next week in order to give MPs the chance to vote on various options.
The amendment seeks to do two things. The first is to set out the purpose for which an extension will be sought, and that is very simply to enable the House of Commons to find the way forward that can command majority support. That should not be contentious. Indeed, I am somewhat surprised that that was not included in the government's own motion. And the second aim is to enable the House of Commons next Wednesday to discuss how we are going to organise that process.
But as we've seen, his amendment was later narrowly defeated.
The question really is whether we're having a short extension or a meaningful extension. An extension that will facilitate the will of Parliament, which has expressed a clear desire to find a different deal, and I hope an extension that will allow for a people's vote, or just a short one to enable the Prime Minister to tie up her loose ends after she has bludgeoned us black and blue with her baneful deal and her robotic mantra of it's my deal or no deal.
A Labour MP had been looking through Parliament's handbook, which, he said, stated the government couldn't force a vote on a deal that had already been voted on.
They just can't keep on bringing back the same issue time and time again in the same session of Parliament because we've already decided it. And what is it that the government doesn't understand by losing a vote by more than 200, or by losing it on the second occasion by 149? And the biggest irony of all for me is the government repeatedly says the people can't have a second vote, but the House of Commons, we'll get them keeping on voting until they come up with the right answer.
But he didn't push that argument to a vote. There was clearly some anger on the Conservative backbenchers, with one MP even encouraging the opposition to table a vote of no confidence in his own government.
It seems to me that I expressed no confidence in the Prime Minister when we had a vote within our own parliamentary party, and my considered opinion now, Mr Speaker, is that were a similar vote to be held, the Prime Minister, there would be an overwhelming vote against the Prime Minister and an expression of no confidence in the Prime Minister. So one then thinks about the logical extension of that, and I'm not going to make any promises to the honourable gentleman now, but obviously it would need the leader of the opposition, essentially, to initiate such a move. And then obviously I think people on this side who feel that they are being betrayed will actually look carefully at the implications flowing from that.
You're watching Thursday in Parliament with me, David Cornock. Still to come, why don't more new fathers take parental leave? A former minister who was forced to resign for not backing government policy has taken a swipe at the decision not to sack frontbenchers who failed to vote with the government on Brexit. Greg Hands stood down as a trade minister last year to oppose the expansion of Heathrow Airport. On Wednesday night, 13 ministers, including cabinet members Greg Clark and Amber Rudd, didn't take part in one of the Brexit votes, but they haven't faced any action. Greg Hands made his comments at the start of international trade questions.
Mr Speaker, I must say I'm tempted to actually answer questions this morning due to the new constitutional innovation of ministers no longer having to resign when they disagree with government policy.
And he wasn't alone. Another former minister also criticised the front bench during a question on trade tariffs or taxes on internationally traded goods.
I notice that slippers are going to be charged at 17% less under these tariffs, and perhaps given the disorientation of certain of his ministerial colleagues last night, some might like to invest in a pair and retire early.
On Wednesday, the government set out the trade tariffs it would put in place in the event of a no-deal Brexit. It said it will cut rates to zero on 87% of the goods the UK imports. A Conservative MP reckoned that was an opportunity for change.
Can we, going forward, get away from the obscene nonsense where in the past we've given money in international aid to countries like Ethiopia to encourage cocoa farmers to produce agricultural products, quite rightly, only then obscenely for the EU to charge them tariffs of 30% when they try to sell the products of their hard labour back to us?
The honourable gentleman is, of course, quite right that one of the parts of the temporary arrangements which we are putting in place is to recognise that there are developing countries with whom we have agreements and with whom we have long supported, who require access to our markets tariff-free to ensure that they can sustain themselves through trade.
A Labour MP worried about the impact of tariffs on some UK farmers.
The National Farmers Union are profoundly concerned about the fact that they only have 2 weeks to prepare for the new tariff regime, particularly in view of the fact that cereals and egg producers will have no protection whatsoever. What discussions has the Minister had with the appropriate ministers in other departments to ensure support and compensation for those farmers?
We have placed tariffs on quite large numbers of vulnerable agricultural products, and we hope that the mix together is the right decision, not just for the producers, but also for consumers. I should remind the House that for those in the bottom 10 percentage points of income in this country, food is a very real cost every single day. Some 20% of their incomes are spent on food weekly. If we allowed inflation to roar away on products of this sort, people would find, at that end of the income scale, would find it very hard to feed themselves.
Labour's front bench turned to a possible future trade deal with the United States.
In the United States, pork is produced using ractopamine, which causes heart disease, and it's not treated for trichinosis, which can lead to stomach upset. The United States National Pork Producers Council wants its standards included in the US-UK trade deal, and they have the support of their government in this demand. This threat to food safety is completely unacceptable. So will the Minister rule out any reduction in food standards in international trade agreements?
The Minister repeated assurances that food standards should be maintained.
As to the requirements that the United States has laid out in its provisional negotiating strategy for its agreement with the United Kingdom, if the Honourable Gentleman looks carefully at previous such agreements and previous such outline mandates for the United States, he will find that they are almost exactly the same in every respect. That does not mean to say that they are delivered in that form.
In the Lords, Labour wanted to know what steps the government would take to amend the date of Brexit in law in the light of the Commons' vote to reject a no-deal Brexit.
This has been an extraordinary parliamentary week. On Tuesday, the Prime Minister was again defeated on her unchanged agreement with the EU. Last night, MPs rejected leaving the EU without a deal, and the Prime Minister has to now accept that she does not have the full support of her government or even her cabinet for her position. This House also emphatically rejected no deal. Yet, my Lords, in an extraordinary intransigent speech following the defeat in the Commons, Mrs May appears to want to ignore Parliament. My Lords, we're spending a great deal of time, energy and money, millions if not billions, on preparing for a no-deal failure. Our parliamentary recess is already cancelled and serious talk of longer, later and more sit-ins, including, I understand, on Saturdays. My Lords, there are even reports that the Prime Minister intends to further run down the clock to try and get her twice-defeated deal rejected, or by the House twice now, get that through. She's acting like the cruel parent who, when the child won't eat its dinner, serves up the same plate of cold food day after day until they're forced to accept the unwanted, the unpalatable and the dangerous.
Will the government now withdraw from the order paper all statutory instruments which would implement no-deal provisions on the basis that that is a complete waste of parliamentary time?
No, we won't. And the reason for that, and I'm even getting bored hearing myself repeat it, because the law of the land, as it's currently constituted, says that we leave the EU on the 29th of March. Article 50 says that in European law, which the Liberals want us to continue experiencing, and British domestic legislation says the same.
Is my noble friend aware that I have heard, and has he heard, that certain members of the ERG are communicating with individual governments within the European Union, seeking to persuade them to apply a veto if we do indeed request an extension?
Isn't it clear to him and to the Leader of the House and to the Chief Whip and to everyone concerned that there is absolutely no way that we are going to exit the European Union at the end of this month? We can't get the legislation through. Irrespective of what happens in the other place, there's no way the legislation can get through. Will the Minister at last admit that, accept reality, and also accept the financial penalty that he's going to incur?
In the light of the events of last night, what importance does Her Majesty's Government now attach to the doctrine of cabinet responsibility?
The doctrine of cabinet responsibility is, of course, extremely important. Those ministers who voted against the government last night have resigned. I think it's personally disappointing that some of the ministers did not support the government last night.
Lord Callanan. A former British soldier faces murder charges over the killing of 2 people on Bloody Sunday in Londonderry in 1972. 13 people were shot dead at a civil rights march on the 30th of January 1972. The Public Prosecution Service said there was enough evidence to prosecute Soldier F for the murders of James Ray and William McKinney. A DUP MP said he was there at the time and in the days leading up to the march when 2 police officers were killed.
I seek your guidance, Mr. Speaker, in what a parliamentarian like myself can do to draw attention to, for example, Peter Gilgun, the police officer who was murdered, David Montgomery, the other police officer who was murdered on the night, to draw attention to the imbalance, the massive imbalance in legacy investigations to our troubled past in Northern Ireland, where many innocent civilians, police and soldiers have not had their investigations carried out and no prosecutions have occurred, and we have the announcement that we are having today.
I have a constituent who served in Northern Ireland at the height of the Troubles, and he is extremely scared
that although he's done nothing wrong, he's going to be dragged through a process to rake over the coals of events of decades ago. When can we have a debate on the imbalance in the treatment of the people who serve this country bravely in Northern Ireland and the terrorists who dragged Northern Ireland through the Troubles for decades? And when can we have a debate about how we can bring closure and fairness for all those who serve this country bravely?
Yes, my honourable friend raises an incredibly important issue. The government recognises the terrible loss suffered by all those who lost loved ones during the Troubles. But we've said that the system needs to change to provide better outcomes for victims and survivors of the Troubles and to treat everyone fairly, including those who served in the armed forces and the police.
Andrea Leadsom. The government has been pressed to do more to boost the take-up of shared parental leave, which was introduced in 2015. It follows concern that only a small proportion of new fathers are taking up the option.
In the future, I think we will look back at the inequality of parental leave between fathers and mothers and wonder how on earth we thought it was okay to be like that. Does my honourable friend agree that we need to rebalance parental leave between men and women, mothers and fathers, so that parents get equal opportunities to spend time with their children and pursue their careers?
Absolutely, I agree with my right honourable friend that it's important that both parents are able to spend quality time with their children, particularly in their first year. But I would like to highlight to the honourable lady that in the 2017-18 take-up, there was HMRC reported by 9,200 employees that took up the scheme, and 80% of which were men.
Mr. Philip Holloway.
Does she think that that 80% figure is where we want to end up?
No. We want to encourage further take-up. We know that currently the take-up is between 2% and 8%, which is in line with our prediction. 80% is a good start, but I want to see more mothers and more fathers taking advantage of this shared parental leave policy.
With shared parental leave take-up at 2%, it's clear that it's not working for families across the UK. Now, if we're serious about closing the gender pay gap and tackling maternity discrimination, the government must increase the statutory paid leave for new fathers. Yep. Can the Minister confirm that as part of her ongoing review that she will consider extending this to 4 weeks to incentivise fathers to take that leave?
Here.
I would. I thank the honourable lady for her question, but the reality of it is we are looking here for a wider culture change. And if you look at other countries that have already implemented this scheme decades ago, they are still working to increase take-up. We're committed to looking at what the barriers are and why people aren't taking up the scheme, and then we will be, when we have an evidence base, we will then tweak our policies to make sure that more people are able to take up those schemes. And that's what I'm committed to do, Mr. Speaker.
Kelly Tolhurst. Now, after this week, nothing about Westminster should really surprise us anymore. And it's true that the Speaker did relax dress rules some time ago, so male MPs no longer need to wear a tie. Now, an SNP MP has reminded us that other forms of neckwear are available.
The honourable gentleman is an authentic representative of the Scottish Scouting movement, I believe. Mr David Linden.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. On Friday night I visited 5th Clyde Broomhouse Scouts Group in my constituency, and they gave me very kindly this necktie. But can we have a statement from the government encouraging people to join the local scout group? And when the Minister comes to the dispatch box, will she give a very firm thank you to the volunteers who go out on a Friday night to invest in these young lives?
Well, I think the honourable gentleman looks very fetching in his scout tie. That's fantastic to see. And I absolutely join with him in congratulating all those who volunteer their time to take part in scouting groups, which do so much for young people in our United Kingdom. I would encourage him to perhaps seek an adjournment debate or a Westminster Hall debate so that all honourable members can pay tribute to their own local scouting groups.
But why wasn't he wearing a woggle? We do indeed live in unusual times. Thank you for watching. I'll be back on BBC Parliament on Friday night at 11 o'clock with the Week in Parliament. And what a week it's turned out to be. Dib, dib, dib.
Hello again. We're going to start off with a quick look at the weather in East Africa's Mozambique, because here Cyclone Idai is making landfall near Mozambique's fourth largest city. Now, prior to landfall, the winds were gusting at 140 miles an hour, so damaging winds on the way for sure. And there's a very high chance, I think, of seeing some severe flooding from this storm system as well. So we might be hearing about the impacts from that cyclone over the next few days. For us at the moment, it's not desperately cold, but it's quite a blustery start to the day for many of us. Plenty of showers across northern areas, outbreaks of rain for England and Wales, trickling southwards, but never really getting away from southern Wales, southwest England, where it's likely to be quite a dull and a damp kind of day. Brighter skies further northwards, but we'll see plenty of showers, blustery showers blowing in across Scotland, Northern Ireland, Northern England as well. Temperatures are the highest, around 14 degrees in London, but most areas will be a good deal cooler than that. Those showers continue overnight in the north. At the same time, wet weather begins to return northwards into Northern Ireland across England and Wales, and we may well see some snow for a time developing over the northern Pennines. Well, that takes us into the weekend. And the weekend is all about this fairly serious area of low pressure that brings multiple hazards across the UK. What might catch your attention is the snowfall that we're expecting across Northern Ireland, Northern England and Scotland, where in the hills above 350 metres elevation, we could see around 10 to 20 centimetres of snow. So some disruptive weather high up, perhaps some snow getting down to lower levels for a time. Heavy rain for the Pennines and across the high ground in Wales, where we could see 100 millimetres of rain or so, promoting the risk of some flooding. And then the winds, very windy. Southern Wales, southern counties of England, gusts of wind expected to reach 50 to 60 miles an hour, perhaps 70 in places. So these weather elements could bring the risk of some disruption to different parts of the UK for different reasons as we start off the weekend. Now on into Sunday, the low pressure deepens as it leaves our shores. So very windy conditions across northern and eastern areas of Scotland. Quite blustery northwesterly winds nationwide, to be honest, and those winds will continue to drag in plenty of showers. Always most frequent across northern and western areas, yes, but the showers will get well inland, reaching eastern parts of the UK as well. So nowhere's immune. Feeling cold in the wind, temperatures at best reaching a high of around 10 degrees. That's your latest weather.
Very warm welcome to BBC News, broadcasting to our viewers in North America and around the globe. My name is Mike Embley. Our top stories. Police in New Zealand are responding to a shooting at a mosque in Christchurch. There are reports of multiple casualties.
I could hear screaming and crying, and I saw some people were, drop dead.
Hello to you. A lot of international news around, of course, but we need to bring you this breaking news first. Police in the city of Christchurch in New Zealand say they are responding to reports of gunshots at a mosque, possibly at more than one mosque. Police have warned of a serious and evolving situation with an active shooter. There are suggestions there may be more than one shooter. Canterbury Police issued a statement that armed officers have been deployed in the centre of the city on Friday. There are reports that several shots have been fired. They've asked people to stay indoors, and all schools in the city have been placed on lockdowns. Now, just after 4 in the afternoon, local time. I think we can speak now to our correspondent, Howell Griffith. Howell, are you getting any more on this? As ever with these situations, it's clearly an ugly situation, but there are all sorts of conflicting reports. What can you confirm?
Well, what we do know is that, almost 2 hours ago now, a gunman walked into the Masjid al-Nur Mosque in central Christchurch, where about 300 people were gathered for Friday prayers, and opened fire. We understand from eyewitnesses that a semi-automatic weapon and was firing, we believe, for over 10 minutes, walking from room to room. Now, some people who have come out and spoken to reporters on the ground talk about horrible scenes, bloodshed, people cowering, but dozens of people seriously injured and potentially fatalities too. We certainly don't have any numbers or sense of scales to how many people have been injured, but tragically it does seem very likely at this stage that people will be seriously, if not fatally, injured. Now, there are also unconfirmed reports of a shooting at a second mosque. That creates a possibility of a second shooter. We do not know if this person was working alone or if there is a second person involved, but that's where the police activity will be now, tracking down, they say, in this active dynamic situation, the shooter, and working out if there is more than one person involved. Also, in the last 10-20 minutes, we're hearing reports of some kind of right-wing manifesto being published online by an individual purporting to be the shooter. Now, we certainly can't verify that at the moment, but it does, in some detail, talk about a philosophy, a right-wing racist philosophy that is anti-Islam, anti-Muslims within New Zealand and globally as well. Now, that may potentially help the police work out what is happening and what may be ahead of them. But for now, parts of the city in lockdown, that includes hospitals and schools and council buildings. The very blunt warning from the police is for people to stay off the streets.
And Howell, I guess the crucial question, is this still an active situation? Are there still people with guns who are not police, who police are hunting, on the loose?
Yeah, we've seen some footage. Again, it's mobile phone footage. We cannot verify it at the moment, of what looks to be like the police apprehending an individual in the street, armed police walking along the street and a person being taken down, I suppose you would say. We do not know yet whether that is the police apprehending one person, the shooter, another person, maybe someone unrelated. All that tells us is the police presence that there is in Christchurch at the moment, the nervousness there is. Now, we may learn more shortly when we expect the Prime Minister, Jacinda Ardern, to speak. She's been briefed over the last hour or so as part of an emergency cabinet meeting. She's not in Christchurch, but she will want to be told exactly what's happening, and she will be giving a message to the nation to bring them up to date, but I'm sure as well to try and reassure people that the authorities are doing everything possible to bring this to an end.
And Howell, I know a lot of people first picked up on this with this tweet from the reporter following the Bangladesh cricket team who were in the mosque. And he tweeted that they just escaped from a mosque and there was possibly active shooters in there. We should stress, I guess, because people will be interested, that the team, we understand, are entirely safe.
Yes, as far as we know, those members of the team who are in Christchurch there in order to play New Zealand, they were able to walk out and are safe and well. We've also heard from other people who've come out who are safe and well, but sadly talking about horrific scenes and concern about family members. One gentleman who was interviewed by a New Zealand journalist talking about that process of the gunman walking around for 10 minutes, and when this individual felt it was safe to leave, they went out, but he's left his brother inside. He simply does not know his brother's fate. So it is a confusing picture at the moment, often as these things are. So what we look to next is messages from the police as to whether or not they have apprehended a gunman, whether they believe there to be more than one, and whether the threat is at an end.
Very much indeed for that. I think we can go live to Christchurch now and to Ricky Cambridge. Ricky, thank you very much for coming through to us. I know this is a difficult time. You're in lockdown, I think, in your flat, very close to the shooting?
Yeah, I'm in my office building. Yeah, so I was just out having lunch, and I started to walk back towards the office and saw a number of police cars and ambulances going in multiple directions. I was sort of walking along Hagley Park to get back to my desk, and yeah, it was lots of confusion. We weren't really sure at all what was going on, so checking up on the local news sites to see sort of what was going on, and the more that sort of came through, the crazier it seemed to sort of become. Yeah, so we're all currently locked down in the office and waiting to hear more, really.
And while you were in the street walking back from lunch, were you told by police to get off the street, to get into hiding?
Not at that point. The street, they were all sort of moving at high speed, like through lots of traffic still as well, just general lunchtime traffic, and setting up the cordons and stuff. I believe it was probably about 5 to 2, so maybe 10 or 15 minutes after as far as I'm aware, things sort of happened. So there wasn't, not right where I was, but yes, there was. I couldn't see any police officers on foot, but yeah, lots of police cars around.
What was your impression, Ricky, of how the police generally were responding? I mean, how do you feel New Zealand is set up to deal with a situation like this?
I don't know. That's a hard one to answer. I mean, there's the reports that we're getting from the local news are saying that the sort of protocols are underway at the hospital, and that they've cleared the emergency room, it's hard to tell standing on the street when you're seeing police cars with sirens going in both directions at speed as to exactly what the plan is there. But I suppose it's a hard situation being right on Hagley Park. But yeah, I sort of couldn't really see enough to make any real comment on that.
Sure, that's understood. From what you're hearing locally, is it your impression that this is still very much an active situation, that there are still people with guns shooting?
I wouldn't imagine that there was any further shooting happening currently, but that's purely speculation. I don't really know. There's some photos that I've seen on news websites that they have caught people, but so we haven't heard anything more about being locked down or being free to move or what. So as far as we're aware, there may still be people out there, but we're not sure. But I don't believe that there's any sort of active shooting still going on.
Understood, yeah. And as our correspondent was saying just now, there has been what seems to be some kind of right-wing manifesto posted online, possibly with headcam footage from the shooter of the incident while it was going on, which obviously we're not using at the moment. Just can you give us a better description for people who don't know the area at all of that area of Christchurch?
It's very central Christchurch. It's right on Hagley Park, which is directly borders the CBD, and the hospital is right in the middle between the park and the CBD, and the mosque is on the other side of the park. And there's residential further away from that, so it's a very central area and with lots of daytime traffic, and obviously, I mean, I'm in an office building a block away, essentially. I don't know if there's more to sort of say about that. Yeah, there's lots of joggers at lunch. We go for a run around the park at lunchtime and the like. So.
We had heard reports, Ricky, that another mosque had been evacuated. There was no confirmation at all that there was another shooter involved. Have you heard any more locally about that?
There was only what I've read on a news, another one of the local news websites. They had a comment from somebody at maybe a dentist next door who they had armed defenders, squad members come through the building. I believe that was out there at the Linwood site, or next door, or close by. Yeah. So, but that's the impression I got from that. But that was some time ago now, that they were still looking for somebody. But I'm not sure on that.
All right, Ricky, thank you very much. I appreciate it's a very difficult time. Thank you for talking to us. You and your friends and loved ones, stay safe. Well, a senior member of the mosque was in the building at the time of the attack. Sorry, let's go straight to the Prime Minister, Jacinda Ardern, speaking now.
On this evolving situation at 5 p.m. Till that time, he has given details of the situation at hand. Presently, the police do have one suspect in custody. However, there could be others involved. Also, there are multiple scenes involved in this incident as well, and police will be giving more details as they can as the situation unfolds. Whilst I cannot give any confirmation at this stage around fatalities and casualties, what I can say is that it is clear that this is one of New Zealand's darkest days. Clearly, what has happened here is an extraordinary and unprecedented act of violence. Many of those who will have been directly affected by this shooting may be migrants to New Zealand. They may even be refugees here. They have chosen to make New Zealand their home, and it is their home. They are us. The person who has perpetuated this violence against us is not. They have no place in New Zealand. There is no place in New Zealand for such acts of extreme and unprecedented violence, which it is clear this act was. For now, my thoughts, and I'm sure the thoughts of all New Zealanders, are with those who have been affected and also with their families. My thoughts also to those in Christchurch who are still dealing with an unfolding situation. The advice from police continues to be that people remain indoors. I acknowledge that may mean that some families are separated, but please continue to listen out for information as it comes to light that's been directly provided by the New Zealand Police with further information. But as I say, they please remain in lockdown. We are potentially still dealing with an evolving situation, and again, as I say, across multiple sites. Please be assured, though, the police are actively managing the situation. Christchurch Hospital is dedicated to treating those who are arriving at the hospital as we speak as well. As soon as I leave here, I will be returning directly on a King Air flight to Wellington. Agencies are already convening in Wellington. I will be looking to meet with them as soon as I land. It's my expectation that once I arrive and have been briefed, I intend to speak again publicly after that point. I'm happy to take questions. Look, it's only a matter of a few hours ago, of course, that I was advised of the situation and that it was an evolving situation. Again, public reporting took place not too long after events began unfolding. But as to the precise details, at this stage I'll wait until I have a bit more of precision from a briefing directly from the police when I arrive in Wellington. At the moment, the police, although they have stated that they have one offender in custody, they have advised that there may be other offenders. They are dealing with multiple scenes as well, so I can confirm that. What can you tell us? No, I'm not currently in a position to confirm the number of deaths or injuries, but I have to acknowledge people can see images live from Christchurch. It will be obvious to them that this is a significant event, and I can tell you now this is and will be one of New Zealand's darkest days.
What do we know about the offender, if anything? Is there any confirmation around age, ethnicity, or even nationality?
I'm not in a position to give those details at this stage. Police, as I say, have apprehended someone. They are in custody as we speak, but I'm simply not in a position to give details around that individual, that suspect at hand. Again, I'm not in a position to give any further detail about the individual that's currently in police custody.
There is a potential for other suspects still out there?
At this stage, the police are continuing to advise those who are in the area to remain indoors. They have said that they could be dealing with other offenders. That's why they, of course, are taking the approach of ensuring people's safety. And so until people hear otherwise, I ask that they listen to the advice they're being given directly by the New Zealand Police.
The nature of the crime, would you describe it as a hate crime?
I would describe it as an unprecedented act of violence, an act that has absolutely no place in New Zealand. This is not who we are.
Are you able to expand on why, any reason as to why it may have occurred? Is there any indication around that?
Well, certainly it has occurred in a place where people should have been expressing their religious freedom. where they should have been in a safe environment, and they have not been today. There is no place in New Zealand for such extreme acts of unprecedented violence. The people who were the subject of this attack today, New Zealand is their home. They should be safe here. The person who has perpetrated this violent act against them, they have no place in New Zealand society. Any other questions? I'm quite keen to get to Wellington now, so if you'll excuse me, I'm very happy to update you again once I've met with agencies upon my landing. Thank you.
The New Zealand Prime Minister there, Jacinda Ardern, as you probably gathered. In case you've just joined us, let's update you on what she's been saying. She's talking there of one suspect in custody. She says there could be others involved. She is talking of multiple scenes. Police have confirmed a number of scenes and a number of fatalities. They've not gone into more detail than that at the moment. Jacinda Ardern said it's clear it's one of New Zealand's darkest days. She talked of an extraordinary act of violence. She said many of those affected may be migrants, even refugees. They have chosen to make their home here. They are us. The people who've carried out this attack, she said, are not us. They have no place in New Zealand society. She reiterated the advice from police that people should remain indoors, even if that means at the moment that families are temporarily separated. She said people should remain in mosques if that's where they are. They should. Schools are in lockdown, so obviously if people are in schools, they should stay there, even at the moment, if that means that people are separated from their friends and loved ones. The Prime Minister talked about an evolving situation across multiple sites. Just to bring you up to date on what we have that seems to be confirmed at the moment. The New Zealand city of Christchurch in lockdown as police search possibly for more armed gunmen. One, we know, opened fire in a mosque. Eyewitnesses say dozens of people were injured. Police will only confirm a number of fatalities. There are also these unconfirmed reports, we can't confirm them either, of a second shooting in the city. We know that police went to another mosque and shut it down. First reports of gunfire came in this afternoon, local time, from the Masjid Al-Nur Mosque. About 300 people gathered there for Friday prayers. Eyewitnesses described seeing a man in a military-style jacket, a bulletproof vest and helmet walk in and open fire with an automatic weapon, moving from room to room for more than 10 minutes. It is feared dozens of people have been seriously injured. As I say, a second mosque in the city has been evacuated. One suspect, we understand, is confirmed in custody, but police are concerned another shooter may be active. I think we can go now to Auckland and to Anna Burns-Francis. Anna, thanks very much for talking to us. Very busy time. What can you tell us?
Well, Mike, absolutely a very busy time. The situation is still unfolding and more details seem to be coming in by the minute. As you said, we have reports now that believed to be one of the gunmen in custody. We have a witness who told One News that he was seen being arrested and handcuffs lying on the ground and that he was seen with a gun beside him at the time of that arrest. However, police have said that there is still believed to be a number of other offenders that they are looking for in this attack, and that could mean at least one other gunman that they're looking for.
Do you have any updated figures, Anna, on casualties?
Well, first reports that we have had for most of the afternoon from the Al-Nur Mosque, which was the first mosque to be attacked, was that there were reports of between 5 and 6 people who had been killed in that attack, dozens and dozens more injured. And then, of course, there was another attack at the Linwood Mosque, and we have witness reports that people saw one gunman going into that mosque. He ran past with a gun, actively shooting at that point, and some of our witnesses have told One News from the Linwood Mosque that they believe they saw another 5 or 6 bodies lying in the mosque after that attack as well. Christchurch Hospital has also seen dozens of people still arriving by ambulance this afternoon with injuries from those attacks.
So, Anna, absolutely no question there were at least 2 attacks.
Absolutely, yes. There were 2 attacks, and then our witnesses told One News that after that second attack at Linwood Avenue with the mosque there, that he saw the gunman get into a beige Subaru Legacy, and that from there we have had reports from police that they have found the same coloured Subaru Legacy, so believed to be the same vehicle, with a bomb inside. So that would indicate a third scene that is now under investigation. And we had unconfirmed reports of another incident at Christchurch Hospital, which has seen that area put into lockdown by police.
When you say another incident at Christchurch Hospital, that's clearly where most of the casualties are going because it's very close. But do you mean another shooting incident?
Well, the incident at the Al Noor Mosque is only 4 or so minutes away from Christchurch Hospital. They're on opposing sides of the park, so they're a very close distance away from each other. And we did have unconfirmed reports of some witnesses saying they heard shots at Christchurch Hospital. There are armed police at the hospital now. The area is in lockdown, and the hospital has activated its emergency crisis plan.
Anna, what's your impression, you and your colleagues, about how well prepared the authorities in New Zealand were for an attack such as this?
Well, certainly I think this has taken everybody by shock and surprise. New Zealand, I think your impression would be, and certainly our impression is as citizens living in this country, that this is nothing we ever would have imagined seeing. We've all looked on in horror when we've seen and heard of these attacks overseas, and this was just nothing we ever thought coming to New Zealand's shores. The Prime Minister's just spoken this afternoon saying that this is an unprecedented case of extreme violence, that people who come to New Zealand and who pray in these mosques are often refugees. They're, new New Zealanders, and they come here looking for a life of peace and tranquility, and to be under attack on such a beautiful sunshine, clear afternoon in Christchurch, lovely day to day, a pleasant, warm, lovely city to get around, and to be under attack like this and for such a developing situation, so much uncertainty, so much scared people in the city, not knowing what is happening and what's going on and where this is going. Very nerve-wracking for people in Christchurch and the wider country.
Anna, for anyone who doesn't know the country well, can you tell us more about New Zealand's gun laws?
Well, we have reasonably strict gun laws. We don't have a gun-carrying culture in New Zealand. You do need to be licensed to have particular types of guns. We don't sell semi-automatic weapons openly, as you see in other countries like the United States. Guns are used in rural areas for hunting, fishing, hunting and trapping, that sort of thing. But otherwise, you just wouldn't see, certainly there's no open carry. You just wouldn't see anybody with a gun around here. There is a video of this attack that has been released on the internet by, we believe, the gunman. It's awful footage. It is shocking footage, and I don't believe there would be anyone who would broadcast this or share this any further, but it does show that this is an incident that has taken quite a lot of planning and preparation to get around some fairly strict gun laws in this country.
Anna, we've just been speaking to somebody in Christchurch locked in their office. There, of course, with the schools in lockdown, with lots of areas in lockdown, there will be people who can't get to their loved ones, get to their families. There must be parents desperate to pick up their kids.
Well, this was a cross-the-country climate change rally day where children across New Zealand declared that they would protest climate change today. So there were multiple public areas around the country where children were protesting and out rallying in public spaces. Christchurch itself is in lockdown. The Cathedral Square where that protest was being held has been cleared. Schools are still in lockdown. Public spaces such as the Art Gallery in Christchurch are still in lockdown. And the police have told us that they are now asking all mosques around New Zealand to shut their doors, to stay locked, and for people to stay away from visiting them until the situation's under control.
And Anna, in your experience, would there have been armed squads of police ready to act at almost no notice?
Well, we do have an armed defender squad in New Zealand. They are an armed tactical police squad, and we do see them responding to incidences where we have had one-off hostage incidences or firearm incidences in the past. But certainly they would have been trained for a response like this. In New Zealand's most recent history, there has never been an incident like this that they would have had to have practically responded to. We're a country of volcanoes and mountains and rivers and lakes. We have natural disasters and we have earthquakes, and certainly Christchurch has seen enough of that in recent memory. But certainly nothing like this, and you can tell from the witnesses we've spoken to today that nobody was prepared for an incident such as this.
And Anna, just to recap for people who are trying to catch up, can you help us with this? My understanding is at the moment police are talking about an evolving situation across multiple sites, police confirming a number of fatalities, one suspect in custody, but multiple scenes. There could be a number of others involved.
We expect to see the death toll at this stage rise because we've had witness reports of at least 5 people killed in each of those mosques, and that we believe there may be other fatalities around Christchurch Hospital that we are also not aware of or have been unable to confirm at this stage. And certainly the reports from the injured are in the dozens of people arriving at hospital from what we can see from ambulances pulling in and out of that hospital. Yes, it is certainly an unfolding situation. Police believe they've given us an indication that there is at least another offender out there, but a number of participants in this very organised, very calculated attack.
Okay. Anna, thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Let's speak now to the BBC's Howell Griffith. Howell, I know you've been trying to chase more information. What have you got that you can confirm or that you're pretty sure of?
Yeah, well, as we've just been hearing, New Zealand police in the last 10 minutes or so issuing statements saying that they can confirm multiple fatalities at 2 sites, the 2 mosques in central Christchurch, and also that they have apprehended 1 person, that they believe that there may be another offender. And so, as a precaution, that lockdown remains in place. And also, again, as we've just been hearing, they have now issued a warning nationwide across New Zealand for all mosques to close their doors until further notice and for people to refrain from visiting. So, I mean, in the words of Jacinda Ardern, the Prime Minister, this is an unprecedented, exceptional event in New Zealand, tragic beyond words. I think Jacinda Ardern showing how she herself was visibly upset by this and the message it sends out. So she wanted to make very clear that the Muslim population in New Zealand is part of the nation, is welcome, and that anyone who would inflict a hate crime upon them like this is not welcome in New Zealand.
And how we were just hearing there from the correspondent TVNZ talk of perhaps entirely unconfirmed 5 to 6 people killed at the Al Noor Mosque, a second incident at the Linwood Mosque, more bodies there. She was talking, she stressed she couldn't confirm, of a possible incident at the Christchurch Hospital, which we've been seeing many pictures, of course, of, because casualties have been brought there. Is there a suggestion that there was at some point an attack on the hospital?
So nothing yet from the police there. We know only that that is the centre of the emergency response and people being brought in with gunshot wounds. All other hospital services being shut down in order to cope with the influx of the injured. That there were unconfirmed reports, as you say, of there being an incident there as well, but nothing from the police yet on that.
But certainly police talking about a number of fatalities and a number of scenes, possibly still a gunman or possibly more than one on the loose.
Yeah, in their words, multiple fatalities at 2 sites. So at the moment, they're only talking about shootings at the 2 mosques. But if there is another shooter on the loose, their concern would be clearly that this person could be armed and dangerous and would be prepared to shoot again. So we do not know at the moment if there is a second person. The police themselves say they do not know if there is a second offender. They believe there may be, and that's why the city has to be on lockdown.
And a particularly difficult time, of course, for making sure people are safe, because, as you were saying, there was these protests against climate change, these rallies going on, a lot of children out of school in open spaces protesting.
Yeah, hundreds in Christchurch and again hundreds in Auckland and Wellington too. So it was a day of public protest. It would have been very busy in Christchurch and in those other cities. So while there are only reports of shootings in Christchurch, they're certainly taking precautionary measures in other places with the closure of mosques, and there's a warning for people to be vigilant across the country. I guess one of the main fears here would be triggering any sort of copycat attack, which we know is a risk in these sorts of dynamic extreme situations. But clearly the focus at the moment is the safety of people in Christchurch.
Howell, thank you very much indeed for that. In just a moment, we're going to be hearing again from the Prime Minister, Jacinda Ardern. She made it clear she was very keen to get to Wellington, the capital, as fast as possible. So we will hear from her in just a moment. Just to recap on some of the things she didn't have at the time, or at least didn't express openly. The New Zealand city of Christchurch in lockdown as police search for an armed gunman who opened fire in a mosque. We understand there were attacks on at least 2 mosques, the Al Noor, where it is possible 5 or 6 people were killed, perhaps more, certainly dozens injured, and the Linwood Mosque, where some witnesses are talking about 5 or 6 bodies. It is not clear, I'm afraid. We cannot confirm that. Certainly, the police are talking about a number of fatalities, a number of scenes, and really unprecedented this. They've issued a warning nationwide for all mosques to close their doors and advised everyone to refrain from visiting any mosque until further notice. They've asked anyone to remain indoors, to get indoors if they possibly can, even if that means that they are separated temporarily from their families and loved ones. Let's just hear from the Prime Minister.
Presently, the police do have one suspect in custody. However, there could be others involved. Also, there are multiple scenes involved in this incident as well, and police will be giving more details as they can as the situation unfolds. Whilst I cannot give any confirmation at this stage around fatalities and casualties, what I can say is that it is clear that this is one of New Zealand's darkest days. Clearly, what has happened here is an extraordinary and unprecedented act of violence. Many of those who will have been directly affected by this shooting may be migrants to New Zealand. They may even be refugees here. They have chosen to make New Zealand their home, and it is their home. They are us. The person who has perpetuated this violence against us is not. They have no place in New Zealand. There is no place in New Zealand for such acts of extreme and unprecedented violence, which it is clear this act was. For now, my thoughts, and I'm sure the thoughts of all New Zealanders, are with those who have been affected and also with their families. My thoughts also to those in Christchurch who are still dealing with an unfolding situation. The advice from police continues to be that people remain indoors. I acknowledge that may mean that some families are separated, but please continue to listen out for information as it comes to light that's been directly provided by the New Zealand Police with further information. But as I say, please remain in lockdown. We are potentially still dealing with an evolving situation, again, as I say, across multiple sites. Please be assured, though, the police are actively managing the situation. Christchurch Hospital is dedicated to treating those who are arriving at the hospital as we speak as well.
Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern there. Well, a senior member of the mosque was in the building at the time of the shooting. I think we're talking here about the Al Noor Mosque. He's been speaking to a journalist near the scene outside the police cordon. I should warn you, he does describe upsetting scenes.
I was inside the mosque. I was in the side room, and the Imam had started the sermon. So everybody was settled, and it was very peaceful, calm and quiet, as usually it is. When Imam starts talking, everyone is quiet and it is a pin drop silence. But then suddenly, the shooting started. So it started in the main room because the shooter must have come through the hallway, and I was in the side room, so I did not see who was shooting. But I saw that some people were running out through my room where I was in, and also I saw some people had blood on their body, and some people were limping. At that moment, I realized that it was really serious, and a couple of people, they said to me that you are on wheelchair, you got to get out now. So I tried to get out, and I pushed myself at the back where my car was parked, and I was behind the car. And then from there I was hearing that shooting after shooting after shooting. It went on about 6 minutes or more, and I could hear screaming and crying, and I saw some people were drop dead, and some people were running away. I was on the wheelchair. I could not go anywhere, and also I didn't want to because I was afraid what was going to happen to the ladies, what was going to happen to my wife. So I stayed there, but luckily the shooter, he did his massacre inside the mosque, and he did not come at the back, otherwise he could have got me.
Senior member of the Al Noor Mosque there, speaking just a little bit earlier. We should also say that we understand there was an attack at the Linwood Mosque nearby. There are reports of 5 or 6 bodies in each location. We cannot confirm that. I offer it for what it's worth, but as I say, it is not, absolutely not confirmed. Police are confirming a number of fatalities and a number of scenes. They do also confirm that they have one suspect in custody. There is footage around, I know, of somebody face down on the pavement with a weapon nearby. But police are saying there could be a number of others involved. The Prime Minister has said it is clear this is one of New Zealand's darkest days, and she talked of an extraordinary act of violence. There is this unprecedented warning from police to all mosques across the country, right across New Zealand, all mosques to close their doors. It's a particularly tricky day, as we've been saying, and as our correspondent Howard Griffiths has been saying, because this was a day of climate change protests. So a lot of children, there are clearly a lot of parents who are desperate to get their kids out of school where they're locked down, but there are a lot of kids who were not in school. They were in open spaces right around the country, hundreds in Christchurch, hundreds in Wellington, at climate change rallies. They were protesting. So there's obviously a great difficulty in making sure that people are being kept safe. Police are stressing that as far as possible, everybody should be off the streets and as far as possible locked into a building. We heard earlier from Ricky Cambridge, who is locked into his office building.
I was just out having lunch, and I started to walk back towards the office and saw a number of police cars and ambulances going in multiple directions. I was sort of walking along Hagley Park to get back to my desk, and it was lots of confusion. We weren't really sure at all what was going on, so checking up on the local news sites to see sort of what was going on, and the more that sort of came through, the crazier it seemed to sort of become. So we're all currently locked down in the office and waiting to hear more, really.
And while you were in the street walking back from lunch, were you told by police to get off the street, to get into hiding?
Not at that point. The street, they were all sort of moving at high speed, like through lots of traffic still as well, just general lunchtime traffic, and setting up the cordons and stuff. I believe it was probably about 5 to 2, so maybe 10 or 15 minutes after as far as I'm aware, things sort of happened. So there wasn't, not right where I was, but yes, there was. I couldn't see any police officers on foot, but lots of police cars around.
What was your impression, Ricky, of how the police generally were responding? I mean, how do you feel New Zealand is set up to deal with a situation like this?
I don't know. That's a hard one to answer. I mean, there's the reports that we're getting from the local news are saying that the sort of protocols are underway at the hospital, and that they've cleared the emergency room, it's hard to tell standing on the street when you're seeing police cars with sirens going in both directions at speed as to exactly what the plan is there. But I suppose it's a hard situation being right on Hagley Park. But I sort of couldn't really see enough to make any real comment on that.
Sure, that's understood. From what you're hearing locally, is it your impression that this is still very much an active situation, that there are still people with guns shooting?
I wouldn't imagine that there was any further shooting happening currently, but that's purely speculation. I don't really know. There's some photos on that I've seen on news websites that they have caught people, but so we haven't heard anything more about being locked down or being free to move or what. So as far as we're aware, there may still be people out there, but we're not sure. But I don't believe that there's any sort of active shooting still going on.
Understood, yeah. And as our correspondent was saying just now, there has been what seems to be some kind of right-wing manifesto posted online, possibly with headcam footage from the shooter of the incident while it was going on, which obviously we're not using at the moment. Just can you give us a better description for people who don't know the area at all of that area of Christchurch?
It's very central Christchurch. It's right on Hagley Park, which is directly borders the CBD, and the hospital is right in the middle between the park and the CBD, and the mosque is on the other side of the park. And there's residential further away from that, so it's a very central area and with lots of daytime traffic, and obviously, I mean, I'm in an office building a block away, essentially. I don't know if there's more to sort of say about that. There's lots of joggers at lunch. We go for a run around the park at lunchtime. and the like. So.
We had heard reports, Ricky, that another mosque had been evacuated. There was no confirmation at all that there was another shooter involved. Have you heard any more locally about that?
There was only what I've read on a news, another one of the local news websites. They had a comment from somebody at maybe a dentist next door who they had armed defenders, squad members come through the building. I believe that was out there at the Linwood site, or next door, or close by. Yeah. So, but that's the impression I got from that. But that was some time ago now, that they were still looking for somebody. But I'm not sure.
Cambridge there in Christchurch. He'd just been heading back from lunch and he'd been told to go into his building and shut his office building, and the building was in lockdown. Let's speak now to our correspondent Hal Griffith. Hal, just in case people have just joined us, we understand multiple fatalities in at least 2 mosques in the New Zealand city of Christchurch. 1 suspect in custody, but police saying there could be others involved, there could be other sites.
Yeah, and we're starting to learn a little more about the 1 person in custody. We're seeing images taken near a high school in Christchurch where we believe that 1 person who's been arrested was apprehended. We saw police swarming around an individual, and there are pictures now of a person wearing military fatigues and someone who matches the description given by eyewitnesses at the mosque. So we understand that 1 person is a white male who was wearing, as I said, some kind of camouflage gear, who is in police custody. However, so far, New Zealand police saying that they believe there may be other offenders, and that's why for now their operation across the city is active. And they would have been particularly concerned, of course, if this person was heading anywhere near a school, that there may be a risk to children. Now, school is out by now New Zealand time, so potentially that risk is over. But mosques across the country, not just in Christchurch, but across New Zealand, have been told to close their doors. People told not to go there, I guess in fear of any kind of copycat attack or any planned supplementary attack taking place.
As we were saying, difficult enough for parents desperate to pick up their children who simply can't because the schools are in lockdown. But also this happened to be a day when there were climate change rallies, lots of kids out in open spaces in Christchurch, in Wellington, at climate change rallies.
Yeah, absolutely, and that would potentially put them at risk. It would also be more confusing for some of the parents who may not be sure whether the child was at school or whether they'd joined the protest in the centre of the city. There will be a lot of people anxious at the moment, but the biggest concern will be amongst those who knew that they had friends or relatives visiting one of those 2 mosques in the centre of the city. That is an area still in lockdown. The paramedics have been there. They've also been transferring dozens of people over to Christchurch's hospital, where all other operations and treatments have been cancelled in order to cope with the sheer volume of injured people being brought in.
And Howell, I know New Zealand pretty well. I don't know Christchurch very well. For people who don't know, tell us more about the area where this happened. Is it pretty contained, or are we talking about someone with semi-automatic weapons roaming quite a large area of the city?
It is quite peaceful central area of the city near the Botanic Gardens, and the 2 mosques are relatively close by to each other, potentially within walking distance, certainly a short drive from one to the other. Christchurch itself, as many people will know, has been through a traumatic decade since the earthquake, but it's also changed the makeup of the city. A lot of people have moved out, so the population is smaller. The city maybe slightly quieter than it would have been a few years ago, but it was a city that was becoming resurgent. Certainly we've seen more businesses opening up in the centre in the earthquake affected zone, and so something like this will have just devastated people and really hit people's hopes for the city for the future. Now, in Jacinda Ardern, the country's Prime Minister's words, this is unprecedented and devastating, one of New Zealand's darkest days. So that gives you the sense of scale that this isn't just a local tragedy, but something which has deeply affected the whole nation.
And obvious questions, Howell, about the motive behind this. There has been, I know, this footage posted online, which may or may not be footage from a head cam worn by the gunman. Too horrible, we felt, to go anywhere near. transmitting, but also this manifesto, pretty much a kind of right-wing global racist rant.
Yes, and linking not just to events within New Zealand, but across the world. One mention of Anders Breivik and the massacre which occurred in Europe a few years ago. So if indeed this is the shooter, they would have been motivated by racial hate against Muslims and talking about Muslims need to withdraw from New Zealand and other predominantly Christian countries. Now, as you said, that footage has been shared online. There is a suggestion, unverified at the moment, that parts of the shooting may even have been streamed live using some kind of head cam or GoPro camera. That cannot be verified at the moment, and certainly the images that have been shared are far too graphic and upsetting to be broadcast. But one suggestion is that this person came armed indeed with several guns, and that on those guns were messages written in white paint. Now, it will be up to the police initially to verify whether this footage is genuine, whether it was part of the attack, and whether the person they've apprehended is indeed the person linked to this footage. There are already names being suggested, but I think at this stage it's simply too early to say whether they are credible and whether the person who's being named online is indeed the shooter or someone entirely unrelated.
Howell, thank you very much indeed for that. Obviously, this is a developing situation, to put it mildly, and we will bring you an update on it as soon as we have more. I did speak just a short while ago to Anna Burns-Francis from TVNZ. I should say in a moment we're expecting to hear from the Christchurch Police, the Commissioner, Mike Bush. But first, let's hear what Anna Burns-Francis had to say.
Well, Mike, absolutely a very busy time. The situation is still unfolding and more details seem to be coming in by the minute. As you said, we have reports now that believed to be one of the gunmen in custody. We have a witness who told One News that he was seen being arrested and handcuffs lying on the ground, and that he was seen with a gun beside him at the time of that arrest. However, police have said that there is still believed to be a number of other offenders that they are looking for in this attack, and that could mean at least one other gunman that they're looking for.
Do you have any updated figures, Anna, on casualties?
Well, first reports that we have had for most of the afternoon from the Al Noor Mosque, which was the first mosque to be attacked, was that there were reports of between 5 and 6 people who had been killed in that attack, dozens and dozens more injured. And then, of course, there was another attack at the Linwood Mosque, and we have witness reports that people saw one gunman going into that mosque. He ran past with a gun, actively shooting at that point, and some of our witnesses have told One News from the Linwood Mosque that they believe they saw another 5 or 6 bodies lying in the mosque after that attack as well. Christchurch Hospital has also seen dozens of people still arriving by ambulance this afternoon with injuries from those attacks.
So, Anna, absolutely no question, there were at least 2 attacks.
Absolutely, yes. There were 2 attacks, and then our witnesses told One News that after that second attack at Linwood Avenue with the mosque there, that he saw the gunman get into a beige Subaru Legacy, and that from there we have had reports from police that they have found the same coloured Subaru Legacy, so believed to be the same vehicle, with a bomb inside. So that would indicate a third scene that is now under investigation. And we had unconfirmed reports of another incident at Christchurch Hospital, which has seen that area put into lockdown by police.
When you say another incident at Christchurch Hospital, that's clearly where most of the casualties are going because it's very close. But do you mean another shooting incident?
Well, the incident at the Al Noor Mosque is only 4 or so minutes away from Christchurch Hospital. They're on opposing sides of the park, so they're a very close distance away from each other. And we did have unconfirmed reports of some witnesses saying they heard shots at Christchurch Hospital. There are armed police at the hospital now. The area is in lockdown, and the hospital has activated its emergency crisis plan.
Anna, what's your impression, you and your colleagues, about how well prepared the authorities in New Zealand were for an attack such as this?
Well, certainly I think this has taken everybody by shock and surprise. New Zealand, I think your impression would be, and certainly our impression is as citizens living in this country, that this is nothing we ever would have imagined seeing. We've all looked on in horror when we've seen and heard of these attacks overseas, and this was just nothing we ever thought coming to New Zealand's shores. The Prime Minister's just spoken this afternoon saying that this is an unprecedented case of extreme violence, that people who come to New Zealand and who pray in these mosques are often refugees. They're, new New Zealanders, and they come here looking for a life of peace and tranquility, and to be under attack on such a beautiful sunshine, clear afternoon in Christchurch, lovely day today, a pleasant, warm, lovely city to get around, and to be under attack like this and for such a developing situation, so much uncertainty, so much scared people in the city, not not knowing what is happening and what's going on and where this is going. Very nerve-wracking for people in Christchurch and the wider country.
Anna, for anyone who doesn't know the country well, can you tell us more about New Zealand's gun laws?
Well, we have reasonably strict gun laws. We don't have a gun-carrying culture in New Zealand. You do need to be licensed to have particular types of guns. We don't sell semi-automatic weapons openly, as you see in other countries like the United States. Guns are used in rural areas for hunting, fishing, hunting and trapping, that sort of thing. But otherwise, you just wouldn't see, certainly there's no open carry. You just wouldn't see anybody with a gun around here. There is a video of this attack that has been released on the internet by, we believe, the gunman. It's awful footage. It is shocking footage, and I don't believe there would be anyone who would broadcast this or share this any further, but it does show that this is an incident that has taken quite a lot of planning and preparation to get around some fairly strict gun laws in this country.
Anna, we've just been speaking to somebody in Christchurch locked in their office. There, of course, with the schools in lockdown, with lots of areas in lockdown, there will be people who can't get to their loved ones, get to their families. There must be parents desperate to pick up their kids.
Well, this was a across-the-country climate change rally day where children across New Zealand declared that they would protest climate change today. So there were multiple public areas around the country where children were protesting and out rallying in public spaces. Christchurch itself is in lockdown. The Cathedral Square where that protest was being held has been cleared. Schools are still in lockdown. Public spaces such as the Art Gallery in Christchurch are still in lockdown. And the police have told us that they are now asking all mosques around New Zealand to shut their doors, to stay locked, and for people to stay away from visiting them until the situation's under control.
And Anna, in your experience, would there have been armed squads of police ready to act at almost no notice?
Well, we do have an armed defender squad in New Zealand. They are an armed tactical police squad, and we do see them responding to incidences where we have had one-off hostage incidences or firearm incidences in the past. But certainly they would have been trained for a response like this. In New Zealand's most recent history, there has never been an incident like this that they would have had to have practically responded to. We're a country of volcanoes and mountains and rivers and lakes. We have natural disasters and we have earthquakes, and certainly Christchurch has seen enough of that in recent memory. But certainly nothing like this, and you can tell from the witnesses we've spoken to today that nobody was prepared for an incident such as this.
And Anna, just to recap for people who are trying to catch up, can you help us with this? My understanding is at the moment police are talking about an evolving situation across multiple sites, police confirming a number of fatalities, one suspect in custody, but multiple scenes. There could be a number of others involved.
We expect to see the death toll at this stage rise because we've had witness reports of at least 5 people killed in each of those mosques, and that we believe there may be other fatalities around Christchurch Hospital that we are also not aware of or have been unable to confirm at this stage. And certainly the reports from the injured are in the dozens of people arriving at hospital from what we can see from ambulances pulling in and out of that hospital. Yes, it is certainly an unfolding situation. Police believe they've given us an indication that there is at least another offender out there, but a number of participants in this very organised, very calculated attack.
Anna Burns-Francis there from TVNZ. And just to update on what Anna was saying, we have this unprecedented warning from the police nationwide for all mosques across New Zealand to close their doors. And we should say that the suspect seems to have posted online, live streamed the attack at the Al Noor Mosque, the first mosque, from headcam footage, and also has posted a racist manifesto online. The Prime Minister, you may just have heard her now, but if you didn't, saying It's clear this is one of New Zealand's darkest days, an extraordinary act of violence. She said many of those affected may be migrants, even refugees. They have chosen to make their home here. They are us. The people who've carried out this attack, she said, are not us. They have no place in New Zealand society. There will be more from us. There is more all the time on the BBC website. Thank you for watching.
Hello again. A quick look at what's happening in East Africa's Mozambique, first of all, because here Cyclone Idai is making landfall near Mozambique's fourth biggest city. Now, prior to landfall, the winds were gusting at 140 miles an hour, so damaging gusts of wind working into this part of Mozambique. We're highly likely to see some severe flooding, so the weather just looks really nasty over the next few days in Mozambique. We may all hear some stories about that over coming days. Here in the UK, well, our windy, blustery spell of weather is set to continue, but obviously nothing on that kind of scale. And if you're heading outside over the next few hours, there is the chance of some rain around. Low pressure is in charge of our weather. And still, we've got those reasonably tightly packed isobars over the UK today. So it is going to be another blustery kind of day. Outbreaks of rain across England and Wales tending to trickle southwards. Never really getting away from southwest England, where it could end up being quite a damp day. Similar picture too for southern parts of Wales. Further northwards, well, at least you get some sunshine, but here again there will be a number of blustery showers, Northern Ireland, Northern England and Scotland, and it will feel quite cool in the wind with those temperatures, well, 5 to 7 degrees across northern areas. And the showers continue to feed in overnight, but at the same time, Friday night sees a pulse of heavier rain working back northwards into Northern Ireland and across England and Wales. Now, we could see a bit of snow for a time over the high ground, and there is potential for multiple hazards around, really, as we start off the weekend, thanks to this developing quite nasty area of low pressure. What might catch your eye is the snow. Well, we're going to see some of that over the high ground of Northern Ireland, Northern England and Scotland. Could see around 10 to 20 centimetres above 350 metres elevation, but some snow could get down to lower levels for a time. It's going to be very wet across the hills of Northern England and Wales. Over the high ground of Wales, we could see 100 millimetres of rain, bringing a risk of some localised flooding. And then there's the winds. The winds could gust up to around 50 or 60 miles an hour for southern Wales, southern England, perhaps 70 miles an hour in the most exposed locations. So all of these weather elements add up to the risk of some disruptive weather as we go on through the first part of the weekend. Now that system actually strengthens as it leaves the UK, so across eastern Scotland could have some very strong winds for a time here. And on Sunday, northwesterly winds flowing in across the UK, bringing plenty of showers across northern and western areas. A few of those blowing in across more inland parts through central and eastern England, central and eastern parts of Scotland as well. The showers quite intense, could still have a wintry flavour to them over the high ground, and it will feel cool in the wind with temperatures reaching a high at best of around 10. That's your weather.
Botswana has the highest concentration of Africa's remaining elephants, but there's trouble in the elephant sanctuary. There's a new wave of poaching, increased conflict between humans and wildlife, and a swirl of politics surrounding hunting and conservation.
Botswana, trouble in the elephant sanctuary, tomorrow at 9:30 on the BBC News Channel.
Inside Out reports on the stories affecting our lives.
To be a new graduate and offered that sort of opportunity, it's very exciting.
And explores the issues that matter.
People's lives are being affected.
From a unique perspective.
If they don't like you, one flick of the tail and they're gone.
Inside Out, Saturday at 1:30 on the BBC News Channel.
Join us for a Sports Day special ahead of a huge Six Nations final weekend. We'll have all the latest news and interviews from inside the home camps. That is Sports Day tomorrow at 6:30 on the BBC News Channel.
Very warm welcome to BBC News, broadcasting to our viewers in North America and around the globe. My name's Mike Embley. Our top stories. A number of people are killed in shootings at least 2 mosques in the New Zealand city of Christchurch.
I could hear screaming and crying, and I saw some people were, drop dead.
New Zealand police are talking about multiple fatalities and a number of scenes. They describe a tragic series of events in the Canterbury region on Friday afternoon. One person is in custody. The Prime Minister spoke just a short time ago about the gravity of the situation.
What I can say is that it is clear that this is one of New Zealand's darkest days.
Hello to you. Police in the city of Christchurch in New Zealand are saying there are multiple fatalities in shootings at least 2 mosques in the city where hundreds of people had gathered for Friday prayers. Police say they have one suspect in custody. They believe there may be another on the loose. People across Christchurch are being asked to stay indoors. The city is in lockdown. New Zealand's Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern said it was an extreme and unprecedented act of violence.
Presently, the police do have one suspect in custody. However, there could be others involved. Also, there are multiple scenes involved in this incident as well, and police will be giving more details as they can as the situation unfolds. Whilst I cannot give any confirmation at this stage around fatalities and casualties, what I can say is that it is clear that this is one of New Zealand's darkest days. Clearly, what has happened here is an extraordinary and unprecedented act of violence. Many of those who will have been directly affected by this shooting may be migrants to New Zealand. They may even be refugees here. They have chosen to make New Zealand their home, and it is their home. They are us. The person who has perpetuated this violence against us is not. They have no place in New Zealand. There is no place in New Zealand for such acts of extreme and unprecedented violence, which it is clear this act was. For now, my thoughts, and I'm sure the thoughts of all New Zealanders, are with those who have been affected and also with their families. My thoughts also to those in Christchurch who are still dealing with an unfolding situation. The advice from police continues to be that people remain indoors. I acknowledge that may mean that some families are separated, but please continue to listen out for information as it comes to light that's been directly provided by the New Zealand Police with further information. But as I say, please remain in lockdown. We are potentially still dealing with an evolving situation, again, as I say, across multiple sites. Please be assured, though, the police are actively managing the situation. Christchurch Hospital is dedicated to treating those who are arriving at the hospital as we speak as well.
Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern there. In just the past half hour, New Zealand Police have tweeted, police are responding to a very serious and tragic incident involving an active shooter in central Christchurch. They say one person in custody. However, police believe there may be other offenders. We can confirm, though, they say there have been a number of fatalities. We are mobilising resources, they say, nationally, and support is being brought into the district. On that particular point, I should say, I think it's almost unprecedented that the police have advised nationwide that all mosques should close their doors. Let's get more from our correspondent, Howard Griffith now. Howard, what more are you seeing?
Yeah, well, as you said, the police are saying it's still an active situation, and because of that, now precautionary actions have been taken. So you said closing all mosques around the country. We've just been told that tomorrow's cricket international involving some of the Bangladesh team has been cancelled. Now that's noteworthy because we understand that some members of the team were actually in one of these mosques when the shooting took place. The police were due to give us an update in a couple of hours. That's been cancelled. Now we shouldn't read too much into that. It just shows that this is a very dynamic situation, and in Jacinda Ardern's word, an extraordinary one too. However well prepared, however many emergency plans there are beforehand, this is something which New Zealand's not had to deal with before. It is an unprecedented event in New Zealand.
And it's being widely reported, of course, that the suspect seems to have live streamed the attack at the Al Noor using a helmet camera, and there's also this manifesto that's been posted online. We're not using any of that, partly, of course, because it's horrible, partly because that would be exactly, we'd assume, what the government might want. But there are multiple reports of of him moving room to room for about 10 minutes, just firing and firing.
Yeah, one of the eyewitnesses who was in the mosque describes how someone came in sort of military camouflage gear with a helmet on and started shooting with a semi-automatic weapon. Now, from this footage published online, again, unverified, but it is believed that it may well be footage shot by the person live streamed using Facebook Live at the time. Now that footage showed 3 guns in the car as well as some petrol canisters, so it may be that this person was able to mount not just ammunition but guns as well in order to carry on shooting. And yes, that eyewitness talked about someone walking around for more than 10 minutes going from room to room, and also reports that the shooting continued outside of the building as well, that shots were fired in the street.
And you've talked about a suspect. There is footage, I know, of a suspect on the ground, on the pavement, someone a white male wearing military fatigues with a weapon nearby. That was apparently near a high school. Is there any suggestion that there was another possible target?
At the moment, no. It may be entirely coincidental that that's where they were apprehended. There is footage, now more and more footage, of the person being held, chased and then held down by the police and then being handcuffed. So we understand that the person they believe is the shooter has been held alive and that they are now in police custody. What is so far unclear is whether there were any other accomplices or other shooters who were working alongside this person. Now, clearly, the police have confirmed that there were 2 locations where deaths occurred, 2 mosques. It's not yet clear whether the same person moved from one to the other using a vehicle. This footage does show a vehicle carrying several guns, or whether there may be potentially an accomplice. And that's why so much of Christchurch is still in lockdown, in the fear and the precaution that there may be another shooter at large.
And of course the great urgency not only saving the wounded but trying to find out if there is another shooter at large, and all made more difficult by the fact that this was a day of climate change rallies involving hundreds and hundreds of children in open spaces in cities across the country.
Yeah, and the particular concern there is that this happened during school time, and some parents may be confused as to exactly where their children were, whether they were in school, whether they were at the protest. With schools in lockdown, clearly many will be concerned as to exactly where their children were. But I think the main concern will be amongst families who knew that they had, well, relatives or friends praying at Friday prayers in either of the 2 mosques involved, the 2 mosques where the police have confirmed multiple fatalities, and the confusion of events that people will have run for safety in any direction that they could, maybe leaving behind their phones or any communication device, making it more difficult to tell people that they're safe and well. So still a dynamic scene, still a confusing scene, and a tragic one for New Zealand, which in the words of the Prime Minister is unprecedented and clearly has shocked people across the country.
Howell, I wouldn't expect you to have detail on this, but for people who don't know, can you tell us any more about gun laws in New Zealand? It's not really a gun-carrying culture, is it?
No, similarly to Australia where I am now, you need a special licence to carry a gun law. The police don't themselves carry guns as they do in Australia. They tend to carry tasers if they need to apprehend someone. Therefore, in a relatively small city like Christchurch, actually, the police themselves would only have a quite small armed police unit. But no, there are strict gun laws in place. And so one of the many questions that will need to be asked after this event has ended is how this person was seemingly able to get together a cache of guns. Again, according to this unverified video footage, at least 3 weapons in the car that they were using, and worryingly or tellingly perhaps these guns had things written on them, so that suggests a long planning phase within the attack, that this person simply didn't instinctively go and grab guns from where they could to carry it out, that they would have maybe been thinking through how to orchestrate such a bloody attack for a long time.
Howell, thank you very much indeed for that. Our correspondent Howell Griffith there. I think we can go live to Christchurch now to Carl Penny. Carl, I know you live in Christchurch. You're on lockdown at the moment. Just tell us more about the situation.
Yeah, we're just in lockdown at the moment. So about 20 to 3, we were told to stay indoors, and we just saw police going everywhere. And then we were told to go upstairs, don't go and stand near windows. and that's where we've been. So, I've heard that there's a mosque down the road from us near a liquor store, and there was a shooting there. So all I know is, I've seen the videos that came through. So unfortunately, I've seen the video of the guy doing what he did, and then his car. So he was in a Subaru, like a grey Subaru, got out, had about 3 looked like AR-15s. Just loaded them up. Said on the video, let's get this party started, and just went into the mosque and shot people. And he's apparently been caught, but the reason we're in lockdown is because they think there's other shooters involved, and so the other shooter, from what it sounds like, was at the other mosque, which is down the road from where we are. So we're just freaking out, really. We've just sort of been sitting upstairs and can't go anywhere.
We should say, I guess, that one suspect's in custody. We don't know. There's nothing proven about that person who's been arrested. We do know there is footage of as you say, a white male wearing military fatigues on the ground being arrested. There was a weapon nearby as well. As you say, just there freaking out. It's a terrifying time. Anyone will have enormous sympathy that this is happening in your city. It's all been more complicated too, I guess, because of course there were climate change rallies going on, protests, loads of kids out in open spaces in cities across the country.
Yeah. So in the city, obviously there was a sort of a protest for the environment, and I don't know if you know Christchurch very well, but the square isn't that far away from where the Dean's Ave mosque is. So yeah, apparently the police just said, look, everyone's got to go home. There's an active shooter. So so they've all gone. They all went, and but at the moment, I guess we just see police cars and helicopters over top, and you're not kind of used to that. Like New Zealand's kind of Christchurch is kind of a quiet sort of city, so we were just like, what's going on here?
It's very difficult, no, isn't it? Because the advice from the police. So I didn't mean to interrupt you. The advice from the police, I know, is even if you're. Sorry, Matt, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just saying the advice from the police, I know we're hearing still, is, even if you're separated from your family and your loved ones, do stay where you are, because that's safer, because there may still be people shooting out there who have not been apprehended.
Yeah, that's correct. So I do have a friend who is a police officer, and he said that there is multiple shooters. So, and he was supposed to be off duty, and he's been brought in. And he actually is stationed outside of Christchurch. So all the police officers from within the Canterbury region have been brought in, and that's right. So I rang my mum, and my mum's picked up my son. So my mum and son are home at my house, but my wife and my 4-year-old are so she's a preschool teacher, so they're in lockdown at their preschool. So she can't go anywhere either. So we're kind of all just holed up at the moment. No one's really allowed to go anywhere because they don't know how. I mean, I guess they don't really know how many shooters there are, but they do feel there's definitely more than one.
Carl, it's a very rough time. We really appreciate you talking to us. Thank you very much.
And we can see what appears.
Now, I think we should go to this point now. Members of the Bangladesh cricket team were about to enter one of the mosques. That will be the Al Noor Mosque, when the shooting started there. We can get more from our correspondent in Dhaka, Akbar Hussain. Akbar, I think a lot of people, the first they knew about it was a tweet from a reporter following the Bangladeshi cricket team who said that they'd had to flee the mosque because there was somebody in there shooting, possibly more than one person shooting. Can you tell us more?
Yes, when the news broke out, it's early in the morning in Dhaka. So everybody, they were searching for news. What happened to Bangladeshi cricket team? Are they really safe? So later on, we got to know that Bangladeshi cricket team, they were actually in a practice session nearby of the mosque in the stadium. Then with that, except 2 players, rest of them, when they were going to the mosque and they were just about to enter the mosque, then one lady warned them that don't enter the mosque because the gunmen took control of the mosque and the attack was going on. Then the frightened Bangladeshi players, they were running off the scene and they came to the stadium area, and the team management advised them to stay in the stadium premises. And later on, they have been escorted to the hotel again. So the pictures what we have seen in the social media in Bangladesh, that all Bangladeshi players are very scared, they are frustrated, they are devastated, and definitely they are very lucky to survive the attack, because as far as we know, one Bangladeshi reporter who is covering the event in that area, he gave a Facebook post which says that at least 27 people dead so far. This is his version. And the attack took place because wherever Bangladeshi players they go, because Bangladesh is predominantly a Muslim society, and the players who are playing in the Bangladesh cricket team, except 1 or 2 maybe, most of them are Muslim. So wherever they go, even if it is a Jummah prayer, they go for prayer wherever it is, in England or New Zealand, Australia, wherever it is. So this is part of their prayer time when they went there. Now, Bangladeshi cricket management, Bangladesh Cricket Board president, he is due to hold a press conference within an hour or 2, where he will actually inform the media whether Bangladesh cricket team should stay in the New Zealand or not. Because Bangladesh cricket team, they have been touring the New Zealand for the last several weeks. They have already played 2 test matches against New Zealand and 3 one-day international against. So one-day international. So the third cricket match, which is scheduled to be held within a day or 2, so probably Bangladesh cricket team, they will call off their tour because they're so scared. And one of the Bangladeshi Cricket Board officials, he said that the situation what they have been passing through is not possible for them to continue the tour. But even the Bangladesh Cricket Board management, they will take the final decision.
Yeah, it's an obvious point, and you've anticipated there, but I can see New Zealand cricket now confirming that the 3rd test has been cancelled. We should just stress that the whole team are all right. They were unhurt.
Yeah, the whole team is unhurt. That is the good news for Bangladesh, for Bangladeshis, because the result could have been very fatal once they could enter the mosque, because they were just few hundred yards away from the mosque. So they all immediately came back to the stadium premises, as I earlier mentioned. So that's why they all are safe, they're unhurt. So the people, they are expressing their gratitude in the Facebook post, Twitter, in the social media in Bangladesh, that Bangladesh cricket team is unhurt. So the kind of attack took place in the New Zealand. You can remember that when a few years ago, Bangladeshi Australian Cricket Board, they canceled their tour to Bangladesh, apprehending a terrorist attack in Bangladesh. And later on, several other countries, they also called up canceled their Bangladesh trip. I'm talking about 2 years ago. But this kind of attack happened inside a mosque. This is very unprecedented for Bangladeshi players, for Bangladeshi Muslims. They can't really accept it, and they are so scared and frightened because they think it is not safe to stay in the New Zealand.
Akbar, is there any suggestion that the team were a target?
Not really. The team was the target. We can't see any suggestion here because the attack took place inside the mosque before the Bangladeshi team players, got there. So if they were the target, the situation could have been different. So now we can say that clearly that the team was not the target, but the gunmen, the way they entered the mosque, the description we got from the Bangladeshi journalists who are covering the event. So surely Bangladesh cricket team was not the target, but the result could have been a very different once Bangladesh cricket team could enter the mosque.
All right, Akbar, thank you very much indeed. Akbar Hussain there in Dhaka. We should just play you this, I think. A senior member of the mosque was in the building. We're talking here about the first mosque, the Al Noor. We understand there was a second attack at the Linwood Mosque not far away. A senior member of the Al Noor Mosque was in the building at the time of the shooting. He spoke just now to a journalist near the scene. He was outside the police cordon, but we should warn you, he does describe pretty upsetting scenes.
I was inside the mosque. I was in the side room, and the Imam had started the sermon. So everybody was settled, and it was very peaceful, calm and quiet. As usually it is, when Imam starts talking, everyone is quiet and it is a pin drop silence. But then suddenly, the shooting started. So it started in the main room because the shooter must have come through the hallway, and I was in the side room, so I did not see who was shooting. But I saw that some people were running out through my room where I was in, and also I saw some people had blood on their body, and some people were limping. At that moment, I realized that it was really serious, and a couple of people, they said to me that you are on wheelchair, you got to get out now. So I tried to get out, and I pushed myself at the back where my car was parked, and I was behind the car. And then from there I was hearing that shooting after shooting after shooting. It went on about 6 minutes or more, and I could hear screaming and crying, and I saw some people were drop dead, and some people were running away. I was on the wheelchair. I could not go anywhere, and also I didn't want to because I was afraid what was going to happen to the ladies, what was going to happen to my wife. So I stayed there, but luckily the shooter, he did his massacre inside the mosque, and he did not come at the back, otherwise he could have got me.
Senior member of the Al Noor Mosque who was inside when that first attack started. We're going to speak now to our correspondent Hal Griffith, I should say, in just a moment. In about 8 minutes, we think, possibly, we're going to hear a police press conference from Wellington. As soon as that happens, of course, we'll go straight to it live. I know the question, Hal, that many people will be asking, is there any update on whether there is another shooter on the loose?
That'll be the first question I'm sure that the police are asked. The last time they spoke, they did leave open this suggestion that there may be another offender in the area. Now, people clearly hope that there is not still a gunman on the loose. It's clear that one person has apprehended, and images are now being shared online of that person wearing military fatigues, someone matching the description of some of those eyewitnesses you've been hearing from, of someone in military gear who had a helmet and a bulletproof vest walking into the mosque and opening fire with a semi-automatic weapon. But clearly the police were concerned enough to keep the city in lockdown and to make that warning public for people to stay off the streets, in fear that there would either be an accomplice on the loose or potentially someone who they feared would be inspired and would react within Christchurch following on from the tragic events.
And so the Prime Minister talked about an evolving situation across multiple sites, didn't she, an hour or so ago, and police talking about a number of scenes and this unprecedented warning to mosques across the country, across New Zealand, to close their doors.
Absolutely, and that shows you the threat level that people fear. Again, probably more of a copycat incident rather than there being a nationwide orchestrated planned attack. But it is being treated, we understand, as a terror attack. This is clearly someone inspired by hatred, and hatred towards Kiwi or New Zealand Muslims and the Muslim population within New Zealand. And that's why, in order to protect the safety of people, many people who would be going or attending Friday prayers, for their own safety, to stay away, to stay at home, in order to protect them and to try and stop any further risk of people being injured.
And again, of course, the obvious question, and what many people will be wondering, more updated casualty figures. If you're going to open fire with a semi-automatic weapon for 10 minutes in a confined space, we can understand why the police are talking about multiple fatalities, multiple people wounded.
Absolutely, and those eyewitnesses' accounts talk about bodies on the ground. They talk about gunmen shooting at children. Some of the descriptions, as you've heard, are clearly very upsetting, but they do paint a picture as well of there being multiple, dozens, potentially people with serious injuries, and that, of course, leads us to the possibility that there may be deaths, maybe in double figures here. Beyond that, it would simply be speculation, but you can tell from the volume of ambulances arriving at Christchurch Hospital, by the fact they've had to close down all other treatment at the hospital today. The emergency services are now at full stretch in order to deal with this situation, and that again is potentially a symptom of just how big a situation this is and just how terrifying the situation has become.
So Hal, on that particular point, it's still the case, is it, that hours after this started, or hours after news of it first came out, that that Christchurch is in lockdown, the warnings are still out, people are expected to stay in their schools, in their offices, in their homes, to not go onto the streets?
Yeah, and we may learn more now from the police. As you said, they're due to speak within the next few minutes. Everyone would hope that they can bring us the news that the situation, or the lockdown at least, is over and that they have cleared the threat. But until that message has been sent out, the one is of caution and obviously keeping everyone in safety. The fact that there are two locations relatively close to each other, but still multiple locations, does leave the possibility of multiple assailants. And that's why I think initially maybe it's a precaution. We simply do not know that the police had to issue this warning of lockdown. And clearly the one gunman that they have apprehended, well, he was tracked down away from the mosque. We understand quite near a school. No suggestion at the moment that the school was a target, but this person was trying to get away, and therefore that widened the crime scene. And we have heard reports that there were shots fired outside of the mosque as well. We don't know yet whether that led to any injury or fatality, but it does all paint a picture of just how widespread this crime scene is and how big the investigation ultimately will have to be.
Hal, thank you very much for that. Just to remind you, we're expecting to take you live in just a few minutes now, could be 4 minutes or so, to the capital, Wellington, for a press conference from the police. We'll get all the latest from that. The Prime Minister, Jacinda Ardern, spoke just a short while ago. She was about to head to Wellington, of course, but let's hear something of what she said.
Presently, the police do have one suspect in custody. However, there could be others involved. Also, there are multiple scenes involved in this incident as well, and police will be giving more details as they can as the situation unfolds. Whilst I cannot give any confirmation at this stage around fatalities and casualties, what I can say is that it is clear that this is one of New Zealand's darkest days. Clearly, what has happened here is an extraordinary and unprecedented act of violence. Many of those who will have been directly affected by this shooting may be migrants to New Zealand. They may even be refugees here. They have chosen to make New Zealand their home, and it is their home.
It's very grave, it's very serious. We have dealt with an active shooter situation. We have multiple fatalities. At this point, I can't say how many, but it is significant. They occurred in two locations, two mosques in Christchurch, one at Deans Avenue and one at Linwood Avenue. Our police have those locations locked down. We have 4 people in custody. We are not aware of other people, but we cannot assume there are not others at large. We have a number of schools in lockdown. We're currently making sure we have enough staff to saturate the area with enough equipment to ensure that when we release that lockdown, people can get home safely. We're in the process of that. It will happen very shortly. We are pouring resources into that area, every available Canterbury and staff member and people nearby, other emergency services also, are saturating that area with visibility to ensure that everyone who needs to get home can get so safely. We are also setting up a facility, as we must, because this is absolutely tragic. There will be so many people affected, so that people can get more information. They will be worried about their loved ones. We don't have the identities of those people who have died as yet because those locations are still in lockdown, but we want to make sure we set up a facility where people can phone in and get the information they need. That is an absolute priority. Our people are doing that at the moment. As you can imagine, this is requiring every police and emergency resource that we have available. We have Defence Force aircraft here in Wellington ready to fly more resources into the area. We'll do that from other locations nearby as well. So I want to assure the public we are doing everything we can to make sure there is no more harm to their communities. As I said, I will be back to speak to you more this evening with more detail. I will open up for some questions, but it's quite possible I won't be able to help you out with any more detail, and I do have to return to work to brief others.
Commissioner, is there any other information that you can give us on the shooters at this point?
No, not at this stage. 4 are in custody, 3 are men, and 1 a woman. 1 is a woman, as I understand it. It's moving quite quickly, so I need to frame that in that way. That's what we believe at this moment.
Do we know anything about motivation at this point?
Not conclusively. We're working our way through that as well.
Can you classify it as a terrorist attack?
We are still looking at the circumstances that surround that. It doesn't get any more serious in this country.
Are you aware there's a video on social media circulating about the attack?
I'm absolutely aware. I have seen social media footage. It's very disturbing. It shouldn't be in the public domain, and we're doing everything we can to remove it.
How did you apprehend the attackers?
The attackers were apprehended by local police staff. There's been some absolute acts of bravery. I'm hugely proud of our police staff, the way they responded to this. But let's not presume that the danger is gone. So we want to make sure that we're right across that community. We're as visible and equipped as we need to be to make that happen.
There were reports of a car bomb. Can you tell us more about that?
I can tell you that there were a number of IEDs attached to vehicles that we also stopped. They've been made safe by the Defence Force, but that does go to the seriousness of this situation.
Is it right that that person or attacker was arrested wearing wide explosives?
That person has been made safe. We're still working through that, but we believe there was a claim, but that person is absolutely safe.
You had an indication that there might be up to 9 suspects. Can you confirm that?
No, I can't confirm that. I can confirm that our staff have arrested 4 people. I won't assume there aren't others, but I don't have information to that effect.
The people who have been apprehended, were they known to police?
I can't go into that detail either. That detail will unfold in the next few days. That's all I can say at this stage, but I'm absolutely conscious that the public need to be informed, kept informed of this. We have, to my left, a host of communication staff who will make that happen. But as you can imagine, we have so many operational staff that are absolutely committed to this operation.
A source says police are going to be armed, have been instructed to be armed for the next wee while. What can you say about that?
Of course, our staff will have access, immediate access to the equipment they need to keep themselves and the community safe.
Are officers outside Christchurch being armed as well?
Yes, we're not assuming that this is contained to Christchurch. We have no other information to suggest it is. But at this point in time, we should never make assumptions.
Sorry, it's time to wrap now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Police Commissioner.
The New Zealand Police Commissioner there. That was a live press conference from Wellington. In case you missed any of it, excuse me, just to update you on what you might have missed, police confirming multiple fatalities and a number of IEDs, improvised explosive devices, attached to vehicles. They say they cannot at the moment give identities for all those killed or wounded because of the lockdown, which is still very much in place. It is in place because they have 4 people, they say, in custody. He believes 3 men and 1 woman, though he couldn't absolutely confirm that. And he said, we cannot assume there are not others at large. As the Prime Minister said earlier, it is clear it's one of New Zealand's darkest days. She described an extraordinary act of violence. So as it stands still too, that extraordinary warning nationwide for all mosques to close their doors still in place. I think we can speak now to our correspondent Howard Griffith just to catch up on anything else that's come through. Howard, what are you hearing?
Well, I mean, the police there telling us something we didn't know, that they now have 4 people in custody, as you said, 3 men and 1 woman. And also the first confirmation we've heard that there were IEDs, improvised explosive devices, as part of this attack. What does now look to have been an orchestrated, planned attack, potentially on multiple sites in the city of Christchurch. Now, we knew that there was at least 1 vehicle involved. There was unconfirmed footage showing petrol cans inside the vehicle that also had 3 weapons. The suggestion there that we've heard for the first time that there are other vehicles involved and other improvised devices that may have been planned to carry out some kind of bomb attack. However, the better news from the police was that those devices have been made safe. They do not, however, yet know whether this emergency is at an end, and whether it's precautionary or whether they have other information, we don't know. But they are continuing to keep the city in lockdown in fear that there could be another person at large.
Because, as the police say, we cannot assume there are not others at large. It does seem to have been a very well-planned attack.
Yes, this has gone from being what many people characterise as a lone wolf attack to something more planned, more deliberate, and tragically something which shows a great deal of planning. If there were multiple people involved, that means it would have been coordinated across the city. And while we do not know whether there were 3 shooters, 4 shooters, we simply do not know. We know that there was at least one person carrying a great deal of weaponry and ammunition. That meant that they too would have been planning this for quite some time. We've heard the word unprecedented. I think this takes it up another notch again in terms of New Zealand and Australasia's terrorist incidents. Clearly, this is an act of terror being inflicted upon Muslims living in New Zealand, and potentially to try and send out a terrifying message to people further afield. But that's maybe why Jacinda Ardern was so very quick to give words of reassurance, to say that people who've come to New Zealand from other countries, people of Muslim faith, are also New Zealanders, while anyone who follows a brand of hatred, extremism like this, cannot consider the country their home.
Yes, she said many of those affected may be migrants, even refugees. They've chosen to make their home here. They are us. The people who've carried out this attack are not us. They have no place in New Zealand society. And it's worth saying, Hal, I guess, New Zealand is not a backward place, and Christchurch is a city, and the country doesn't really have a gun carry culture. You would have thought it was quite hard to move this quantity of weaponry and ammunition around to coordinate this kind of attack.
Absolutely, and that will be one of the key things that police have to look at in order to work out whether there are any existing or continuing threats. We know that the gunman potentially had multiple weapons. We know now from the police that they improvised explosive devices. If they were able to gather such ammunition in order to carry out an attack, could they potentially have gathered something else as well? Now, further on, once we know the threat is over and when they launch a fuller investigations, clearly questions will be asked as to how someone in New Zealand, which has relatively tough gun licensing laws, was able to gather such ammunition and to gather such firepower to carry out a devastating attack. New Zealand is a country, as you said, that is relatively peaceful. It doesn't have a gun culture. The police, by and large, don't carry guns. Only specialist trained weapons officers are allowed to carry guns, and that was part of the response, that in a city like Christchurch, which wouldn't have a large contingency, that they had to be called upon very quickly in order to try and lock down and end this threat. A threat at the moment, we're not entirely sure whether it's at an end.
And how anyone could put them in the place, could sympathise with the parents, the friends and the family of people who just don't know whether their loved ones are safe because everyone has been obliged to stay where they are in lockdown. This is a particular problem, of course, for parents whose kids were out on the climate change rallies, who were just spread in open spaces in cities around the country. They must be going crazy with worry.
Yes, I mean, while the protest would have ended several hours ago, potentially some of those children would have just naturally returned home. There will be, I'm sure, some degree of confusion, particularly in Christchurch, as to where everyone is, particularly, as often happens in these times, everyone is jabbing the mobile phone system and therefore calls and texts don't always get through. But I think the main concern will be over who was in the two mosques involved, the places where we know that there have been deaths in these shootings, and of course, if there are other people at large, making sure that children, adults, whoever they are, that they're in a safe place, that they're not walking the streets. The police have been very clear at the moment. People should stay indoors in case there's anyone else at large.
Absolutely. Hull, thank you very much for that. We heard just now from New Zealand's Police Commissioner Mike Bush in Wellington. He said the situation was unprecedented. You may have heard it earlier, but actually we can't pull it up at the moment, it seems. I think we can go live to Auckland, to the editor of the radio show News Talk ZB, Leslie Deverard. Leslie, can you hear me okay?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. Just tell us, please, the latest that you're hearing. We have just heard the police press conference.
Yes, well, they have not confirmed any official death toll, but we're getting unconfirmed reports, at least 27 dead. We've seen other reports that say it may be as high as 50, but the hospital has been told to prepare for a number of injured people, anywhere between 30 and 50. So as Jacinda Ardern said, a really dark day for New Zealand. People can't believe that this has happened in this country.
How prepared?
We've heard from...
So forgive me, Leslie, how prepared do you think the authorities would have been?
Everyone knew, because of the events that have happened all around the world, that New Zealand may not be immune, but I don't think anyone was prepared for this. As you heard the police commissioner say, they've got every available police resource in Christchurch at the moment working on this, and the worry is it just in Christchurch or is something planned elsewhere in the country?
And what are you hearing about that?
At this stage, it does seem to be confined to Christchurch. There are suggestions that one of the gunmen is an Australian. The terrible thing is he posted video of the shooting online. That's been pulled down, and police are requesting anyone who saw it before then not repost it. As I say, that's a few people have seen the video, and it is shocking and disturbing.
And you're saying that the attack seems to be, the Al Noor seems to have been live streamed, and this manifesto, if you can call it that, posted online. It's also clear that the weapons appear to have, I say we're not going to use it because it's horrible, but the weapons appear to have slogans painted on them. This was well planned.
It does appear that way, and as you heard, the police have arrested 4 people, are still wondering whether there is another active shooter out there, which is why Christchurch City is in lockdown. Children were due to go home from school at 3 o'clock. It's now 5:45, and children are still in lockdown at their schools. Parents have been told not to come and get them just yet. They're told all their children are safe and are being looked after, but the police are still on the streets. Christchurch, parts of Christchurch are just a ghost town on what would normally be a busy Friday night.
Police have also confirmed a number of IEDs, improvised explosive devices, attached to vehicles. It does seem extraordinary this quantity of weaponry and ammunition and explosives were able to be moved without anyone picking anything up.
Absolutely, and our Prime Minister at the moment is speaking to our intelligence agencies and police to see what they may or may not know about this.
Tell us more about New Zealand's gun laws.
Well, guns are not a normal thing to have in people's homes in New Zealand. We're not at all like America. very similar to Britain. People generally have guns for rabbit shooting or possum shooting. We no longer have a firearms register, but people do have to have a gun license to be able to own a gun. That doesn't stop a criminal element, of course, of ignoring that law and getting hold of guns.
And the Prime Minister's remarks, she'll be talking again, I'm sure, but her those particular remarks we heard earlier saying many of those affected by this may be migrants, even refugees. They've chosen to make their home here. They are us. The people who have carried out this attack are not us. They have no place in New Zealand society. Will those remarks resonate? How will they go down?
I think they will resonate, and as she says, many of the people who attend mosques in this country have come from terrible situations overseas to what they would hope was a safe haven, and now this has happened. I do think New Zealanders on a whole will rally round those people and show them support and do whatever they can to help. At this stage, though, where we still don't know exactly what the situation is and whether it's over, the country is actually in shock and in disbelief.
Leslie, thank you very much indeed. Leslie Deverell there, editor of the radio show News Talk ZB. Well, New Zealand's police commissioners were just saying Mike Bush has been speaking in Wellington. He said the situation was unprecedented.
Yes, when the news broke out, it's early in the morning in Dhaka, so everybody, they were searching for news, what happened to Bangladeshi cricket team, are they really safe? So later on, we got to know that Bangladeshi cricket team, they were actually in a practice session nearby of the mosque in the stadium. Then with that, except 2 players, rest of them, when they were going to the mosque and they were just about to enter the mosque, then one lady warned them that don't enter the mosque because the gunmen took control of the mosque and the attack was going on. Then the frightened Bangladeshi players, they were running off the scene and they came to the stadium area, and the team management advised them to stay in the stadium premises. And later on, they have been escorted to the hotel again. So the pictures what we have seen in the social media in Bangladesh, that all Bangladeshi players are very scared, they are frustrated, they are devastated, and definitely they are very lucky to survive the attack, because as far as we know, one Bangladeshi reporter who is covering the event in that area, he gave a Facebook post which says that at least 27 people dead so far. This is his version. And the attack took place because wherever Bangladeshi players they go, because Bangladesh is predominantly a Muslim society, and the players who are playing in the Bangladesh cricket team, except 1 or 2 maybe, most of them are Muslim. So wherever they go, even if it is a Jummah prayer, they go for prayer, wherever it is in England or New Zealand, Australia, wherever it is. So this is part of their prayer time when they went there. Now, Bangladeshi cricket management, Bangladesh Cricket Board president, he is due to hold a press conference within an hour or 2, where he will actually inform the media whether Bangladesh cricket team should stay in the New Zealand or not. Because Bangladesh cricket team, they have been touring the New Zealand for the last several weeks. They have already played 2 test matches against New Zealand and 3 one-day international against. So one-day international. So the third cricket match, which is scheduled to be held within a day or 2, so probably Bangladesh cricket team, they will call off their tour because they're so scared. And one of the Bangladeshi Cricket Board officials, he said that the situation what they have been passing through is not possible for them to continue the tour. But even the Bangladesh Cricket Board management, they will take the final decision.
Yeah, it's an obvious point, and you've anticipated there, but I can see New Zealand cricket now confirming that the 3rd test has been cancelled. We should just stress that the whole team are all right. They were unhurt.
Yeah, the whole team is unhurt. That is the good news for Bangladesh, for Bangladeshis, because the result could have been very fatal once they could enter the mosque, because they were just few hundred yards away from the mosque. So they all immediately came back to the stadium premises, as I earlier mentioned. So that's why they all are safe, they are unhurt. So the people, they are expressing their gratitude in the Facebook post, Twitter, in the social media in Bangladesh, that Bangladesh cricket team is unhurt. So the kind of attack took place in the New Zealand. You can remember that when a few years ago, Bangladeshi Australian Cricket Board, they canceled their tour to Bangladesh, apprehending a terrorist attack in Bangladesh, and later on several other countries, they also called up Bangladesh, canceled their Bangladesh trip. I'm talking about 2 years ago. But this kind of attack happened inside a mosque. This is very unprecedented for Bangladeshi players or Bangladeshi Muslims. They can't really accept it, and they are so scared and frightened because they think it is not safe to stay in the New Zealand.
Akbar, is there any suggestion that the team were a target?
Not really. The team was the target. We can't see any suggestion here because the attack took place inside the mosque before the Bangladeshi team players, got there. So if they were the target, the situation could have been different. So now we can say that clearly that the team was not the target, but the gunmen, the way they entered the mosque, the description we got from the Bangladeshi journalists who are covering the event. So surely Bangladesh cricket team was not the target, but the result could have been a very different once Bangladesh cricket team could enter the mosque.
As you gather there, that was in fact our correspondent Akbar Hussain in Dhaka. We can go now, I think, to New Zealand's Police Commissioner Mike Bush. He gave a press conference in Wellington just a short while ago. He said the situation was unprecedented.
I want to start by saying that we are currently dealing with an unprecedented situation in New Zealand. It's very grave, it's very serious. We have dealt with an active shooter situation. We have multiple fatalities. At this point, I can't say how many, but it is significant. They occurred in 2 locations, 2 mosques in Christchurch, one at Deans Avenue and one at Linwood Avenue. Our police have those locations locked down. We have 4 people in custody. We are not aware of other people, but we cannot assume there are not others at large. We have a number of schools in lockdown. We're currently making sure we have enough staff to saturate the area with enough equipment to ensure that when we release that lockdown, people can get home safely. We're in the process of that. It will happen very shortly. We are pouring resources into that area. Every available Canterbury and staff member and people nearby, other emergency services also, are saturating that area with visibility to ensure that everyone who needs to get home can get so safely. We are also setting up a facility, as we must, because this is absolutely tragic. There will be so many people affected, so that people can get more information. They will be worried about their loved ones. We don't have the identities of those people who have died as yet because those locations are still in lockdown, but we want to make sure we set up a facility where people can phone in and get the information they need. That is an absolute priority. Our people are doing that at the moment. As you can imagine, this is requiring every police and emergency resource that we have available. We have Defence Force aircraft here in Wellington ready to fly more resources into the area. We'll do that from other locations nearby as well. So I want to assure the public we are doing everything we can to make sure there is no more harm to their communities.
New Zealand's Police Commissioner Mike Bush speaking just a short while ago. In case you just joined us, a recap from our reporter Ramzan Kamali.
Emergency vehicles rushing the injured to hospital after a gunman entered the Al Noor Mosque in Christchurch and opened fire. Around 300 people were in attendance for the traditional Friday prayers. A senior member of the congregation described the horrific scene.
I saw that some people were running out through my room where I was in, and also I saw some people had blood on their body, and some people were limping. At that moment, I realized that it was really serious.
There are reports the gunman was firing continuously for at least 10 minutes. Another mosque in the city also came under attack, and the police say that several people have been apprehended. New Zealand's Prime Minister expressed her shock.
What I can say is that it is clear that this is one of New Zealand's darkest days. Clearly, what has happened here is an extraordinary and unprecedented act of violence.
Local Canterbury police have not confirmed numbers, but have said that there have been fatalities and injuries in more than one location. In an unprecedented action, they've also asked for all mosques throughout the country to close their doors, and currently the whole of Christchurch is in lockdown. Ramzan Karamali, BBC News.
Just an update on what Ramzan was saying there. Police have made 4 arrests, they say 3 men and 1 woman, but they say they cannot assume there are not others at large. They do indeed confirm multiple fatalities. They can't give a figure at the moment. Also, a number of IEDs, improvised explosive devices, attached to vehicles. They stress they can't give identities for all those killed or wounded at the moment because of the lockdown, which is still very much in place. The advice from the police is for everyone to remain indoors, whether in a mosque, in an office or in a building, even if that means you're separated from your loved ones for the moment. There's some suggestion just coming in from the radio show News Talk ZB, the show that there may be 27 dead, possibly as high as 50, but we cannot confirm that figure. Thank you for watching. Much more on the website.
Hello again. A quick look at what's happening in East Africa's Mozambique, first of all, because here Cyclone Idai is making landfall near Mozambique's 4th biggest city. Now, prior to landfall, the winds were gusting at 140 miles an hour, so damaging gusts of wind working into this part of Mozambique. We're highly likely to see some severe flooding, so the weather just looks really nasty over the next few days in Mozambique. We may all hear some stories about that over coming days. Here in the UK, well, our windy, blustery spell of weather is set to continue, but obviously nothing on that kind of scale. And if you're heading outside over the next few hours, there is the chance of some rain around. Low pressure is in charge of our weather. And still, we've got those reasonably tightly packed isobars over the UK today. So it is going to be another blustery kind of day. Outbreaks of rain across England and Wales tending to trickle southwards. Never really getting away from southwest England, where it could end up being quite a damp day. Similar picture too for southern parts of Wales. Further northwards, well, at least you get some sunshine, but here again there will be a number of blustery showers, Northern Ireland, Northern England and Scotland, and it will feel quite cool in the wind with those temperatures, well, 5 to 7 degrees across northern areas. And the showers continue to feed in overnight, but at the same time, Friday night sees a pulse of heavier rain working back northwards into Northern Ireland and across England and Wales. Now, we could see a bit of snow for a time over the high ground, and there is potential for multiple hazards around, really, as we start off the weekend, thanks to this developing quite nasty area of low pressure. What might catch your eye is the snow. Well, we're going to see some of that over the high ground of Northern Ireland, Northern England and Scotland. Could see around 10 to 20 centimetres above 350 metres elevation, but some snow could get down to lower levels for a time. It's going to be very wet across the hills of Northern England and Wales. Over the high ground of Wales, we could see 100 millimetres of rain, bringing a risk of some localised flooding. And then there's the winds. Winds could gust up to around 50 or 60 miles an hour for southern Wales, southern England, perhaps 70 miles an hour in the most exposed locations. So all of these weather elements add up to the risk of some disruptive weather as we go on through the first part of the weekend. Now that system actually strengthens as it leaves the UK, so across eastern Scotland could have some very strong winds for a time here. And on Sunday, northwesterly winds flowing in across the UK, bringing plenty of showers across northern and western areas. A few of those blowing in across more inland parts through central and eastern England, central and eastern parts of Scotland as well. The showers quite intense, could still have a wintry flavour to them over the high ground, and it will feel cool in the wind with temperatures reaching a high at best of around 10. That's your weather.
Wherever you are, follow the story with BBC News. Use your smart speaker and ask for BBC News. Get headlines as they happen, with live updates. And if you're out and about, you can watch the BBC News channel live from the app. Follow the story, wherever you are, with BBC News.
والله بنحضر بغاز كلار وما بقى نعرف وين نروح بحالنا. Our World is a unique series of films on the BBC.
I want to be able to bring her home.
Offering personal insights into global events. Our World, stories that speak for themselves. Saturday and Sunday nights at 9:30 on the BBC News Channel.
Hello, this is The Briefing. I'm Victoria Fritz. Our top story. Police in New Zealand say 4 people have been taken into custody in the city of Christchurch following gun attacks on 2 mosques.
I could hear screaming and crying, and I saw some people were, drop dead.
Police say there have been multiple fatalities following what they describe as a tragic series of events in the Canterbury region on Friday. The Prime Minister spoke a short time ago about the gravity of the situation.
What I can say is that it is clear that this is one of New Zealand's darkest days.
Hello, a warm welcome to the programme. We'll tell you all the latest from the terrible scenes in New Zealand as police say the situation is still ongoing. Police in the city of Christchurch in New Zealand say there are multiple fatalities after shootings at 2 mosques where hundreds of people had gathered for Friday prayers. Police say that they have 4 suspects now in custody, 3 men and 1 woman. Police across Christchurch are being asked to stay indoors as the city is in lockdown. The New Zealand Prime Minister, Jacinda Ardern, said it was an extreme and unprecedented act of violence. Ramzan Karmali has the latest.
Emergency vehicles rushing the injured to hospital after a gunman entered the Al Nur Mosque in Christchurch and opened fire. Around 300 people were in attendance for the traditional Friday prayers. A senior member of the congregation described the horrific scene.
I saw that some people were running out through my room where I was in, and also I saw some people had blood on their body, and some people were limping. At that moment, I realized that it was really serious.
There are reports the gunman was firing continuously for at least 10 minutes. Another mosque in the city also came under attack, and the police say that several people have been apprehended. New Zealand's Prime Minister expressed her shock.
What I can say is that it is clear that this is one of New Zealand's darkest days. Clearly, what has happened here is an extraordinary and unprecedented act of violence.
Local Canterbury police have not confirmed numbers, but have said that there have been fatalities and injuries in more than one location. In an unprecedented action, they've also asked for all mosques throughout the country to close their doors, and currently the whole of Christchurch is in lockdown. Ramzan Karmali, BBC News.
Let's speak now to our correspondent Hal Griffith, who is in Sydney for us. As Ramzan mentions there, the situation still ongoing, the city in lockdown.
Yeah, one rare glimpse of good news which has come from the police in the last couple of minutes. They've said that schools in the city of Christchurch are now no longer in lockdown. Pupils made to stay hours after the end of the day on Friday afternoon. Parents clearly worried about the risk that there could be another potentially armed person on the loose. So the police sending out a message, as I said, in the last 5 minutes or so, saying the lockdown has been lifted on schools, but they reiterate there is a very, very heavy police presence across the city to try and ensure people's safety. But it's clearly been an incredibly distressing day for everyone in Christchurch.
And lots of children had been on the streets of Christchurch just hours earlier because of a protest on climate change.
Yeah, it was one of the many cities across New Zealand, across the world, where there were climate protests planned today by school children. And while that would have happened, we think before the shooting began, it may have led to children not being where their parents thought that they may be. So there's been a lot of frantic communication between the schools, between parents and the police, helping to mediate to try and make sure that everyone is safe. And so the one bit of good news is that the lockdown has been lifted. That's suggesting that the police believe maybe that there is no longer an active, direct threat to people on the streets. However, as we heard in that report, there is this unprecedented measure to tell all the mosques across New Zealand, not just Christchurch, not just the South Island, across the country, to close their doors, potentially in fear of maybe either another part of an orchestrated attack or a copycat attack. Knowing that there are 4 people apprehended, it is clear that there's an element of planning that has gone into this attack in Christchurch. The fear may be that there could be someone in that city or elsewhere in New Zealand also involved.
Hywel Griffith, thank you very much. Now, New Zealand's Police Commissioner Mike Bush says there are 4 people in custody.
I want to start by saying that we are currently dealing with an unprecedented situation in New Zealand. It's very grave, it's very serious. We have dealt with an active shooter situation. We have multiple fatalities. At this point, I can't say how many, but it is significant. They occurred in 2 locations, 2 mosques in Christchurch, one at Deans Avenue and one at Linwood Avenue. Our police have those locations locked down. We have 4 people in custody. We are not aware of other people, but we cannot assume there are not others at large. We have a number of schools in lockdown. We're currently making sure we have enough staff to saturate the area with enough equipment to ensure that when we release that lockdown, people can get home safely. We're in the process of that. It will happen very shortly. We are pouring resources into that area. Every available Canterbury and staff member and people nearby, other emergency services also, are saturating that area with visibility to ensure that everyone who needs to get home can get so safely. We are also setting up a facility, as we must, because this is absolutely tragic. There will be so many people affected, so that people can get more information. They will be worried about their loved ones. We don't have the identities of those people who have died as yet, because those locations are still in lockdown, but we want to make sure we set up a facility where people can phone in and get the information they need. That is an absolute priority. Our people are doing that at the moment. As you can imagine, this is requiring every police and emergency resource that we have available. We have Defence Force aircraft here in Wellington ready to fly more resources into the area. We'll do that from other locations nearby as well. So I want to assure the public we are doing everything we can to make sure there is no more harm to their communities.
That was the Police Commissioner there. Now, the Prime Minister is now on her way to the city to talk with the emergency services. But before she left, Jacinta Ardern spoke to reporters about what she knew of the situation.
Presently, the police do have 1 suspect in custody. However, there could be others involved. Also, there are multiple scenes involved in this incident as well, and police will be giving more details as they can as the situation unfolds. Whilst I cannot give any confirmation at this stage around fatalities and casualties, what I can say is that it is clear that this is one of New Zealand's darkest days. Clearly, what has happened here is an extraordinary and unprecedented act of violence. Many of those who will have been directly affected by this shooting may be migrants to New Zealand. They may even be refugees here. They have chosen to make New Zealand their home, and it is their home. They are us. The person who has perpetuated this violence against us is not. They have no place in New Zealand. There is no place in New Zealand for such acts of extreme and unprecedented violence, which it is clear this act was. For now, my thoughts, and I'm sure the thoughts of all New Zealanders, are with those who have been affected and also with their families. My thoughts also to those in Christchurch who are still dealing with an unfolding situation. The advice from police continues to be that people remain indoors. I acknowledge that may mean that some families are separated, but please continue to listen out for information as it comes to light that's been directly provided by the New Zealand Police with further information. But as I say, please remain in lockdown. We are potentially still dealing with an evolving situation, and again, as I say, across multiple sites. Please be assured, though, the police are actively managing the situation. Christchurch Hospital is dedicated to treating those who are arriving at the hospital as we speak as well.
We can go live now to Wellington and speak to Tahir Nawaz, who's the president of the International Muslim Association of New Zealand. Tahir, the Prime Minister there, very quick to try and reassure the country and the community, the Muslim community in New Zealand. How are those comments being taken in the community?
I absolutely agreed with the Prime Minister, as Prime Minister mentioned earlier, that is the saddest in our history, for the New Zealand history, having an incident like this. As Prime Minister assured that our communities would be well looked after. I'm just right now, while I'm speaking with you, I'm in the police headquarters, and we're having a meeting, and we got the full support from all the agencies to assist us in any way they can. So we are very grateful.
What are you hearing? You say you're in the police headquarters. What is it that they are briefing you at this stage?
Actually, we're working out that on the plan that at the moment I am in Wellington, so we're working out how we'll make sure that the safety of our community would be there for everyone.
Okay, yes, exactly, because there is at the moment advice that there should be a nationwide closure of all mosques.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. At the moment, I'm in Wellington region, and in all Wellington region mosques has been closed down. That's confirmed. Similarly, in Auckland, various mosques has been closed down as well, and similarly in Christchurch as well. The rest of the mosques in other regions, it depends on the management, and I don't have any other information at the moment.
Yes, at this stage there are fears that there could be copycat killings as a result of some of the footage that was available on social media that we, for very good reasons, are not showing here on the BBC. But there must be widespread fear within the community.
Yes, I think the fear is there. It's just that this is a complete shock for the communities, Muslim communities, and in all the Kiwis in general, because we are not that sort of country that we have the shootings like this, and this is something very uncommon.
Yes, very uncommon indeed. As the Prime Minister alluded to there is no culture of a gun culture, shall we say, in New Zealand. And she was very quick to point out that the community of migrants involved potentially in these two different attacks, these two shootings, and potentially also even refugees who have come to New Zealand, come to the country for safe harbour. They are us, she said. She said the shooter is not one of us. Interesting comments from the Prime Minister.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely correct, because all the agencies, New Zealand agencies, they treat all of the migrants as the local people, and there's no difference we have. But having an incident like this, definitely the migrants community there will be sort of concerns in the community, and the feeling of not unsafe, feeling of unsafe in this sort of circumstances. But I'm very glad that New Zealand government is taking very good steps, and they are supporting and they are making sure that we are safe.
We are going to leave it there for the moment. Thank you very much. Tahir Nawaz, the President of the International Muslim Association of New Zealand. Our members of the Bangladesh cricket team were about to enter the mosque for prayers when the shooting happened, but they are all safe. They were there for a test match, which has now been cancelled. Let's get more from our correspondent in Dhaka, Akbar Hossain. Akbar, they are, we should state at this stage, safe, but obviously extremely shocked by what happened.
Yes, no doubt about it. It is very shocking news for many Bangladeshis, because when the news broke out early in the morning that the attack took place inside a mosque in New Zealand, many Bangladeshis they were searching for news, what happened to Bangladesh cricket team, and some local media, they reported that Bangladesh cricket team luckily survived the attack. And the news we got from the New Zealand and some Bangladeshi journalists who were covering the Bangladesh cricket match against New Zealand, they were telling us that when Bangladesh cricket team, they were actually in a practice session nearby in a stadium, which is not very far away from the Al Noor Mosque where the attack took place. And after when the practice session was going on, then they were actually heading for Jummah prayer to Al Noor Mosque by a bus. And they got down from the bus and they were very close to the mosque and they were just about to enter the mosque. And then a lady warned them that don't go there, don't get inside, because gunmen took control of the mosque and the attack was going on. Then Bangladeshi cricketers, they all fled from the scene. They came, they were running, and they immediately got to the stadium premises. And Bangladesh Cricket Board advised them first, immediately after that, to stay inside the stadium premises. Then again, they were taken to a hotel safely. Now, Bangladesh Cricket Board, they gave a statement. They said that all players are safe. There is no injury on Bangladesh side. But the pictures we saw in the social media, which is now floating, Bangladeshi cricketers, they were completely devastated, frightened by the situation. One of the top Bangladeshi batsmen, Tamim Iqbal, he just tweeted that he was very frightened by the scenario, what he saw in the Christchurch. And he was actually asking all Bangladeshis to pray for them. Because this kind of attack inside a mosque is completely unheard of in Bangladesh for many Bangladeshis. So now, the third test, which is scheduled to take place, was scheduled to take place tomorrow, but it has been cancelled, as you all know that. But there is an interesting event, interesting news, which I got from the one Bangladeshi journalist. He said that
I'm afraid we are going to have to leave it there. I think we have lost the line to Akbar Hossain in Dhaka, but very much confirming that the Bangladesh cricket team were about to enter the mosque. They are all safe. Very shocked, he was saying there, but the test match, the third test match against New Zealand, has now been cancelled. Now, a senior member of the mosque was in the building at the time of the shooting. He's been speaking to a journalist near the scene outside the police cordon. As a warning to viewers, he described some very upsetting scenes.
I was inside the mosque. I was in the side room and the Imam had started the sermon. So everybody was settled, and it was very peaceful, calm and quiet. As usually it is, when Imam starts talking, everyone is quiet and it is a pin drop silence. But then suddenly, the shooting started. So it started in the main room because the shooter must have come through the hallway, and I was in the side room, so I did not see who was shooting. but I saw that some people were running out through my room where I was in, and also I saw some people had blood on their body, and some people were limping. At that moment, I realized that it was really serious, and a couple of people, they said to me that you are on wheelchair, you got to get out now. So I tried to get out, and I pushed myself at the back where my car was parked, and I was behind the car. And then from there I was hearing that shooting after shooting after shooting. It went on about 6 minutes or more, and I could hear screaming and crying, and I saw some people were drop dead, and some people were running away. I was on the wheelchair. I could not go anywhere, and also I didn't want to because I was afraid what was going to happen to the ladies, what was going to happen to my wife. So I stayed there, but luckily the shooter, he did his massacre inside the mosque, and he did not come at the back, otherwise he could have got me.
Now, another man who was in the mosque at the time of the shooting says he saw one of the gunmen.
We heard, the firing, and it was from the main entrance of the building. And then everybody just ran toward the back doors just to save themselves. And first we hide behind the cars and, under the cars. And then when we see that firing is still on, we try to, jump the fence. And then we hide the next house to the mosque on this side. And firing was on and on, And one person we saw with us was bullet in a arm. And when firing stopped, I just have a look from over fence. There was one guy changing his, the gun and taking the other one because he parked on this side driveway next to the mosque house, and he just take the gun, and then firing started again,
Well, the Prime Minister is now on her way to the city to talk with the emergency services, but before she left New Plymouth, she spoke to reporters about what she knew of the situation.
Presently, the police do have one suspect in custody. However, there could be others involved. Also, there are multiple scenes involved in this incident as well, and police will be giving more details as they can as the situation unfolds. Whilst I cannot give any confirmation at this stage around fatalities and casualties, what I can say is that it is clear that this is one of New Zealand's darkest days. Clearly, what has happened here is an extraordinary and unprecedented act of violence. Many of those who will have been directly affected by this shooting may be migrants to New Zealand. They may even be refugees here. They have chosen to make New Zealand their home, and it is their home. They are us. The person who has perpetuated this violence against us is not. They have no place in New Zealand. There is no place in New Zealand for such acts of extreme and unprecedented violence, which it is clear this act was. For now, my thoughts, and I'm sure the thoughts of all New Zealanders, are with those who have been affected and also with their families. My thoughts also to those in Christchurch who are still dealing with an unfolding situation. The advice from police continues to be that people remain indoors. I acknowledge that may mean that some families are separated, but please continue to listen out for information as it comes to light that's been directly provided by the New Zealand Police with further information. But as I say, they please remain in lockdown. We are potentially still dealing with an evolving situation, again, as I say, across multiple sites. Please be assured, though, the police are actively managing the situation. Christchurch Hospital is dedicated to treating those who are arriving at the hospital as we speak as well.
Let's go back to Akbar Hossain, who is in Dhaka for us. Akbar, you were telling us about the situation with the Bangladesh cricket team, that they are all safe, very shocked that the test is cancelled, and you were going to tell us the next development, and then our line broke out a little.
Yeah, the test has been cancelled, which was scheduled to be held tomorrow. And the Bangladeshi players, they will come back to Bangladesh as soon as possible. Maybe it may be today or it may be tomorrow, but they are safe till now. But the interesting news I got from the Christchurch, one of the Bangladeshi journalists, he said that Bangladesh cricket team manager held a press conference inside the stadium premises. That's why the cricketers were actually 10 minutes late for before entering the mosque. If the press conference was not held at that time, then the players, they would have been in the mosque in the meantime, and they might fall victim of the gun attack inside the mosque. And some journalists are saying that press conference, 10 minutes, which actually delayed their journey to mosque, the 10 minutes, actually saved them. So very frightening situation for Bangladeshi cricketers. And I was actually following the reactions in the social media, where many people are saying that how come such a terrorist deadliest attack took place in a country like New Zealand, which is completely unheard of? And they were actually asking Bangladesh Cricket Board to return back the players, cricketers immediately. Because as you know, that the Bangladesh is a predominantly Muslim majority country. All the players in Bangladesh cricket team, except one or two, are Muslims. Wherever they go for their cricket, either in England or New Zealand, Australia, South Africa, India, and if it is Friday, they actually go for Jummah prayers. This is a very, religious things for them. So that's why they actually
Okay, I think we are going to have to leave Akbar again. Akbar Hossain talking to us from Dhaka about the situation with the Bangladesh cricket team, who just escaped after shots were fired at a Christchurch mosque. We're talking about the Al Noor Mosque. Police confirming that there have been multiple fatalities. There's a lot more on this story on the website. I think we can go now to Leslie Deverell, who can talk to us a little bit more about the situation that we believe is still unfolding. We understand at this stage that there are 4 suspects in custody, 3 men and 1 woman.
Yes, and police say the situation remains fluid. They have not definitely confirmed that this is over, and they are still treating it as an active shooting situation. They've confirmed there have been 2 shootings at 2 mosques in Christchurch, one in Deans Avenue, the other one in Linwood Avenue. Both those mosques remain in lockdown. They've confirmed a number of fatalities. We understand it could be as many as 27, although as I stress that's unconfirmed. And again, a large number of casualties or wounded, perhaps as many as 50, some of them children. They're speaking to the 4 people that they've arrested, that's the 3 men and 1 woman. They're still telling Christchurch people to stay inside and keep safe, and they've got every single police resource in Christchurch working on this.
Yes, and one thing that came out from the press conference with the police commissioner is that there were also IEDs, improvised explosive devices, attached to vehicles that have been made safe by the Defence Force.
Exactly, and obviously this is linked to those shootings. And they've also told mosques throughout New Zealand to take extra precautions. As they say, they really do not know the full details behind this at the moment. They've asked all mosques to actually shut their doors and advise people not to visit until further notice. At this stage, they are not calling it a terror attack. It certainly looks that way. One of the shooters posted a video online of him shooting. That's been removed by police. It's very disturbing, terrible video. The other thing we believe is that one of the shooters, anyway, is from Australia and posted his intentions on Facebook.
Yes, as you say, there is or at least there was, a 17-minute live streaming, we understand, on social media of this attack. The police, as you say, have removed that footage. We on the BBC will not be showing it, but there does appear to be an extraordinary coordinated element to this attack. This was sophisticated, and certainly we understand that there were messages scrawled in white writing across the ammunition, across the guns, for example, and the IED element of this as well. This was no lone shooter, no lone wolf.
It does appear that way. As you say, police have 4 in custody, but are stressing that this is still a very fluid situation.
Yes, as you say, and we understand from our reporter in Sydney that the schools are now not on lockdown. We understand that school children have been able to be returned to their homes. But this was a day of protest, wasn't it, across Christchurch? Lots of children were out protesting about climate change.
Absolutely. So it was just after midday that a crowd of several hundred school children gathered to protest climate change and urge politicians to do more about it. And it was 1:40, about less than an hour later, that the first shooting took place. The children on the protest were all told to go home and stay home, and it does appear that none were caught up in this event. But other school students who were still in class all the schools were put into lockdown, and parents have only just been able to go and pick them up.
Yes, and at this stage there is some confusion about who may or may not have been involved. The police commissioner saying that they are setting up a facility to deal with those inquiries, but of course that is very difficult as sections of the city are still on lockdown.
Absolutely. There were 2 malls where people have been told to stay in the shopping mall and not come out. There are still streets cordoned off, and people are being urged to just stay inside. And in fact, large areas of Christchurch on what would normally be a busy Friday night now look like a ghost town.
This is extraordinary, is it not, for New Zealand?
It's unbelievable. Our Prime Minister has called it a dark day, and it is certainly that. I mean, I think most people in New Zealand, having heard terror events around the world, knew we were not immune, but never ever dreamt something like this would happen here. And as I say, I think the country is in shock and disbelief. Police are not calling it a terror attack at the moment, but it certainly bears all those hallmarks.
And just to explain for our viewers around the world, the laws around guns, the culture around guns in New Zealand, I mean, how similar is it to other places around the world? Say, for example, the UK, people listening here in the UK, or America? I mean, where does it fall on the spectrum?
Oh, it falls very similar to the gun laws in the UK. Certainly, we do not have the gun culture that the US has. People here have to get a license to own a gun. There is no firearms register as such, but people do have to get a license and do have to pass checks to ensure they are a fit and proper person to own a gun. Of course, like any country, that does not stop people circumventing those laws and getting guns on the black market.
Yes, but a certain number of guns seem to be involved in this, including a semi-automatic weapon, we understand. How easy would it be to manoeuvre such amount of guns, of ammunition, and also, we understand, IEDs into and around a big city?
That you would think in New Zealand that would not be easy, but obviously a great deal of planning and thought has gone into this. There are some suggestions that one of the gunmen at least is an Australian, and if he got into the country and how he got weapons, if that's what's happened, who knows. But again, those are questions that will be asked in the coming weeks. How were these people able to get hold of those guns, and where did they come from, and where did they get the explosives from? How were they able to do it without anybody raising suspicions?
Yes, and to that point, a manifesto has been posted online. It is not yet clear, and certainly has not been confirmed by police, the identities of these gunmen.
Yes, so a lot of the information that's been posted on Facebook has been removed by police, but certainly the manifesto suggested this man was actually going to target a mosque in Dunedin, which is a city south of Christchurch, but changed his mind at the last minute.
OK, I think for the moment we will leave it there. Leslie Deverell, thank you very much. Now, on the line now is Anna Burns-Francis, who's a reporter from TV New Zealand. Anna, can you just add a little bit more detail for us about where we understand we are in the situation?
Well, at the moment, we understand, I'm sure you've caught up with these reports, that police have told us late this evening that they have made 4 arrests. That's 3 men and 1 woman associated with this attack. We were expecting that there would have been more arrests made because even after we had reports that 1 gunman was taken into custody, police were telling us they were still looking for more offenders associated with this attack. Now, that isn't necessarily over. Police have told us they don't know exactly how far this will go, and there are concerns that there may still be 1 other person out there who could have been one of the gunmen. That's because witnesses have told One News that there were 2 people carrying guns at the first mosque shooting at the Al Noor Mosque just before 2 this afternoon. We have got it confirmed that there are 9 people who've lost their lives in this attack, but there are still dozens more injured being treated at Christchurch Hospital. That's the main hospital not far from the scene of that first shooting. The cordon for the Christchurch schools has been lifted this evening. That means children who were stuck at school for hours after they were supposed to go home, separated from their parents, deeply concerning obviously for those who couldn't connect with their loved ones, with their children. That's now been lifted. So all schools in the Christchurch region, those children started heading home about 20 minutes ago now. But the city is still on lockdown. There are full emergency services in place. The Defence Force, the highest technical team, the SAS, they're still in place as well. And authorities are warning us that this is not over. They haven't ensured that the city is completely safe and that this attack is over and finished.
You mentioned the hospital there. The hospital itself is in crisis mode. We understand it has cleared the decks, as it were, in accident and emergency, trying to bring in and deal with as many people as it can. There were some reports that there were shootings outside the hospital. What more do you know about that?
There were initial reports that that was one of the scenes where there was an incident. However, we haven't had any more information on that from police, and it could be that that may have been a misassociation because this hospital sits reasonably close, with only a short distance of that first scene of the attack of the first mosque, the Al Noor Mosque. And because we know that the gunman left running from the mosque, they may have then got into a car, but primarily, at least in the first instance, they fled the mosque on foot, that they may have been firing shots as they went. Witnesses certainly told us that shots were fired as these gunmen ran around some of these areas where these incidents were carried out. What we do know is that several, at least 2 IEDs, that's explosive devices, bombs, were found on cars this afternoon. That was a development later on in the afternoon, and that those have now since been safely disposed of by the Defence Force.
Anna, if you will, could you describe to us this area of Christchurch? This is in the central area, near the central business district.
That's correct. Christchurch, otherwise known as a garden city, was sort of laid out in a grid pattern, really, with Hagley Park sitting in the middle. The mosque is off to one side of the park. A short distance, perhaps 4 minutes or so away, is the hospital on the other side of the park. And then a short distance away from there is the suburb of Linwood. A short drive, perhaps not really a reasonable walk, but a short drive certainly to the scene of the second shooting at the Linwood Mosque. So all within a short distance. And the reports that we had, that One News had, speaking to witnesses at the scene of that second Linwood Mosque, said that they saw 1 gunman leave in a light-coloured Subaru Legacy wagon, and that was one of the cars, we believe, or the reports are associated with one of the cars later being found, again, a short distance away in the central city, with an IED, an explosive device, attached to it. The next device that was found on a car was also found outside a bank in the central city. So certainly a very coordinated, very centralised attack this afternoon.
Yes, we heard from the Prime Minister a little earlier. She looked sort of visibly shocked. How is this being taken, this news being taken? Because the likes of Christchurch is used to natural disasters, but human disasters, like massacres in mosques, very unusual.
unusual as in unheard of, and I think the Prime Minister's sentiment this afternoon reflected what all New Zealanders will be feeling, pure shock and disbelief that this could happen in our own backyard. New Zealand has, we see ourselves at least, as having a reputation of being clean, green, safe, quiet, tranquil, buried at the bottom of the earth, and that things like this just don't happen in our backyard. And this is certainly a rude awakening as such today, that such a shocking, calculated, pre-planned event could happen, and that there was no indication that we would have ever been the scene of such an horrific terror attack.
And at this stage, mosques nationwide have been told to close their doors.
That's correct. Police have told us that this is a precaution. They don't have any specific information necessarily about another attack planned at any mosque, but what they have said is that they would like all mosques to remain closed. Shut your doors this afternoon and stay closed. Don't have anybody in, don't invite anybody, don't congregate. Keep the doors closed until we say it's safe. They've also sent out from police stations around the country to every mosque that they know of a patrol car to keep those mosques safe tonight. They want a police presence outside of them to show the sign of force that this will not be tolerated, this sort of attack.
At this stage, there's very little information, and certainly the police commissioner did not divulge any details about who the suspects might be, only saying that they had 4 people in custody. However, there are eyewitness accounts of one suspect, a white male, being arrested and on the ground, alive, with a gun next to him.
That's correct, and One News has been able to confirm the gunman is Brenton Tarrant, an Australian national who has been living in New Zealand for some time. Social media is reporting he posted a 37-page manifesto prior to the attack. He's also believed to be associated with the video that's being shared on social media that authorities here have said, please don't share, don't post it, don't watch it, don't look at it. It only spreads hate and spreads the message of the attack, which they don't want to see happen. So One News has been able to confirm that that is the alleged gunman's name, and that he is an Australian national who decided to carry out, he says in his words that have been shared on the internet, carry out this attack in New Zealand, which he says is a safe country, to show that this sort of attack can happen anywhere.
Yes, Anna, at this stage, the police commissioner saying significant fatalities around 2 locations, 4 people in custody. He has not given the names of those, although he understands that they are 3 men and 1 woman. And as the police commissioner was saying, not aware of any other people involved at this stage, but interesting that he says they should not presume that the danger is gone. So the city remains in lockdown.
Effectively, yes, although Christchurch Airport has opened its airspace again this afternoon, and that is an important step because Christchurch, being the largest city by far in the South Island, is the central hub for transport in and out of the entire South Island. So it's back operating at normal services, although with increased aviation security present this afternoon. And while we have seen supermarkets shut down this afternoon, like I mentioned, schools have now reopened, and I expect that over the coming hours we will see if police have made those 4 arrests, some of these situations relax a little, some of these stringent controls in place step down a notch as police become more sure of the situation and the handle they've got on who was involved and what they've done.
OK, Anna Burns-Francis, reporter at TV New Zealand, thank you very much. Let's speak now, if we can, to Aaron Campbell, who's a resident who was at the climate change protest in the Central Business District before being sent home. Aaron, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Please describe to our viewers around the world the scenes where you were and just, the nature of the day, because we understand that the climate change protests happened and were happening around the same times as these shootings started up.
Yes, that's exactly what happened. This morning there was heavy rain in Christchurch, and then around midday it started to clear and the rain lifted. So the school strike for climate began at 1 p.m. and it finished at 2 p.m. And just prior to that I was helping marshal the climate protest there, and one of the police officers approached the stage and then got onto the stage right at the end and spoke to the crowd, saying that the police requested that all people leave the square immediately and go home, and that if anybody was moving towards the west of the city, towards kind of Christchurch Girls High area, that they could find an alternate route that would be best. It did take some time, perhaps 20, 25 minutes for the vast majority of people to wander off. There was a sense of disbelief initially about why that request was happening, and then the first social media reports started to come in, and the online news as well started to pick up on the story, and then we knew that it was getting very serious.
So, Aaron, just to confirm, when the police officer came to the stage at these climate change protests, did he in fact unveil why people were being sent home at that stage?
No. It was a very stern message. The details, from a marshalling point of view, we were aware of that, or becoming aware of that. But the announcement to the protesters wasn't made the exact circumstances, but it was given with a degree of urgency and a tone that made it seem very serious. And within perhaps 10 minutes or so, 15 minutes, those reports started to come in, and the reason why, I guess, spread throughout the crowd. And a number were moving from Cathedral Square in different directions. Some ended up at the City Council, some took refuge and were held within the Members of Parliament's offices that were located nearby, and that kind of thing. The Central Library as well is just opposite where the climate strike was being held.
And we're talking about climate change protesters, but we're also talking about children here, aren't we?
Exactly. We're talking about 2,000 or so children and possibly about 500 adults that were there supervising and attending with them, just to make sure that it was a safe space that they could attend and to have their voice heard on such an important issue.
How busy is the city in the middle of the day on a Friday?
It can vary. Today was clearly very busy. All the car parking was full throughout the CBD. It was very difficult to enter because of just the number of people, in addition to those that are there on an ordinary Friday. And it was certainly a very, very busy Friday.
And these protests, as you say, centred around Cathedral Square. Just explain to our viewers where Cathedral Square is in relation to the Al Noor and the Linwood mosques, where we understand these two shootings took place.
Well, I've seen the BBC graphic that is on screen there, and it's pretty much right in the centre of those 2 points that are indicated on that map. Cathedral Square is the social and the cultural heart of the city.
So in that case, if we understand from several reports that in fact the gunman may have moved from one location to another, it is possible that the gunman went very near Cathedral Square where all these children were holding their protest.
That became apparent possibly 20 to 25 minutes after the police announcement. The initial announcement and the approximate location given, it was taken as being serious by the crowd, but there have been incidences of a moderate nature in the recent past, and emergency services and police have attended those extremely efficiently, and there hasn't been cause for alarm for a wider area. So people were taking it in a stride. It's been 8 years since a devastating earthquake hit Christchurch, and we've come to, I guess, deal with these shocking announcements and these emergencies initially with a deal of ease, but concern, but then as more information became known, that uncertainty just raised our alert levels, and pretty soon everyone was just doing, I guess, what they needed to do, contacted who they needed to contact or try to when that was happening.
How easy was it, sorry Aaron to interrupt, how easy was it, Aaron, for the children and indeed some of the adults involved in the protest to get hold of their parents, because presumably the airwaves would have been jammed at that stage?
Communications were still, I believe, very, very good. Social media was happening as per normal. text messaging is a great medium during an emergency because text messaging doesn't use a very large bandwidth. So I don't believe that there were many issues regarding communication. The best part about the climate strike there was that all the participants had emergency contacts, and people knew where they were on the day, and there was always going to be a backup plan for whatever reason. This
Aaron Campbell,
event
thank you.
is obviously the worst event that could possibly happen. This is just absolutely devastating.
Absolutely, as you say, devastating. Aaron Campbell, a resident who was actually at the climate change protest just before being sent home as a result of these mosque shootings. Thank you very much. Now, a woman who was driving near the mosque at the time of the shooting says she saw a number of people were shot and stopped to try and help.
Heard and saw what I thought were firecrackers, and I saw young fellas running down the street, and then all of a sudden it got quite violent, and I thought, no, that's not firecrackers, and they started falling, and one fell just to the left of my car and one fell to the right, and for a few minutes I stopped the car in shock, and I leaned either way, I'm not sure, left I think across the seats to try and avoid getting shot, and apparently a bullet went sailing over my car and struck the one in the back, and he's all right, the guy, he was very good, and we pulled up and I opened up my doors, or my driver's door, and got out, and the guy in the black Commodore, whatever it was, come up and said, "You're right," and I said, "Yeah, I'm good, I haven't been shot," and the poor bugger lying on the verge had been shot in the back. And we opened my passenger's door and my driver's door, and we pulled him round behind and then opened up the back as well, give us some protection. And he had a first aid kit and he crouched and ran all the way back to get it, and he lifted up his shirt and he dressed it, and I put the pressure on, and then a nice Muslim guy come and give me some help as well, because you have to put quite a bit of pressure on, and poor old hands were shaking that hard. I was scared wouldn't be able to do a good job, and and the worst thing was we could hear the ambulances, but they couldn't get to us, and then a nice guy on the other side who was on the other side, he put 3 people in his car and took them to hospital, and the guy on the street, he was trying to ring his wife, the one I had, and the other guy I could see he was in bad shape, but I couldn't get to him because that was where directly the gunfire was coming from, and the guy I was compressing, he was trying to ring his wife, and I managed to get it, and I answered the phone, and I said to her, "Your husband's been shot outside the mosque," I said, "and don't come here to Deans Ave, you won't get through, but please go to the hospital, wait for him." And then I kept talking to him and telling him that she was at the hospital waiting and he wasn't to give up, and we just kept pressure on and did the best we could for him until we got him some help. And in the meantime, the poor guy across the road passed away, and my car's still down there.
Oh, Jill, that's so terrible.
I never thought I'm 66, I never thought in my life I'd live to see something like this, not in New Zealand.
Shocking testimony there of an eyewitness who was there and narrowly avoided being shot herself, only to see a gentleman pass away at the other side of the road as she was trying to administer some first aid to a gentleman who was, we hope, survived and was taken to the hospital. But very much echoing some of the sentiments that have been coming out of New Zealand from the Prime Minister, from the Police Commissioner, from eyewitnesses, that this is an unprecedented act of violence and unheard of. We heard from a reporter in New Zealand, unheard of for a situation like this to happen in New Zealand. Let's speak now to Scott Morrison and hear what he has to say.
The attack that occurred today by an extremist, right-wing, violent terrorist that has taken the lives, stolen the lives, in a vicious, murderous attack that has claimed so many New Zealanders. This attack reminds us of the evil that is ever present and would seek to strike out at any time. And I particularly want to convey my heartfelt sympathies not only to all of the New Zealand people, as I'm sure all Australians would join me in doing, but I particularly want to express my sincere prayers and thoughts for those New Zealanders, indeed Australians of Islamic faith today, who have been the subject of this vicious and callous right-wing extremist attack. I'm not going to go through the details of this today because that is properly done by the New Zealand authorities. The New Zealand authorities are conducting that investigation. I've just concluded a briefing with our own authorities here and agencies. And it is for New Zealand who are leading, obviously, the investigation to be able to confirm details of any individuals and certainly the number of casualties. And I'll leave that them to make those announcements. I've already been in contact with Prime Minister Ardern. She's obviously caught up in many briefings today. She described it as the darkest day, and I agree with her. I agree absolutely with her. Australian authorities have already put in place all the necessary responses and precautions that are necessary here in Australia. Our agencies are working closely with New Zealand authorities and have prepared other capacities to be stood up to support New Zealand as and when requested. I can confirm that the individual who was taken into custody, I've been advised, is an Australian-born citizen, and obviously that element of the investigation Australian authorities are involved in, and they will be proceeding with their investigation, which has already been stood up, involving all the relevant agencies. We will keep Australians safe in every way possible we can. And we will work with our partners in the region, our family in the region in New Zealand, to do everything we can to support them to keep their people safe as well. But right now, there is a numbness. There is just a still shock that has laid upon us all, as we thought would be unthinkable in a place like Christchurch. But it has happened. And it is such a sad and devastating reminder of the evil that can be ever present about us. Happy to take a couple of questions, but as I said, in terms of the details of investigations, they are properly addressed by the New Zealand authorities. We are obviously being kept abreast of developments in those investigations and our participation in supporting those investigations.
That's Scott Morrison there, the Prime Minister of Australia, offering his heartfelt sympathies and confirming there that an Australian citizen is in custody. We understand that 4 people are in custody, 3 men and 1 woman. We hear from Scott Morrison there that he has been in touch with Jacinda Ardern, the Prime Minister of New Zealand, agreeing with her that this is New Zealand's darkest day and saying that he will offer as much support as possible and that the Australian authorities are also taking some precautions. Plenty more on this developing story on the website.
Don't get me wrong, I love my kids, but I'm kicking them all out as soon as they're 18.
Yard box, Son is through, knocks it past the defender, he takes a shot, what a goal! Right on the stroke of half.
Time for equality.
Absolutely right.
I mean, things have changed, but there's still so much more we can do. The real pressing danger is...
plastics. In some parts of the ocean, there are over 1 million...
Stars in the sky, so bright that we can clearly see the...
Dark Side of the Moon, this is a classic.
Just epic, one of the all-time best.
I honestly think this album is going...
To live forever. Wants to live forever.
Blue Planet returns live from across the globe. At this crucial time for our oceans, we dive deeper than ever before. Be there when it happens. An unmissable week of Blue Planet Live starts Sunday the 24th of March on BBC One and BBC iPlayer. Our planet matters.
Get set for a brand new game show where you could win the jackpot just by answering questions and catching balls. Like this lot. The world's tallest building is located in which city? How hard can it be? So make sure you catch us
on brand new Catch Point. Starts Saturday the 23rd of March on BBC One.
Whoa, whoa!
Rugby to the rescue. The Grand Slam is on and Wales have everything to play for.
All eyes turn now to Cardiff.
Ireland re-energised and ready for the title race.
The chase is on and we are ready.
The Six Nations tomorrow, live at 2 on BBC One and BBC iPlayer.
Charles.
Carrie.
Tom.
Fiona.
Gerald.
And some surprise guests.
Request the pleasure of your company at the wedding of the year. And please, try not to be late.
Good morning and welcome to Red Nose Day here on BBC One. Let's start the day with breakfast.
Good morning. Welcome to Breakfast with Charlie State and Naga Manchetti.
Our headlines today. Up to 27 people are reported to have been killed after gun attacks at two mosques in the New Zealand city of Christchurch.
I could hear screaming and crying, and I saw some people were, drop dead.
4 suspects are in custody. Police warn there may be more. The Prime Minister is on her way to the scene.
It is clear that this is one of New Zealand's darkest days. Clearly, what has happened here is an extraordinary and unprecedented act of violence.
Parliament's voted to delay Brexit. Theresa May will now ask the EU for an extension beyond March 29th.
Good morning. It is the biggest company you've probably never heard of. Interserve, one of the government's biggest providers of public services, faces a crucial shareholder vote today. It could force the firm into administration.
And good morning from Cheltenham on Gold Cup Day, which is even more special this year because the original trophy, first handed out in 1924, which hasn't been seen here since then, is back and will be handed to the winners this afternoon. All the sport from here at 6:30 for you.
And it's windy in Cheltenham, windy across the country once again today with a bit of rain around at times too. Stronger winds even tomorrow, and for some, there is some snow in the forecast. I have all the details right here on Breakfast.
Good morning, it's Friday the 15th of March. Our top story, the city of Christchurch in New Zealand is in lockdown after a series of deadly shootings.
Local media is reporting that up to 27 people have been killed after attacks at 2 mosques where hundreds of people had gathered for Friday prayers. 4 people are in custody. People across the city are being told to stay indoors.
The country's Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern said it was one of New Zealand's darkest days. Ramzan Kamali reports.
Emergency vehicles rushing the injured to hospital after a gunman entered the Al Nur Mosque in Christchurch and opened fire. Around 300 people were in attendance for the traditional Friday prayers. A senior member of the congregation described the horrific scene.
I saw that some people were running out through my room where I was in, and also I saw some people had blood on their body, and some people were limping. At that moment, I realized that it was really serious.
There are reports the gunman was firing continuously for at least 10 minutes. Another mosque in the city also came under attack, and the police say that several people have been apprehended. New Zealand's Prime Minister expressed her shock.
What I can say is that it is clear that this is one of New Zealand's darkest days. Clearly, what has happened here is an extraordinary and unprecedented act of violence.
Police have not confirmed numbers, but have said that there have been fatalities and injuries in more than one location.
We are currently dealing with an unprecedented situation in New Zealand. It's very grave, it's very serious. We have dealt with an active shooter situation. We have multiple fatalities.
In an extraordinary action, police have also asked for all mosques throughout the country to close their doors, and the whole of Christchurch was in lockdown immediately after the shootings. School children have slowly been allowed back home, but the city and the country remains on edge. Ramzan Karmali, BBC News.
Our correspondent Hal Griffith is in our Sydney bureau at the moment. Hal, information coming through all the time regarding this. It's obviously we're getting as much information through as we can, but not all the picture is clear.
No, it's fair to say still a dynamic, active situation, predominantly because the police fear there may yet be someone else at large who's part of this seemingly planned, orchestrated mass shooting on multiple sites. We know they've arrested 3 men and 1 woman. We know and have had confirmed from the Australian Prime Minister that there is an Australian citizen amongst them. That is relevant because online someone has already been